In 2050, the virtual reality game Immortals appeared, causing a great stir in society. Players soon discovered that individual game elements could be transported into the real world. The best players will be able to become true gods by reaching the highest level and defeating the final bosses of the game. The strongest player, Jiang Chen, nicknamed Mortal, reached the finals, where he met the final boss, the demon god. After a long battle, the protagonist lost the fight, unable to defeat the superior enemy. Jiang Chen's character dies, but manages to smash the demon's magical weapon in the form of yin-yang before dying. Suddenly, the guy wakes up in his real body in front of a switched-off computer. He realizes that he has traveled back in time to just minutes before his first launch of the Immortals game. Suddenly, his beautiful neighbor Xiaoruyer walks into the room wearing a sexy house dress. She brings him an unknown item in a cardboard box and gets angry about his obsession with video games when she's around. She notices a half-naked girl in a cat costume on the computer screen and understands why the guy is ignoring her. Jiang Chen claims that everyone likes girls in their underwear, hinting at Xiaoruyer. She asks him if he likes it while the guy thinks that no one can resist her in such an outfit. The girl tells him to continue playing and leaves, promising to see him later. The protagonist takes the virtual reality helmet and prepares to launch the game for the first time in his new life. A girl in a cat costume on the screen announces that the game server will start in 3 seconds. Genshin puts on his helmet, preparing to begin his adventure. The game loading screen appears on the helmet's internal screen. The main character enters a virtual room and waits to receive a random talent, which is given to each new player. The interface shows his new special talent, Yin-Yang Inversion, which can give any skill the opposite effect. Jiang Chen ponders the potential uses of the talent, such as reversing healing techniques to deal damage instead of healing. Next, he chooses his starting profession, Priest, ignoring the classes of Warrior, Mage, Summoner, Assassin, Archer, and Knight. The protagonist receives his first equipment and chooses a nickname, Mortal, by which he will be known in the game. He is transported to the first game location, Newbie Village number 10,001. Chen walks through the main square of the village, which is filled with other players. The hero loudly admires the realistic graphics of the game, while other players near him discuss how to get the first task. Jiang Chen decides to look for a suitable place to test his new talent and looks at his character map. As a priest, he gains a level 1 healing skill that restores 20 health points and 100% of magic power. And his talent is able to not only convert healing into damage, but also increase the inverted skill by 50%. Chen reasons that his priest profession has a high percentage of mana recovery per second, which is why it will be almost not spent from using healing skills. The guy uses the talent and creates an inverted skill, Reverse Healing. The modified skill deals 30 points of damage and consumes only 5 mana points with a cooldown of 5 seconds. Genshin understands that as the character's level increases, the percentage of skill enhancement from the yin-yang talent will only increase. He is confident that he will quickly rise to the level of God and sets off after the red sheep. The action moves to the east side pastures, where the first-level red-horned sheep graze. Jianshin appears nearby and remembers that 2 hours after the server launches, a special character will appear in the village, with whom you can exchange sheep horns for a buff. In his past life, he traded a few horns for a weak buff, but this time he intends to get the best of them all. The healer casts Reverse Heal on the munching sheep, dealing damage to it. The sheep gets angry and attacks the protagonist, trying to ram him with its red horn. The hero steps aside and dodges the attack. After a few seconds, he uses Reverse Healing skill again. The sheep takes damage again and soon dies, leaving behind a red and yellow horn. The priest picks up the smoking horn from the ground after the sheep's body disappears. Jinshin notes that 4 spells are enough to kill 1 sheep and intends to spend a couple of hours collecting the horns. In 2 hours, he had already killed 800 sheep and collected 705 horns, which should be enough for a profitable exchange. On his way back, he passes a team of players heading to the sheep pastures to get horns. They discuss the thick skin and high damage of the sheep, which take a long time to kill, and turn their attention to Jian Chen, considering him a weak priest who is unable to hunt monsters. The action moves to the newbie village to the location of the ruined temple. There are already many players gathered there, forming teams and looking for partners to complete tasks. A beautiful girl in revealing armor invites Jian Chen to join the team, but he refuses. She thinks it's not easy to meet a handsome guy, and is sad about his stubbornness, while the protagonist turns down another girl. A blonde knight with a sword and shield invites Chen to form a team, noting his beauty. The main character refuses her and lies that he prefers men, which embarrasses the beauty. He approaches a seated old man who greets him as a traveler from another world. The old man says that the more red horns, the easier it is to receive a blessing from the gods of the destroyed temple. Jianshin states that this is why he came, handing the old man a bag of collected horns. The old man is shocked by the large number of red horns in the protagonist's bag. He is convinced that the gods are secretly watching over the boy, and takes out a magic wand. The old man begins a prayer to the gods, creating a red glow around his hands. The red light turns into a large transparent ball of scarlet energy as the old man continues to pray. Chen wonders what kind of buff he can get for collecting the sheep horns. A naked girl with wings flies out of the bright light and gives him a buff, Cupid's blessing. The satisfied hero accepts the blessing and looks forward to a new victory. According to the buff description, when teaming up with women, he will receive a 50% reduction in skill cooldown and mana consumption, as well as an improvement in the quality of item drops. Chen suspects that this buff may be related to his recent refusals to let girls form teams. He asks the old man to communicate with the gods again and give him another blessing. The offended old man drives him away, throwing a magic wand after him. The hero sets out in search of girls who will agree to become his adventure partners. He meets a recent blonde knight who has already found another team. Her groupmates discuss her beautiful appearance and suggest that she go kill monsters. The confused girl suddenly receives an invitation from the protagonist to join his team. She notices that handsome priest and happily decides to join his group. She apologizes to her new acquaintances and leaves their team. Jianchen receives a notification that the blonde knight is already in another group and decides to look for girls at the exit of the village. That blonde knight named Qingying catches up with him and again offers him to create a team. Chen asks about her previous group, but Qingying says that she wanted to leave them anyway. She joins his team by activating Cupid's blessing on the protagonist. While the two go off in search of monsters, her former teammates are unhappy with the girl's departure to an unknown priest. One of them calls her a shameless woman and plans to take revenge. Jianchen and Qingying arrive at the grassland together. She asks him about the red sheep, but the guy replies that it is too late to hunt them. He demands that she not call him brother and address him by his nickname, to which the girl agrees. Night falls on the pasture, and the priest and the knight prepare for battle under the full moon. An angry level 5 gnoll appears before them, ready to fight. Qingying isn't sure if a 3rd level priest and knight can handle a 5th level monster. Chen says she doesn't need to fight, just wait for him to finish. The guy uses reverse heal on the gnoll, dealing 120 damage. He dodges the monster's claws by moving to the side and counterattacks. The gnoll takes damage again, losing most of its health. Qingying is shocked by the battle scene, not understanding how a priest is capable of such a thing. She notices that level 5 mages can only deal 40 points of fire damage, but here the priest deals over 100 points of damage with his skill. The girl even suspects her teammate of cheating because of his incredible strength, but she quickly pushes such thoughts aside, remembering the game developers from the largest companies in the world, who are definitely capable of blocking cheaters. The girl continues to watch the battle as Jianchen once again dodges the attacking gnoll. She guesses that Master Chen is simply incredibly strong. Qingying notes that no one has ever been able to avoid all enemy attacks like this before, and not take any damage. The horny girl is determined to get Jianchen by any means necessary. She imagines herself in an erotic dress, seducing the protagonist. While she was dreaming, another gnoll ran up behind her with the intention of a surprise attack. The girl knight manages to put up a shield and block the blow with her sharp claws. The gnoll attacks again and damages her, surprising the girl with its speed. Chen orders her to move away and not distract the monster. He enters the fight with 2 gnolls now, leaving the worried girl behind. The hero dodges enemy attacks in the air and notes that she won't be able to fight them yet, while he thinks about the possibility of losing Cupid's buff. The girl apologizes for her behavior and continues to watch the battle. Jianchen convinces her to stop apologizing and just not be distracted by her fantasies. Qingying agrees with his words and is once again amazed by his graceful movements and dodging skills. After 15 minutes, the priest defeats both gnolls and advances himself to 6th level. As a reward, he receives a magical item from the monster's body, the Staff of the Rotting One, which increases the power of spells by 20 units and adds 5 points of intelligence to the owner. Chen takes the staff and thinks that he was able to obtain such a valuable item only thanks to Cupid's blessing. He decides to call it a day with monster hunting, while Qingying is behind him, rejoicing at being promoted to level 4. The protagonist looks at his intimacy meter with his partner and notes that it increases with each monster killed. He understands that in order to completely fill the intimacy bar, he will have to kill 10,000 monsters, which will take a lot of time. Suddenly, both characters turn around at a sharp sound from behind. The first boss appears there, a mutated level 5 gnoll with a unique ability to deal high damage with 1 bite, which is triggered every time his health drops by 10%. Jianchen is surprised that there is a boss in such a place, considering that there are very few level 5 monsters at this stage. He realizes that fighting him will allow him to make his first major kill and receive a large reward. The boy reflects that with his current speed he won't be able to avoid the monster's final bite. The hero orders Qingying to stand still and use her shield when he gives the command. The girl wants to help her friend for the first time, and prepares to use a defensive skill. Chen casts a spell and deals damage to a mutant gnoll that rushes towards the players. The gnoll takes the hit, but his health bar only decreases slightly. The priest finds out that the monster has 10,000 health points, and that 6 spells will only reduce its life bar by 10%. After a few minutes of fighting, the boss's health drops by 10%, causing him to prepare to use his special bite, and Jian Chen orders his friend to block the monster's attack with her shield. The female knight successfully blocks the attack of the mutated gnoll. She exclaims that the shield actually blocked the blow and wonders if Chen can predict the future. The priest jumps up and continues to damage the gnoll with offensive spells. The monster loses a lot of health and rushes towards its enemy in a rage. The boss's health drops to 80%, causing him to use the deadly bite skill again, and Chen orders the girl to block with a shield. The protagonist runs behind Qingying, pursued by a growling monster. The female knight raises her shield and uses a damage blocking skill. After successfully parrying the attack, Jian Chen uses magic against the gnoll again. Soon the boss's health drops to 0 and he dies, letting out a final scream. Chen increases his level to 7, gaining additional stat points and increasing his intimacy with his partner. Qingying is also happy that she was able to raise her character level to 5. Dead gnolls drop a silver quality robe of flowing clouds, which increases health, intellect, and mana regeneration. Another reward from the boss is a razor dagger for assassin class players, which increases strength and speed. The final drop is the sealed book of Magi, which needs to be unlocked to be read. Jian Chen is pleased with the dropped items, puts on a new robe and plans to sell the dagger for good money. He notes that as his intelligence increases, his reverse heal spells will deal more damage. Qingying asks him where to go next, to which he decides to return to the village. The girl wants to go with him, not wanting to be left alone in the night location with monsters. 15 minutes later, they are walking through the forest on their way to the newcomer village. In the forest, they encounter 3 players hunting a local chicken. They turn out to be Qingying's previous team and notice a girl approaching with a priest. The boys react angrily to their appearance, showing envy towards Jian Chen's good looks. One of them decides to shoot him with a bow to teach him a lesson and show the importance of strength over external beauty. The protagonist notices a flying arrow, and the girl belatedly warns him of the danger. He steps aside, allowing the arrow to fly half a meter from his head. A frightened Qingying breathes a sigh of relief as Chen asks the trio about their departure from the village. The archer expresses confidence that the priest dodged the arrow purely due to luck. The night girl demands that he explain why he shot Chen. The archer sarcastically replies that one cannot simply leave their team, which is not a simple gathering. The second player says that they were specifically waiting for the couple to return, and the third is preparing for a deadly attack. He uses combat magic, sending a fireball towards the protagonist and the girl. Qingying blocks the spell with her shield and prepares to fight strong opponents. Jian Chen is surprised to meet confident players who are willing to give him their weapons. He uses a healing attack, saying that he will send their entire group home. The archer takes high damage from the priest's spell, and his comrades are shocked by what is happening. The battle mage doesn't understand how the priest can deal damage and accuses Chen of cheating. The protagonist sarcastically advises to tell someone about this after their death. The mage also takes heavy damage from Jian Chen's spell and dies, and his third comrade realizes that he will be next. Chen asks the third if he is prepared for his inevitable death. The last enemy puts away his sword and asks to be released, acknowledging the superior strength of the priest. Chen says in the end that he will take care of the weapon that he takes from his body. The swordsman dies from a healer's attack, having time to shout that he does not want to die because all his attributes will decrease by 1 unit after death. Jian takes one of the highest quality items from the bodies of enemies: their sword, bow, and magic staff. Qingying blushes, silently admiring her teammates' beauty and strength. They soon return to the village and go their separate ways, promising to meet later. Chen notes that he needs to quickly raise his intimacy level, otherwise the Cupid buff might disappear. He calls up the interface and goes to the trade menu, where he sees sections for quickly buying equipment and an auction. A system message pops up that a 1% commission will be charged for each quick purchase, and 2% for a purchase at an auction. Jian Chen remembers that 100 silvers are equal to 1 gold, and decides to put the weapons of the 3 up for quick sale and send the razor dagger to auction. He sells his sword, bow and staff for 8 gold and decides to find himself a job. The action moves to a luxurious village mansion, guarded by 2 guards. Chen passes the guards and the lone priest standing at the entrance. The hero goes to the door of the junior priest's mentor's room. The door is decorated with a coat of arms in the form of angel wings, showing the owner's level and symbolizing resurrection. The protagonist opens the door and enters the room, thinking about resurrection. At the table at the foot of the statue sits a muscular man named Luo Te, welcoming a newcomer to his spiritual healing office and asking how he can help. Chen is confused by the mentor's behavior and asks him to open the skill book that dropped from the Null boss. Luo Te recognizes the disciple's item as a 2-star skill book with a wonderful aroma. The mentor becomes serious and demands 5 gold pieces as payment for opening the book. Chen smiles wearily and hands the mentor a bag of gold coins. Luo Te excitedly unlocked the skill book, clutching it between his hands in the magical light. He hands Chen an unlocked book containing a group healing spell called Healing Light. The spell has a range of 20 meters and restores 100% health to 3 targets in 5 seconds. And Jian Chen thinks that it is the perfect skill for inversion and group attack. He bows to his mentor, and Luote tells him to heal as many people as possible. The action moves to a nighttime village square, where groups of players are walking. The protagonist plans to find Qing Ying and go out to kill monsters again. Suddenly he hears the screams of a girl in a purple robe nearby, scolding the girl Tao Xiaotian for killing monsters. Chen remembers Tao Xiaotian as the only summoner in this world, and is surprised that someone would bully her. The girl in purple continues to yell at Xiaotian, calling her a waste of time that no one will care about. Jianchen interrupts their conversation and invites the summoner to join his team. Tao sees a message that a player with the nickname Mortal invites her to his team. The girl asks in surprise if he really wants to take her into his group. Chen responds positively and suggests that they go kill mobs together. Tao says that she can't leave the village and doesn't want to disturb others, and her friend in purple advises her to do whatever she wants. The girl in purple tells Chen not to look for trouble and to leave. Chen claims that he loves all kinds of trouble, and again invites Tao to join him. Her angry girlfriend asks who he thinks he is, and demands that he not detain them. Suddenly Tao accepts his offer and joins Jian Chen's team. The girl in purple demands that Xiaoqian stay behind and not leave, preparing to fight Chen. The priest asks her again about her intentions and activates his reverse spell. The shocked girl turns around and sees a screaming hare nearby, taking heavy damage from a healing attack. The girl does not understand how a priest can inflict such high damage. Chen takes Tao with him, heading to the entrance of the village to meet another player. Meanwhile, Qing Ying receives a notification that a female level 2 summoner has joined their team. When they meet, she asks Chen about the next hunting spot, and he decides to go to Dark Mist Canyon. The action moves to the Canyon of Dark Fog, where zombie monsters with strength from the 6th to the 10th level live. Chen intends to kill the monsters himself, and demands that the girls find a place to stay overnight and avoid trouble. He activates the magic staff and walks towards the enraged monsters. A level 7 chained zombie will rush forward to attack the player. Jian Chen tries out his new group healing skill, dealing high damage to all enemies in the area. The priest is pleased with the spell's effect and plans to improve it soon. Tao Xiaotian is surprised by the unusually large amount of damage dealt by the healer. She asks Qing Ying if she is Chen's girlfriend and asks how he became so strong. The embarrassed night girl says that she only recently met him and comments on how cute her new friend is. Tao doesn't understand why such a priest would need them if he doesn't need their help in battle. The summoner assumes that he is simply embarrassed to ask them for support. Qing Ying is shocked by this guess and dismisses it as impossible. She remembers his words that he prefers guys, but does not understand why he then created a team with 2 girls. The knight exclaims that this is too exciting, to Tao's bewilderment. A system message appears in front of her that the player with the nickname Xiangxing Tengxia has reached level 10 first and the level leaderboard is now open. Qing Ying shouts at Chen that he is at the top of the ranking table. Another zombie with chains rushes at him from behind, wanting to catch the player off guard. Chen kills the monster with a spell, and opens the system menu to take a look at the ranking table for himself. The priest looks at the server leaderboard, where he is ranked 10th with a level of 8. The guy remembers that in his past life, the leaderboard opened after the currency was upgraded, and the first place was bought by a rich player. The girls approach Chen and apologize for holding up his development. The protagonist calms them down and states that he will be able to take first place in the future, but for now they need to wait for the appearance of the monster boss. Tao Xiaotian suddenly points to the side and shouts at them to look there. There on the rock sits a small naked dream fairy, a pet of the initial level that can be tamed. A delighted Jian Chen states that finding such a pet is even more difficult than finding a boss. The girls are excited about the possibilities of taming a pet and learning new skills from it. Chen tells them not to rush and warns them that someone is approaching. A group of 4 players emerges from behind the rocks, led by the girl in purple. She shouts at Tao Xiaotian that she will kill her since she does not want to stay with her. The summoner is frightened and apologizes for causing trouble, but Qing Ying is unimpressed by what is happening. Tao suggests that the priest throw her out of their team and does not want to cause him any problems. But Jian Chen is already ready for battle and declares that he is ready to accept the enemy's equipment. The girl in purple's friend warns her that this is the same priest from the leaderboard. She demands not to fear the priest, while the rest of the players are unwilling to provoke the level 8 team, waiting for their strong leader to appear. Chen asks them if they want to fight or if they plan to just leave. The girl in purple says she's ready to teach the arrogant healer to be a man. She doubles the price for his murder and demands that her comrades, who turn out to be mercenaries, deal with him quickly. The swordsman does not believe that the priest, knight, and little girl can do anything against him and promises to protect the girl in purple, revealing her name, Yan Huo. Genshin orders Qing Ying to block the incoming attacks with her shield. The female knight uses a defensive skill and reflects the fireball's attack. The protagonist activates a reverse group heal and deals a lot of damage to the enemy team. The opponents are shocked by his powerful attack and quickly die from their wounds. A joyful Qing Ying bids farewell to her dying enemies, calling Yanhuo a cow as a parting word. Meanwhile, the deceased players are revived in the newbie village, where Yanhuo scolds the useless mercenaries. They respond that it was not possible to contact players from the leaderboard, and do not understand how a priest can deal damage. In the Dream Fairy Canyon, there are 2 ways to tame pets. Use special props to capture them, or complete a special task and win. Jianchen warns the girls that if monsters or players appear nearby, they need to leave the team and run away. He uses a healing spell against the Dream Fairy, dealing heavy damage to her. The Dream Fairy's test begins. Jiang Chen is transported to an unknown location. He finds himself in a world of illusions, from which he cannot leave voluntarily until his health drops to 0. There are many illusory fairies flying around. To tame a pet, you need to find a real one among them. The protagonist takes constant damage in the illusion world and must complete a taming quest before his health bar runs out. He notices that the movements of the illusory fairies are limited in space, and only the real one can move freely. Chen finds a real dream fairy flying near him. The guy throws his magic staff at her, damaging her and successfully completing the taming of the pet. Jian Chen returns to the real world where he is greeted by his teammates. Qingying and Tao ask the priest what happened to him during his absence. He explains the need to move into an illusion to successfully tame the fairy that sits on his shoulder. The girl knight is glad that the leader of their group was able to successfully pass the test of illusions. Chen gets a new skill from his pet, Blink, which gives him the ability to instantly move to any point within a radius of 5 meters and has a cooldown of 5 minutes. The protagonist activates the skill, creating a shiny glow around himself. The girls are amazed by his beauty, and Tao even asks if he is God. Jianqin notices that his buff has reduced the cooldown of the new skill by half, to 2 minutes and 30 seconds. He turns around and asks why the girls are looking at him like that instead of continuing to hunt mobs. The priest thinks his friends are stupid and decides to deal with the monsters himself. While he kills zombies with reverse healing, Qingying talks about the beautiful curves of his body. 10 minutes later, he finishes with the monsters and picks up the bow they dropped, which he plans to sell for 50 gold. Suddenly he senses a presence behind him and turns to face his new enemy. A 9th silver-level boss appears in front of him, a mutated zombie with a hook. Tao Xiaotian warns his friends that the monster has 2 skills, corrosive slime and flying hook. Chen recalls that the boss's first skill is to release a lot of corrosive slime, and the second skill is to deal high damage with a hook every time his health drops by 10%. Tao says that she read about this boss in the official game guide, and that there is a battle strategy needed to defeat him. Qingying suggests using her shield, but Xiaotian warns that the enemy's level is too high. The priest notes Tao's eloquence, but has no intention of backing down from the boss fight. He is confident that he will find a way to block the attacks of the mutated zombie. Qingying offers to help him with a shield, but the summoner does not understand the leader's intentions. Chen orders them to retreat and not attract the attention of the monsters while he deals with the boss himself. Tao is shocked by his decision to fight such a powerful enemy alone. The protagonist reaffirms his intention, climbs onto the ledge, and activates the magic staff. The boss takes heavy damage from Jian Chen's multiple healing attacks. In response, the monster begins to spit red slime towards the priest, but he is too high up for the attack to reach him. Tao notes the master's advantageous position, but does not understand how he will dodge the flying hook. The young man continues to use healing spells with his staff. The boss's health is reduced by 10%, causing his hook skill to activate. Tao and Qing warn the leader about the flying hook and shout at him to dodge. The boss throws a glowing hook towards Chen, maintaining a connection with the weapon through a magic chain. The protagonist activates the pet's special skill, using instant teleportation. He disappears from his high position, out of the hook's path. The guy appears behind the boss, attacking him with healing spells again. The girls admire the leader and his unique teleportation skill from the Dream Fairy. Jianchen thinks about the long recharge time of the teleporter and plans to slowly wear down the zombies. After 25 minutes, the boss's health is reduced to 0 when the priest performs the final attack. His comrades jump happily and praise Chen for defeating the monster. The protagonist increases his level to 9th and increases his intimacy with both girls in the team. The boss will drop 3 gold-tier pieces of equipment when killed: the Frost Staff, Phantom Boots, and the Blood Greatsword. It also drops a lunar dress blueprint, which, when studied, opens the possibility of creating a rare suit at tailor's. Chen takes the staff and shoes for himself, and plans to take the Great Blood Sword to the trading house. He also plans to sell the old items and the dress design after studying it. The priest remarks that it is already 2 o'clock in the morning. Time to finish the game and meet tomorrow, Qing agrees, and Tao says that he plays all day during the summer holidays. Chen agrees to meet tomorrow, says goodbye and leaves the game. He takes off his virtual reality helmet and is surprised at how quickly time has flown by. He lies down in bed and declares that tomorrow he will have to advance faster through the levels. The next morning comes, and the rays of the sun illuminate his dark windows. His sexy neighbor Cherouier walks into the room holding a bag of food. Chen greets the girl with his shirt off and doesn't understand why she came so early. The neighbor says that she brought him breakfast and hands the guy a bag of food. The guy thanks her for the gift and offers to pay for the food, to which Ruye coquettishly jokes. The neighbor asks which newcomer village he is in now, and Chen gives her the number. The girl expresses regret that she will not be able to play in the same location with him and states that a lot of money can be earned through the game. The protagonist says that 1 gold coin from the game can now be exchanged for 75 Huaxia coins, and asks if Ruye is really a fashion design major. He explains that after level 10, her character will be able to create different costumes and sell them for good money. The girl agrees to try, but her character is only at level 3. Chen agrees to create a game strategy for her in his free time, but in the meantime, the team members are waiting for him. After Ruye leaves, the guy takes the gaming helmet and thinks that yesterday he leveled up very quickly, while most ordinary players are now at the 2nd or 3rd level. He puts on his helmet and sets himself today's task, to rise to level 10. Chen logs into the server and receives a message from Tao, who is already connected to the network. He texts her to meet him at the village entrance in 5 minutes, noting her early entry into the game. But first, he wants to visit the trading house and put gold-level weapons up for sale. Chen sells the normal equipment and gets more than 1,000 gold coins, thinking that with such money he is already becoming rich in real life. He notes that Immortals is indeed a very profitable game, putting a gold-tier sword up for sale. Tao Xiaotian sends him a new message about Qingying, who is also waiting for him at the entrance of the village. Soon Chen arrives at the right place and greets the girls. The sleepy knight says she sat on the site until 3 in the morning and couldn't get enough sleep. Tao says that all level 10 players are stuck in the Secret Kingdom location and cannot return to the main game world. Qingying didn't go to the forum because she didn't want to read the gossip, which caused her to miss an important message about this event, as pointed out by Xiaotian. The female knight asks about the Secret Kingdom and the reason why level 10 players cannot enter the main world. Tao explains that the Secret Realm is a replica of the main city, with gates for strong players to pass a test before returning. The protagonist remembers that in a past life, he went through this stage at night and was unable to sleep normally. He invites the girls to go kill monsters, to which they happily agree. The action moves to Dark Mist Canyon, where crows fly under the light of the full moon. Chen orders his comrades to take a position on a high rock, where Qingying will defend with a shield and Tao will attack. The priest gives the order to start hunting monsters in order to raise levels. After some time, the girls run away from a crowd of angry zombies. Tao, her clothes torn, screams that she brought the monsters to Chen, as per his instructions. The out-of-breath knight is also indignant about the damaged armor. The priest thanks them for their help and takes out his magic staff to begin the attack. Mass zombies die from group healing spells. Chen increases his level to 10 and gains new attribute points. His special talent Yin-Yang is doubled, causing his healing skills to deal double damage. He turns to his comrades and asks how much longer they have until level 10. Qingying claims to be in the middle of the 9th, while Tao has only just reached the 9th. The guy orders them to continue hunting monsters so that they can later go to the Secret Kingdom together. 3 hours later, the team arrives at the entrance to the Secret Kingdom, where other players have already gathered. Chen says that most of those gathered are not higher than the 6th level and came here just for fun. Tao remarks that only their master can drag 2 comrades along with him, to which Qingying sarcastically praises her for her straightforwardness. The priest demands that they stop chatting and hurry to the gate. The summoner happily runs forward, leaving the indignant knight behind. 3 familiar players recognize the priest's command, and are surprised that they can already enter the Secret Kingdom. One of them says that the priest has powerful abilities and works effectively in a team with the knight and summoner. They discuss how the priest is on the leaderboard, but must rely on special abilities since he cannot deal damage. Another player doesn't understand how a small team of 3 can already enter the Secret Kingdom 2 days after the server launch, although only large guilds are capable of this so far. The guys reason that the priest is definitely in a relationship with the night girl, who helped him level up so much. Chen and his team enter the Secret Kingdom, a bronze-level dungeon. Qingying doesn't understand why the gate didn't light up when they approached it. The protagonist orders his comrades to stand in 4 circles near the gate. The knight climbs onto the first circle, not yet understanding what will happen next. Tao asks who will stand on the 4th circle if there are only 3 people on their team. Chen suggests that she summon some beast to climb into the 4th circle. Xiaotian summons the yellow dog Dahong, who barks happily at his mistress. The dog stands on the last stone circle, activating the gate to the dungeon. The murky curtain of the gate disappears, revealing a graveyard with a group of level 10 skeletons. Qingying notices that the monster's abilities correspond to the 7 starting jobs of the players. Taio is unhappy that the skeleton summoner has a dead dog. Chen warns that the skeleton's strength is comparable to that of level 10 players. The girl knight is frightened that with such similar attributes, the skeletons must be very strong. But the summoner is confident that their master will deal with them in a second. The priest raises his staff and activates a group reverse healing skill. Skeletons take massive damage from his enhanced healing skills. The girls are excited that their leader can kill such powerful monsters so easily. Chen continues to deal damage and suddenly receives a message from the server. 2 strong players from major guilds want to buy the bloody sword that the protagonist recently put up for auction. Jianchen is pleasantly surprised by the popularity of his weapon dropped by the zombie boss. He thinks the auction will end in an hour, and attributes the excitement to the first passage through the secret kingdom. Skeletons continue to take massive damage from his healing skill. The protagonist grins slyly and wants to let buyers compete for his sword at auction. He decides not to do the secret kingdom quest until the auction is over and make a ton of money. Jianchen continues to attack the skeletons with healing spells. Their bodies drop 18 bronze tier weapons suitable for beginners. The protagonist notes that even if all these items are put up for sale and the prices for bronze weapons are reduced, silver quality equipment will not become cheaper. Tao explains to a shocked Qing Ying that for all the dropped pieces of equipment, their leader will be able to earn a huge amount of money. The summoner calls Chen a unique player, as he goes through the scenarios alone and essentially takes all the rewards for himself. The girls are worried that at this rate they will fall behind their leader and get stuck at lower levels. Jianchen tells his comrades to keep their mouths shut and stay away from the monsters so they don't get hurt. The next round of the Secret Realm introduces a new type of undead. Elder Guardians, level 10, who can turn invisible for one quick strike after taking fatal damage. Tao warns the guy that these monsters are very strong, and many players have died in clashes with them. Chen knows this is true, but starts attacking the enemy mobs again. Inverted healing spells deal high damage to monsters. The group skill hits the skeletons in an area while the priest thinks that he needs to act quickly and carefully. He notes that the main problem will be their invisibility skill, which activates once the skeleton's health drops below 10%. To counter this ability, Chen plans to allow them to initiate an attack to break their invisibility. He thinks that close combat is inevitable, but his teleport skill will help him quickly escape the attack. 4 enraged skeletons rush at Jianchen with weapons at the ready. Monsters activate their invisibility skill while in flight, forcing the priest to begin teleporting. The girls don't understand how their commander can break the enemy's invisibility if the damage from their attacks is higher than his entire health. Chen senses 4 invisible monsters approaching him. He uses his teleportation skill and dodges the blow at the last moment. The protagonist moves behind them and attacks with group healing again. Soon the skeletons die and leave behind a reward. A silver tier white jade bone shield, which increases defense and reduces incoming damage. The satisfied young man takes the shield for himself, calling it an item of the highest class. The girls look at him with loving eyes and admire Chen's abilities. Suddenly the earth itself shook, causing the trio to barely stay on their feet. Jianchen immediately understands the cause of this earthquake and looks towards the source of the vibration. A huge white hand emerges from the ground, symbolizing the arrival of another powerful monster. A local boss appears in front of the friends, an ancient infernal skeleton of the 10th level, possessing the skills of remote mana burning and a powerful blow with a debuff that is activated after reducing health by 10%. The skeleton calls himself the chief mage of the Imperial Court and is angry at the appearance of vandals desecrating his tomb. He passes the death sentence on Chen and prepares to carry it out. The priest and the girls stand right in front of the monster and wait for its first attack. Jianchen thinks that both of the boss's skills are very dangerous and will definitely be used against him. The skeleton activates a magic sphere, preparing to use a ranged skill. The protagonist calls his teammates and tells them to attack first, claiming that this boss is easy to defeat. Tao Xiaotian doesn't believe his words, considering the infernal skeleton to be the strongest boss on this server. Qingying obeys the order and raises his shield, preparing to repel enemy attacks. Chen thinks that the girls will be able to distract the skeleton's skill that burns mana at a distance, and he will handle the second ability himself. The priest believes that with the phantom boots, he can dodge the boss's second skill and begins his attack. The skeleton takes damage from the healer and screams angrily, threatening to kill all people in sight. Girls are once again amazed by the game's graphic effects and realistic atmosphere, allowing them to feel the pressure from the boss. Jianchen believes that in adulthood, such noise is too loud and harmful to health. The skeleton activates a combat skill and shoots towards the priest, but the protagonist successfully dodges the magical blow by stepping aside. Chen uses healing attacks again, enhancing them with his staff. The boss takes high damage again and continues to get loudly angry. Qingying rushes to the leader's aid, ready to protect him from enemy attacks. Tao summons his dog De Hong, ordering him to fight the skeleton. The knight and the dog attack the monster together, causing minor damage. The priest orders them to stand behind him and leave the rest of the fight to him. Jianchen plans to keep the girls at maximum distance from the monster, so that it will target them with its long-range skill. The infernal skeleton flies up and prepares to strike back. Tao receives his magical attack, reducing her health bar. Chen attacks the enemy with a reverse heal again, and waits for the enemy to use a second skill since his health has dropped by 10%. The boss continues to take high damage and charges his magic sphere again. He sends all the energy straight to Jian Chen standing in front of him. The guy manages to use teleportation and get out of the way of the attack. The copy he left behind received massive damage that would have killed Chen with one blow. The copy of the main character instantly dies from a huge amount of damage. Qingying is terrified by the possibility of the leader dying due to an enemy attack. The summoner calms her down by telling her about the copy of the master that was left behind. A satisfied Jian Chen appears in front of the girls, and the system shows the special ability of his phantom boots, the ability to create a copy of itself when attacking once every 3 minutes. Suddenly, a message from the auction popped up in front of Chen. The leading bid for the Great Bloody Sword was 20,000 gold. The cunning priest intends to hold off on killing the boss and wait until the auction ends in 20 minutes, until the new bid reaches the amount of 30,000 gold. There were 2.5 minutes left in the auction, and the last bid for the Great Blood Sword was 35,000 gold. In the temporary residence of the Kings of the World Guild, an unknown player is indignant that he still has not been able to buy a large bloody sword. This player turns out to be the guild president, Ba Ti Quanzhen. His beautiful assistant says that the sword is still up for auction, and its owner has not yet contacted any of the guilds. The president is sure that the sword's owner definitely wants to sell it for a higher price, and the latest bid is already 40,000 gold. Meanwhile, at the temporary residence of the Heavenly Court Guild, their president, Tai Daozhang Yanluo, asks how much the sword is worth now. His assistant Huogai Gudu replies that the last bid was already 55,000 gold, to which the president notes that this is only a level 10 weapon. Yanluo is confident that he can deal with the Secret Kingdom with this sword, and asks his assistant to monitor the auction to make sure he buys the sword. At the last second of the auction, Good's assistant managed to buy the sword for 60,000 gold. The joyful guild president wants to immediately go to the Secret Kingdom with the new weapon. Suddenly, a system message congratulates players Mortal, Qingying, and Tao Xiaotian for clearing the secret realm, which shocks Yanluo. The angry president breaks the table in a fit of rage and wants to find the three to punish them for completing the dungeon first. Meanwhile, in the Secret Kingdom, the defeated skeleton boss lies on the ground. Jian Chen increased his level to 11 and received a special status for completing the dungeon for the first time. With it, the chance of treasures dropping increases by 50%. Teammates congratulate the leader on leveling up and receiving a rank. The protagonist thinks that this title goes well with his buff to increase the quality of dropped items. From the killed boss, he receives a silver-level magic crystal ball, which increases intelligence by 20 points and adds the passive skill Double Spell, giving a chance for a double effect of each magic skill. The second item from the skeleton's body turns out to be a silver-level necklace of life force, which restores 4% of health per second in combat, and half as much outside of combat. The third drop was a silver-tier Ring of Fury, which increases attack and critical strike chance for warriors, assassins, and archers. The final item that dropped was a 3-star sealed skill book, which cannot be learned yet. Jinshin says that he can use the necklace and crystal ball, which will greatly increase the power of his spells. He considers the skill book to be a good thing, considering the rarity of 3-star books dropping. The protagonist is confident that he was able to obtain such equipment only thanks to Cupid's buff. He tells the girls that he has prepared 2 pieces of bronze-level equipment for them, to which his friends thank him. Qingying and Tao are happy that they can be more useful with their new equipment. The joyful girls hug each other, together admiring the generosity of their commander. Chen recalls that the trading house has a daily limit on the number of items on display that can be sold. The priest tells the girls that it is time to complete the quest and return to the village. A crowd of curious players had already gathered near the entrance to the Secret Kingdom. People are surprised that a small team was able to complete a difficult dungeon, and consider Qingying to be the leader of the group who helped weaker comrades complete the quest. The players surround the embarrassed knight and ask her to take a photo with them, pushing Chen and Tao aside. The priest and summoner move on while the other players continue to praise Qingying. The confused girl knight is left alone surrounded by fans and calls out for Chen and Tao. The protagonist jokingly calls her master, and says that they will wait for her in the village. The action moves to a village mansion in the middle of a village of newcomers. Jian Chen and his team stand in the lobby in front of the portal to another city. He asks the girls if they have any business left in the village, and if they are ready to leave, to which they answer positively. Chen activates a portal that teleports them to Jumu City. The Trinity stands in the center of the portal, beginning the process of moving to a distant city. The team finds themselves in the city square, and Qingying is amazed by the views. Tao says the place is one of the 32 second-tier cities, and admires the game's realistic graphics. Jinshin notes that one can teleport between major cities, or travel between them on foot after leveling up. The group heads to the main mansion to take on their first mission here. Inside the mansion, Chen orders the girls to look around, take on monster-slaying tasks, and look for hidden missions while he does his own thing. In one of the rooms of the mansion, Financial Secretary Qing Tai sits at a table with a bored look. Jianchen enters the room, first knocking on the door. Qingtai greets the adventurer and asks how he can help. Chen says he wants to rent a trading post, which arouses the secretary's keen interest. The inspired financier asks where he wants to open a store, and the priest replies that he intends to rent a place in a mansion. Qingtai gives his guest a diagram of shops for rent at prices ranging from 500 to 1,000 gold per month. The main character thinks that opening a shop will help him sell all the unnecessary things, bypassing the trading house's limits. He also thinks about his neighbor Xiaoruyer, who will soon need a store to sell clothes, and tells the secretary that he needs 6 premises at a rent of 1,000 gold per month. Qingtai is pleased with the cooperation with the rich man, and gives him a big discount, reducing the rent to 10,000 gold per year, to which Chen immediately agrees. The financial secretary happily celebrates the deal he has made as the protagonist walks out of his office. Next, Jian intends to find a mentor in the main city to unseal the skill book. He finds a door with the crest of a sword with angel wings and knocks on it, receiving permission to enter. In the room, he is greeted by the instructor of the middle-class priests, Evelyn, who offers her assistance. Embarrassed, Chen thinks she deserves to be a mentor with such big breasts. He hands her the skill book, asking her to print it out. Evelyn excitedly exclaims when she sees the skill book with 3 stars. She calls the guest impressive and demands 50 gold to unlock the book. Jianchen blushes and gives her the money, continuing to stare at her chest. Evelyn touches the book with her finger, unlocking the 3-star spell, Lesser Light Apocalypse, which creates a powerful healing hexagon with a radius of 20 meters. Chen is pleased to have received a second group skill, which lasts for 10 seconds with a 40-second cooldown. He uses the inversion talent on a new spell that deals massive damage to enemies within the skill's radius at 200% of its strength for 10 seconds. The protagonist thinks that while the spell is active, it is a damage field. He tries the skill on himself and is confident that he becomes invincible inside this field. Having finished his business, the priest intends to go to his teammates, who were supposed to hunt monsters. Suddenly, Qingying contacts him via chat and says that she found a hidden quest, Endless Challenge, which can be completed to get a lot of experience and new equipment. According to the knight, all players who failed to complete this difficult quest lost their weapons and experience points. Jianchen agrees to take the task, confident in his abilities with the new party skill. The action moves to the mansion of the main city of Manhwa, where the president of the guild Yahello is walking. The assistant catches up with him and says that in the city of Julu they found players who killed the boss of the secret kingdom, which attracts the attention of the president. The assistant talks about the strength of their small team with the female knight at the head, and says that it is dangerous to simply attack them. But Yahello is determined to punish the impudent ones who dared to go through the dungeon faster than him. He orders 300 guild members to be summoned to the city of Zelu to kill the team together. The assistant does not understand why so many people are being gathered, considering that they will charge 5 gold pieces per person to enter Juilu. But Yahello is determined to punish the all-powerful female knight and her subordinates in order to show the entire server the strength of the Heavenly Court Guild. The president also notes that the Immortals are not just a game, but refuses to explain further. Meanwhile, in the Julu mansion, Chen's team accepted the 10th level Endless Challenge quest, Challenge the Demon Realm Rift. The quest instructs players to travel to the Nightmare Forest and destroy the monsters near the rift, but all progress and experience gained will be lost if the quest is failed. Xingying says she accepted the quest, but didn't see the reward for it. The priest replies that the rewards will be double experience and a lot of equipment dropped by monsters. The team arrives at the Nightmare Forest and stands in front of the entrance to the rift of the Demon Realm. They go inside and receive a system message that they need to fight for 10 minutes to complete the task. Under a bright red sky inside the rift, the team approaches a huge floating crystal. It contains a level 10 demon with the ability to restore 5% of his health per second. Jianchen warns Qingying to use her shield more often when fighting monsters. He tells the knight to keep a tight defense and dodge attacks, trying to maintain her health. Tao calls herself useless in this quest, but Chen reassures her that a summoner's power only fully manifests after level 20. He tells Xiaotian to stand aside and not interfere while he and Qingying fight. Several more demons appear near the crystal, increasing the pressure on the knight. Qingying asks the leader for help, holding back the demon's attacks with the last of her strength. Chen encourages her by activating his staff and crystal ball. He uses his new skill, Lesser Light Apocalypse, creating a hexagon of reverse healing around himself. Demons take massive area of effect damage, overcoming their regeneration. Meanwhile, President Yahello and his fighters arrive in the city of Zelu. Locals are surprised by the arrival of hundreds of players from out of town. Other adventurers are confident that the arrival of such a large team in their city marks the beginning of something interesting. The action then moves to the real world, to a multi-story office building in the city of Lunteng. An unknown guy stands in front of capsules with players in virtual reality helmets and takes one of them out of the game to show him a new video on the official game forum. The captain of the Shunthu Club, Xiongthu Lengfeng, removes his helmet and expresses displeasure at being disturbed while creating monsters. Club member Wang Xiao shows him the latest news about hundreds of players arriving in Julu City. Lang Feng recognizes the Heavenly Court Guild and their president Yanluo, but does not understand why he brought so many fighters to one city. Wang Xiao talks about the team that first cleared out the Secret Kingdom, which Yanluo wants to take revenge on. The captain states that Taidaojian not only wants revenge, but also wants to demonstrate the power of his guild. He doubts that Yanluo can handle it alone and decides to go to Julu City as well. Wang Xiao supports the boss, confident in his intention to punish the arrogant Yanluo. But Lang Feng declares that he wants to personally destroy the team that killed the boss of the Secret Kingdom. At the same time, in the Rift of the Demon Realm, Jian Chen continues to kill monsters. His backpack is already filled with new equipment, which makes it impossible for him to fit another sword in it. Chen decides to free up some inventory space by using silver tier equipment to enhance the crystal ball. It combines a sharp longsword with a crystal ball, strengthening it by 10 units. He then fuses with boots of fast movement and other pieces of equipment. At the end, Chen uses the moon sword, filling the crystal ball's growth bar to the full and opening the possibility of upgrading it to gold level. After upgrading, he gains a gold tier crystal ball of the secret realm, greatly increasing his intelligence and giving 40% double damage. Chen is shocked by the high percentage of double damage, making him nearly invincible. King Ying runs towards him, pursued by a crowd of aggressive demons. The priest turns towards the danger and prepares to attack. He uses the crystal ball to cast the skill Lesser Light Apocalypse. Demons take massive damage and die within seconds. Qing Ying stops and exhales, having almost died during the chase. After the demons' bodies disappear, the bows and swords that fell from them remain on the ground. The night girl asks if this is the last group of monsters, to which Chen replies that it should be over by now. After 3 minutes, the main character increases his level to 12th. The girls carry weapons in their hands and declare that they too will soon be able to gain new levels. Qing Ying looks around and notices that no more monsters appear. A system message announces the mission is complete, prompting players to leave the rift. The knight wants to return to the city, but Jian Chen stops her. The surprised girls turn to the commander, not understanding his reason for staying. He says that the fight is not over yet, and the dark crystal begins to glow brightly. A level 10 winged demon appears next to him with the ability to jump towards the target to deal large amounts of damage over time. Chen calls it a silver tier elite monster that can drop gold equipment. The priest casts Lesser Light Apocalypse on a new enemy. The demon loses a lot of health and screams furiously, writhing in the air. He suddenly jumps towards the protagonist, trying to hit him with his special skill. Chen manages to dodge with a teleport, moving behind the monster. 30 seconds later, the demon falls down dead, surprising the girls with such a quick death. The monster's body drops a gold-level demon armor, which increases attributes, gives a self-healing skill, and is only suitable for warriors and knights. The demon also drops the Sigwang skirt blueprint, which, after studying, will allow tailors to sew excellent quality clothes. Jianchen suggests returning to the city to the approving cries of the girls. Half an hour later, Wang Xiao and Leng Feng from the Shunthu Club are discussing that the Heavenly Court Guild searched Julu City, but did not find those three, which meant they must be outside the city. Suddenly, the captain becomes serious as he sees Jian Chen and his crew approaching. The priest recognizes the members of the Shunthu Club and wonders why they are here. Lang Fang warns him that their team is being sought by people from the Heavenly Court Guild. Qing Ying wants to know who these people are, and Tao asks why the Heavenly Court is looking for them. Chen comes to the conclusion that Taidao President Zhang Yanluo bought his blood sword and now wants to take revenge on them for passing the Secret Kingdom. The protagonist tells the girls to find out the news after returning to the city, while he takes care of business in the mansion. The guy comes to the rented store and gives it a name, Treasure Pavilion. He places items of equipment on the shelves of the store, and the system automatically assigns a price to them. Having finished unloading the inventory, the young man thinks about Qing Ying, who was sent out to search for news. The girls send him messages that the Heavenly Court Guild has brought 300 people to kill them, and the World Kings, Dynasty, and Myth of Immortality guilds have also come for their heads. Jian Chen is intrigued by the number of people who came after them. He plans to take on a new quest during which he will be able to deal with hostile players. The priest comes to a bar south of Qingxi Alley, where a man in a green suit sleeps at a table. He turns out to be the city president and wonders how Chen knows about his status. The protagonist calls his arrival a blessing from God, not wanting to reveal that he remembered the president from his past life. The president declares that he is ready to help the new arrivals and gives Chen a limited assignment to the city of Julu. According to the quest conditions, you need to go to the land of Ash, get the heart from the fiery stone monster, and bring it to the president. Since Jian Chen found the president first, he gives the player a bonus piece of advice. Don't mess with the Flame King. The guy thanks the president and prepares to make his next move. Meanwhile, Yanluo and other players also receive a system message about the start of a limited quest. The guild president is happy about the new quest, and the opportunity to show the strength of his fighters. President Quan Zhen of the World Kings Guild is also pleasantly surprised by the interesting task. Yahello and Quan Zhen intend to complete a limited quest and raise their guilds in the game rankings. The action moves to the Land of Ash north of Julu City, where the fire beast made of level 10 stone live. Yahello leads a group of players, urging them to complete the task quickly before the other guilds arrive soon. The assistant asks the president if he still wants to take revenge on that team for the Secret Kingdom. The president says to forget about them for the duration of the limited quest. Suddenly, Quan Zhen and his group of players from the World Kings Guild emerge from the fog and greet Yahello. President Yahello reiterates to Quan Zhen that he has stopped hunting for that team for the duration of the mission. He makes a sarcastic joke about Quan Zhen reminding him of his recent purchase of a bloody sword for a huge sum of money. Before leaving, Quan Zhen advises his opponent to start fighting the monsters first if they want to get the best rewards. Other players are cautiously watching the conflict between the leaders of major guilds. Captain Leng Feng convinces his comrades not to worry about other people's conflicts and to focus on the quest. Meanwhile, deep in the Land of Ash, Jin Chen and his comrades were walking, avoiding encounters with monsters the entire way. To Tao's surprised question, he replies that the limited quest is a distraction, and their real target stands before them. The Flamestone King of the 15th level. The huge molten monster has the skills of Stone Spikes, Lava Rain, and Fire Life, which allows him to restore health for killed enemies. The monster calls itself the King of Fire and promises to burn players who disturb its sleep. Qingying trembles in fear, once again noting the game's overly realistic graphics. A frightened Tao asks the leader how they can help him in the battle. Jin Chen is about to take the boss away, and orders the girls to climb into his pit and get a piece of fire crystal from there, which must then be broken on command. The protagonist begins to attack the enemy, calling on the monster to follow him. The boss takes damage from a healing spell and goes into an absolute rage. He leaves his hole and rushes after Chen, who is running through the forest. The girls seize the moment and run to the pit to carry out the commander's order. At the bottom of the pit, they find the crystal of the King of Firestones. If it is broken, the monster will lose its power for half an hour. Tao reports to Chen about the successful capture of the crystal, while the boy runs through the forest from an enraged monster. He leads the Fire King straight to a group of other players and runs past them. A player named Tenting claims that the Heavenly Court Guild controls this area. Suddenly, his squad notices an angry monster standing in front of them. Tenting orders President Yahello to be informed about the boss's appearance and ignores the escaped priest. A pleased Chen watches as the enemy guild members engage in battle with the fire monster. He doesn't intend to interfere and wants to watch his enemy's eagerness to get gold gear for killing the boss. Before the fight, the guy decides to help them a little and orders the girls to break the crystal. After the firestone was destroyed, the boss stopped burning and became a simple stone beast. Tenten rejoices and prepares to fight the weakened monster, waiting for the president to arrive. In another part of the forest, Yahello is killing mobs with his bloody sword. Suddenly, he receives a message from his subordinates who require help in fighting the 15th level boss. The president orders the rest of the team to go with him to fight the boss, wanting to be the first to clear the location this time. Quan Zhen notices Yahello leaving and decides to follow him with his group. The vice president of the Heavenly Vice Guild named Qi Shi also sends his people to follow the departed guilds. Other players see that all the big guilds have gone in one direction and decide to follow them, anticipating something interesting. Players from all over the forest are moving towards one area, where a fierce battle with a weakened boss is taking place. Tenten and his comrades continue to fight the stone monster while waiting for reinforcements to arrive. His friend advises him to hold on, noting the enemy's health bar falling. Tenten notices President Yahello running towards him at the head of a large group of players. The president says that many people from other guilds have gathered around, watching the fight. His comrade Wanfa Guizong suggests that they are waiting for the right moment to finish off the dying boss and take all the spoils for themselves. Yahello orders his men to join forces with other guilds' teams to clear the field and be ready to stab them in the back. President Quan Zhen arrives, declaring that his guild also has the right to fight the boss. The other players from the Sunthu Club support him, not wanting to let the Skyyard Guild take all the fun away. Yahello expresses his hatred towards Zunth while his comrade asks about his future plans. The president orders a massive attack on the weakened stone boss. The monster takes a lot of damage from multiple attacks from all sides. Qingying and Tao watch the battle from afar, surprised by the large number of people. Jin Chen, who arrived in time, agrees with Tao that he wants to use the boss to destroy the Heavenly Court. He advises to take a closer look at the monster itself, which continues to fiercely fight with the players. Xiaotian remembers that he has a Fire Life skill that allows him to gain a power boost for every player he kills. Chen notes that the more enemies attack the Fire King, the stronger he will become. Tao realizes the commander's plan is to allow other players to build up the boss as much as possible, so that he can drop the best gear later. The priest confirms her words, praising his friend for her intelligence. He reminds that half an hour has almost passed since the destruction of the crystal, and the boss will soon return his fiery powers. The monster continues to roar under the player's blows, and its health drops to 30%. After a few seconds, it lights up again with a bright flame and enters the battle with renewed vigor. Yahello shouts at his comrades to retreat as the boss activates his skills. Players try to escape, but many die due to rock spikes and lava attacks. Yahello requires you to retreat for the duration of the skill, and then attack the enemy again. Suddenly he notices the Fire Life skill, with which the monster begins to restore its health. The boss becomes stronger, much to the displeasure of the president of the Heavenly Court. Behind Yahello, his fellow assassin appears, agreeing to the plan to surround the monster and attack from all sides. The player is convinced that joint efforts will help to overcome even such an opponent. The president declares that 200 fighters of his guild are here, and demands that all present obey him. Langfang agrees to his demand, creating a union channel for communication. Quanzhen also acknowledges Yahello's leadership, trusting him to coordinate the battle. Yahello orders the knights to step forward and use their shields to block enemy attacks, and tells the warriors to attack. Players follow orders by creating a formation to defend and attack. Multiple warriors use attack skills together to deal damage to the monster. The boss's health drops by 5%, inspiring the fighters to continue the attack. Yahello commands the mages and archers to stay away, and the healers to support the warriors and knights. The boss's health continues to drop, causing him to prepare to use an attack skill. The knights successfully defend themselves by following the guild president's commands. Yahello is pleased with the progress of the battle, and is confident that the fire monster will soon be defeated. Near the battle site, Qingying tells Chen that the players will kill the boss soon, but he disagrees. Tao suggests that it's because the monster's second skill deals a lot of damage. Jianchen refutes her guess, stating that she can only guess. Xiaotian notices that the boss's attack speed has become much faster, making it increasingly difficult for players to dodge his attacks. The priest reminds the girls about the Fire Life skill, which not only restores the monster's health, but also enhances its combat abilities. He states that with enough power-up, the monster will evolve from silver to gold. The girls are shocked that the Fire King can actually rise to the gold level. They understand the full scope of their leader's plan, to allow other players to strengthen the monster as much as possible in order to then kill it and take the best rewards. Meanwhile, the boss's health drops to 9% under the constant barrage of player attacks. Yahello is confident of a quick victory, and orders everyone to prepare for the next attack. The fighters are determined and follow the commands of the guild president. The boss's health drops to 2%, after which he lights up with a bright light. The players squint and don't understand what's happening, but they see that the monster's health is increasing again. The Flamestone King has evolved to gold level and is ready for a new battle. It spews out streams of scorching magma, destroying the forest and killing slow-witted players. The surviving people try to escape, avoiding the magmatic fires. Jianchen and his team head towards the boss, preparing to enter the game. Tao asks if it's too dangerous to go into battle when many players from the guilds are still alive. The protagonist is confident in his ability to deal with the guilds if they attack. Yahello continues to fight the monster while his comrades flee the battlefield. The assistant suggests retreating, seeing no opportunity to defeat the monster with fully restored health. The president refuses to accept defeat despite the monster's strengthening. While he is thinking about retreating, the Flame Rock King shoots magma at him. The assistant tries to protect him, but is unable to block the attack. A powerful explosion covers Yahello, dealing massive damage to him. On the brink of death, he sees a team of 3 people confidently approaching the boss. The dying president doesn't understand why 3 players are going to a gold-level monster. Jianchen notices that the monster is more resistant to attacks than he imagined. Qingying confirms his words while Tao gloats over Yahello's death. The priest orders his comrades to clear the field, and suddenly notices a stranger's presence. He threatens to kill the observers if they come any closer while they are filming him on camera. The observers turn out to be reporters Yang Chai and Yinzhou, who were hiding in a tree. Yansai suggests continuing to film, hoping to capture the battle of the famous trio. His friend advises him to keep his distance, not wanting to die at the hands of Jianchen. She is confident that she can make a great report by watching the priest's team prepare for battle. They catch up with the gold-level Flamestone King, who has received a new skill, Magma Earth, which deals massive area damage. Tao warns that with such an ability of the monster, the fight will be much more difficult. Chen decides to get the boss's attention by ordering the girls to stay away from enemy attacks. Qingying is shocked by the protagonist's confidence in being willing to fight such an enemy alone. The priest activates the skill Lesser Light Apocalypse as the first attack. The monster notices him, taking high damage from the healing spell. Cursing foully, he heads towards the new enemy. The protagonist dodges the attack by jumping to the side. Jianchen deals constant damage per second to the enemy, and figures that he can kill the boss in about 20 minutes. He continues to attack with healing skills enhanced by the crystal ball. Qingying is surprised that the damage Chen deals is comparable to the combined attack power of the losing players. After a noticeable decrease in health, the boss activates the Stone Spike skill. The priest quickly dodges the sharp rocks that emerge from the ground. The knight admires Chen's calmness, comparing it to the frightened players who fought the boss before. Tao explains that the appearance of the spikes can be predicted by small cracks in the ground, helping Jian Chen to dodge in time. The protagonist activates the Healing Light skill, attacking the enraged monster again. He continues to dodge the Flame King's attacks, preventing him from restoring his health with his Fire Life skill. Tao claims that the large number of players only makes the fight against this boss more difficult. The monster's health drops to 83% and continues to decrease. Chen prepares to dodge the enemy's next skill, Lava Rain. He quickly runs away from the powerful streams of magma thrown down by the Fire King. Qingying is amazed by his speed, and Tao is confident that the boss will soon be defeated. The priest reduces the monster's life to 70%, which causes his new skill, Magma Land, to activate. The Flame King continues to spew magma, taking damage from healing spells. Jianchen runs away from the magma flows and thinks that the gold-tier Flamestone King is no longer dangerous when he can no longer restore health from killing enemies. The protagonist uses a healing attack again, continuing the fierce battle. The boss spits fire in a rage, trying to catch the elusive enemy with his magma. The lava burns the surrounding trees, causing severe damage to the forest. Reporters crept closer to get a better view of the battle. A female reporter looks into the thick of the battle and is shocked by what she sees. The boss dies from Chen's final attack, as confirmed by the system message. Qingying jumps for joy, congratulating the commander on his victory. Jin Chen's level increases to 15, raising his stat points. A fire crystal falls from the monster's body, the energy of which is equal to the power of 1,000 hearts of firestones. Another dropped item is the Demon Eater's Robe, which increases mana by 1,000 units and grants the Magic Shield skill. The third reward is the Lightning Staff, which significantly increases the power of spells and slows enemies for a second. The last to drop is the Skill Godstone with 3 stars, which allows you to improve your skills. Chen is shocked by the awards he received and the amount of money he earned. Zhang Chen equips the Demon Eater Robe and Lightning Staff, commenting on the useful properties of the new equipment. He especially likes the mantle's magical shield, which can trigger multiple times when continuously taking damage. Next, he begins to study the 3-star skill stone, which can usually only be obtained by players above level 20. The main character is sure that he won't be able to sell it now, so he will have to use it himself. He applies the stone to his Lesser Light Apocalypse skill, increasing its radius by 5 meters and its power by 50%. Chen tells the happy girls that it's time to return to the city, and he thinks about who he can test his improved skill on. He remembers the hiding journalists, but decides to ignore them. The journalist notes the priest's superior power as her partner suggests they leave. They head to the city, hoping to be the first to spread the news across the server about Chen's team's victory over the gold-tier boss. After some time, players from all over the world see on their computer monitors a video of the murder of the boss, who was destroyed by Zhang Chen. The action moves to the night city of Juilu, where the protagonist went with his friends. Chen tells her friends that she will go to the president to complete the quest, and in the meantime they can look around and look for new tasks. A guy walks into the mayor's office and declares that he wants to complete the quest. The president greets him and asks how many stones he brought. The priest shows the king's red heart, which shocks his interlocutor. The president notes that such a valuable item cannot be given an ordinary reward. Zhang Chen smiles and asks for each of his team to receive a book about the mysterious job change. The president is shocked by such a proposal, especially the demand to give 3 books at once. He confidently asserts that the entire city will not be able to find 3 such books. Chen continues to beg for the books, demanding them as a reward for his incredible efforts in killing the Flamestone King. The president states that at best he will be able to find only 1 book on changing jobs, and will give his comrades books of growth and blessings. The priest, with a shining gaze, agrees to such a generous offer. The irritated president gives him the bag with the treasured books and demands that he leave his office. Pleased, Chen receives a book for changing jobs, a book of water growth to increase experience, and a book of blessing for the city of Julu, allowing him to be exempted from trial once a day. He sends a message to Tao Xiaotian and asks her to check the situation in the Heavenly Court Guild. The protagonist intends to get even with the president of Taidao, Zhang Yanluo, from the Heavenly Court Guild. Qingying talks about the video of the boss's murder appearing online, which enraged the president of the Heavenly Court, and Tao found his messages on the forum about his imminent revenge on Chen's team. An excited knight suggests putting the Heavenly Court Guild, which is causing so many problems for everyone, in its place. But Zhang Chen refuses her help and tells the girls to stay in the mansion. He plans to meet the guild squad alone, confident in his abilities. In another building in Julu City, an unknown player reports to Yanluo that the priest has left the mansion. The president is surprised that the enemy does not take their guild seriously, since he dared to go out alone. He orders 50 men to be gathered and brought to Chen, expecting to deal with him personally. The president's assistant undertakes to carry out the order and show the enemy the strength of their guild. The action moves to the main street of the city, where a group of players were tracking Chen and entered a dead-end alley. The members of the Heavenly Court Guild decide to find the priest, who should be somewhere nearby. Zhang Chen comes out from around the corner, greeting his pursuers. The president's assistant recognizes the priest from the Land of Ash who fought the final boss. He is angered by Chen's plan that led the boss to their guild losing the fight against such a strong opponent. The protagonist claims that their weakness and inability to defeat the boss are not his problems. The assistant continues to get angry, and says that it's time for Chen to pay for his prank on the boss. He activates the Fire Blast spell with a shout that will send the priest to the newbie village. His guildmates also go on the offensive, and the mages and archers prepare to carry out a series of ranged attacks on the priest. Chen notices that now is the perfect time to test his improved skill. The priest casts Lesser Light Apocalypse, creating a seal with a radius of 25 meters. All hostile players are placed within the spell's area of effect. Enemies take high damage per second, rapidly losing their health. The presidential aide cannot believe what is happening and screams in indignation. At the last moment before his death, he thinks that this should not have happened. Zhangchen notes that in order to fully test all the new abilities, you will have to look for monsters. Suddenly, he notices one enemy player who is outside the range of his healing skill. The surviving enemy states that they are in a safe city zone, and the guards will punish him for the attack. Chen doesn't worry about the possible consequences, and activates a healing skill on the remaining enemy. The enemy dies, having time to shout about the imminent arrival of the guards and severe punishment. A squad of city guards approaches the priest, explaining the prohibition of the use of force within the city, and the death penalty as a punishment for breaking the law. The protagonist uses the skill from the Book of Blessing of the City and cancels the trial. The captain of the guard apologizes for the disturbance, recognizing the culprit as Mr. Mortal. The guard leaves, asking Chen not to create such situations again. The protagonist regrets that the skill only allows him to be released from court once a day and hopes to come up with something. Before changing his profession, he decides to go to the grocery store to buy a few bottles of mana and 2 teleportation stones. Half an hour later, he returns to the city mansion, where he places the acquired equipment on the shelves of his store and puts the best demon armor up for auction. The guy uses the book on changing profession and activates the corresponding quest. He receives the quest The Red Flame Disaster. Now he needs to go to the ancient land of Qian and find the rebel Yindi, who will give further instructions on the quest. Chen recalls that in his past life, the Qian aborigines suddenly revolted, destroyed the main city, and killed many players. The rebellion then spread to other major cities. The game system failed to launch a special mission to eliminate the disaster, and subsequently, the fiery city was abandoned. The protagonist thinks that someone then took on this special mission, but failed, which led to the destruction of the fiery city. Suddenly, he receives a system message. The player dancing in the moon has removed the seal from Mount Qian and started the quest resisting monsters in the fiery city. The action moves back 10 minutes to the land of Qian, where a female player stands in front of a large crystal. She turns out to be a killer with the nickname Dancing in the Moon, who broke the crystal pillar of spell corruption that held back the monsters of the abyss. She touches the cracked crystal, and the system informs her that once the pillar is completely destroyed, the monsters will break out and attack the city. The crystal cracks, triggering a quest to resist monsters in the fiery city. The killer receives system messages that monsters and several bosses will appear soon. 50 attribute points will be given as a reward for completing the quest, and a fine will be assigned for failing to complete the task. The girl thinks that the task will be too difficult for most level 15 players, and if a gold level boss appears, they will definitely lose everything. She states that she cannot allow herself to be penalized for failing a task. Not wanting to just give up, the killer decides to go to the forum and read about the experiences of other players. On the site, she finds shocking news that a team of 3 people killed a gold level boss. After confirming that someone has achieved high combat power, the girl takes out her weapon and strikes the crystal. The crystal pillar is finally destroyed, which activates a special task. A huge clot of dark energy appears in the land of Qian, from where powerful monsters will soon emerge. The action returns to the city of Julu, where Chen's team reads the description of a new quest. In 12 hours, monsters will emerge from the gate, and in 24 hours the gate will be completely sealed. The main task is to destroy the monsters before the destruction of 9 cauldrons. The reward is not exactly known, and failure of the mission will result in a reduction in the attributes of all participants by 20%. Tao Xiaotian contacts Zhang Chen, confirming acceptance of the quest. The protagonist thinks that although there was no such task in his past life, now it has appeared very conveniently and will help him change his profession. He sends a message to his comrades that they should gather at the city teleportation point tomorrow at 7 in the morning. A half-naked Zhang Chen takes off his VR headset, tired from playing for so long. He feels hungry and wants to go to the store to buy food. Sharuyer knocks on his room door and invites the guy to dinner when he finishes playing. Chen gets dressed and asks through the door how the neighbor knew he had finished playing. She replies that she noticed a light in his room and demands that he be reasonable and eat properly, even if he makes a lot of money from games. Sharuyer leaves, after inviting the guy to come downstairs and eat together. Zhang Chen coquettishly asks if there is really food downstairs. The neighbor turns around and excitedly flirts with him, playing with the guy's feelings. An excited Chen asks if she really wants something more. Ruyer says it was just a joke, and again demands that he come down for dinner. The next day, near the city's teleportation point, a crowd of players surrounded Qingying and Tao, offering the knight to join their guilds. The girls are unhappy with this attention, while other players continue to invite them to their place, considering Qingying a professional and the winner of the gold boss. Suddenly, Tao notices Jian Chen approaching and joining the game. The priest walks towards them through a group of noisy players and asks what is going on. Qingying explains about the invitations to the best guilds and does not understand why they come to her. Chen advises not to pay attention and prepare to go to the fiery city. The action moves to the Fire City, built up with majestic buildings in the medieval style. Zhang Chen arrives in the city through a teleportation point with his comrades and other players. As they walk down the street, Qingying admires the city's design and the white jade pavilions. The protagonist tells his friend that they will first go to the land of Qian, and they can explore the city later. According to Chen, in order to enter the land of Qinyan, they will have to cross the Desert of Death. After some time, they walk through a desert filled with sand and stones. Qingying and Tao wonder if there will be any difficulties in crossing the desert. Their leader says it won't be easy, and the dice to the left of them belong to the unlucky players. The action shifts to a group of 3 players standing in the middle of the desert. They are attacked by a level 15 deathworm that suddenly emerges from the sand. Zhang Chen warns her friends about the dangers of deathworms, which are excellent at camouflage. The girls don't like the prospect of encountering sandworms. Soon the team comes to a large white arch with the inscription, Qian Land. Other players had already reached there, having also successfully crossed the desert. Here, 2 recent journalists find themselves, having come for sensational news about the largest mission on the server. A girl with the nickname Dancing Under the Moon stands to the side and waits for the team of 3 players who have defeated the golden boss to appear. Suddenly she notices the arrival of those people she has been expecting for a long time. Zhang Chen and her friends pass through the arch, entering the ancient land of Qian. The guy is not impressed by the views of the deserted, empty city. Qingying states that the place seems abandoned, and the priest hums approvingly in response. Chen notices a foreign presence behind him and turns around to face the other player. It turns out to be the killer girl, surprised by his sensory abilities. The priest asks about the intentions of the girl following them. The killer replies that he wants to cooperate in completing the quest she started. In exchange for cooperation, she offers to share additional information about the task. Chen asks what her conditions are for handing over the valuable information. The girl puts forward 2 conditions: to allow her to become a member of the team and a temporary leader, to whom everyone will obey for the duration of the quest. The protagonist refuses such demands, and his girlfriends consider his new acquaintance to be too arrogant. The killer states that together, they will have a better chance of successfully completing the mission. But the main character is convinced that he can complete the quest himself without additional information. He says goodbye to the girl and moves on, waving his hand at the end. The killer thinks he's crazy, but calls out to the guy again. She offers to pass on useful information if they allow her to join their group. Chen agrees to take her in, but demands that she obey him as her unconditional leader. The assassin officially joins the team, and Jian Chen asks her for valuable information. She tells him about the existence of sealed doors as part of the quest. There are several sealed gates in the land of Qian, from which monsters will soon begin to emerge. There are 9 copper gates, 3 silver gates, and 1 gold gate. Every hour a door will open in order of increasing monster strength. The first sealed gate will open in half an hour, which is why the killer demands to hurry. Qingying reminds her that she is not the leader of the squad and cannot give orders. The killer remarks that he does not want to fail the server's mission, and returns to talking with Chen. She says that after opening the sealed door, not only monsters but also demonic energy will come out of it. People infected with this energy will not be able to restore health, and in the event of death, their attributes will be reduced depending on the level of devilish energy. Bronze will reduce attributes by 10%, silver by 20%, gold by 40%, so it's best to stay away from sealed gates. Zhang Chen interrupts her, asking when she will finish her report. The killer tells about an important item, demon fragment suppression, which can temporarily close the sealed door. According to her, such items are scattered around Mount Qian, and it may take time to find them. Chen claims to have known about this, and asks for the exact location of the sealed doors. The killer shows a map that she can use to take them there at any time. The priest says that first he needs to go to the nearest village. The killer is angry that he doesn't want to go with her now, even after receiving useful information. The team soon reaches the village of Wumen, where Chen asks a local old man about a man named Yindi. The old man replies that yesterday he was taken to the dungeon of the Holy City. The protagonist is surprised by the unexpected turn of events, considering that the quest led him here. The guy quickly recognizes the lie and decides to check everything himself. He asks the old man where Yindi lives and gets the address of his wooden house at the end of the village. Chen tells the team to wait for him in the village while he inspects the house. The assassin is outraged that they keep delaying the mission and wasting her time. Qingying sarcastically remarks that she came to their team of her own free will. Tao Xiaotian calls her sister Yue and suggests that she leave the group if she is uncomfortable. Yue decides to stay, but in her mind she wonders if they should really obey the priest. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen enters Yindi's house, where he is supposedly hiding. Inside the house, the hero loudly tells him to come out, knowing of his presence nearby. The rebel Yindi comes out of the closet and asks Chen if he is a traveler from another land. The protagonist states that he came to this village only to help him. Yindi trusts his new friend and asks him to deliver a sealed letter to a certain Lisan. Chen receives an update on his current quest. Now he must go to the palace of the sacred city of Scarlet Flame and give the letter to the servant of the Holy Lord Lisan. The guy returns with the team and announces that they are heading to the city of Scarlet Flame. Yue is unhappy with this development and demands an immediate explanation. She takes out a dagger and says that her mission will begin soon and there is no time to do side quests. Zhongchen says that the first sealed gate is bronze level and their presence there will not change the situation. He states that he has a more important task and wants to continue on to the city of Scarlet Flame. Yu blocks his passage, holding a dagger in front of him as a threat. She demands that he prove that it was not in vain that she gave him all that information about the gate. Chen doesn't seem impressed, but is willing to prove his strength if necessary. He grabs her hand with the dagger and locks it in a hold from behind, much to the assassin's surprise. She tries to break free, but accidentally hits her buttocks on his belt. A blushing Yue demands to be released, unable to escape the grip. Chen lets the girl go, commenting that she asked for this. Yu says he wants to see proof of his strength in a real fight. Chen offers her to leave the team and go to the gate alone, and he will pay for her reconnaissance. He tells Qingying and Tao Xiaotian to go on their way, but suddenly notices the presence of reporters. A couple of journalists take off their disguises to greet the insightful priest and his friends. The journalist calls herself a server worker and says that she met Chen by chance in this village. Her colleague thinks that she herself followed the guy to this place, considering him the main character of their new video. The priest recalls that they were the ones hiding in that forest during the battle with the gold-level boss. The journalist claims that she only wants to film new material. Zhang Chen suggests using their official account to advertise his shop, Treasure Pavilion, where he sells gold-tier equipment. The journalist is shocked by such an offer and information about high-level equipment for sale. A minute later, the journalists finished their commercial and were left standing there in confusion, feeling used. Chen asks Yue's assassin what she plans to do while they are on their way to Scarlet Flame City. The girl says that the monsters from the first gate have already attacked the players, and also reminds that they need to kill all the monsters before they destroy the 9 cauldrons. Zhongchen reminds that there are tens of thousands of players participating in the quest, who will definitely be able to hold off the attack of bronze-level monsters. When asked about the location of the Demon City Gate, Yue replies that it is located at the foot of the mountain to the east, 10 minutes away from the nearest sealed gate. Chen wonders if thousands of players will be able to stop the gate monsters that will reach the city in 10 minutes. Yue reminds that only she, as the one who started the quest, receives system messages about the appearance of monsters. Zhang Chen realizes that all the players are currently killing monsters on Mount Qian, and will miss a few enemies near the city, so they need to go there. Yu leaves the team and announces that she will wait for him at Mount Qian, also adding herself to his friend's chat. The suddenly blushing girl asks the protagonist if he is sure he won't let her down. The priest is taken aback by such a question from his new girlfriend. In his thoughts, he notes her beauty, preparing to come to her aid at the right moment. Qingying is furious and wants to beat up the brazen killer who is seducing Zhang Chen. 10 minutes later, the team arrives at the entrance to the sacred city of Scarlet Flame. Qingying is surprised to see such a beautiful building in this deserted area. Chen looks at the guards and thinks that it won't be easy for them to get inside. The guards block the priest's passage, declaring that entry into the Holy Lord's palace is by invitation only. The protagonist replies that he has come to see Mrs. Lisan, to whom he must deliver a letter. The guard asks to wait while he reports the arrival of the traveler. Zhang Chen exhales and thinks that Lisan seems to have a high status in the holy city. A few minutes later, the guard returns to him and invites him to go into the garden, where Lisan is waiting for him. Chen passes through the guard post into the inner part of the sacred palace. The guards block Qingying and Tao's entrance, allowing only the one delivering the letter to enter. The protagonist walks past a group of soldiers and thinks that with such security, Yindi would definitely not be able to get in here. Soon he reaches the garden, where Mrs. Lisan asks him about the letter. She extends her hand and unceremoniously demands that he give her the letter. Chen hands her a sealed envelope, asking if she knows the sender. Lee-sun takes the letter and replies that it can only be Yindi. She reads the letter with a heavy gaze and notices that Yindi would definitely be able to hide from the guards. The priest notes that Lee-sun does not seem to have any feelings for Yindi. Lee-sun looks at Chen angrily and asks if he is Yindi's friend. The guy reassures her that he is just a traveler doing tasks. Lee-sun smiles and offers him a mission that he should be able to easily complete. She demands that he kill Yindi, but a system message suggests that his death will result in the failure of the career change quest. Zhang Chen is surprised by the cruel heart of this beautiful woman. He hesitates to answer, not wanting to fail his quest or anger Lee-sun. Deciding to find a way out of the situation, he smiles and accepts the task of killing Yindi. Lee-sun is pleased with his decision, and the system reports the acceptance of a new quest, with a reward of 1,000 gold coins. Chen also gets a continuation of the main quest to change profession. Leave the holy city and tell Yindi about Lee-sun. As he leaves the garden, he compares Lee-sun to a tiger who would kill him if he refused to take on her task. The protagonist speeds up, wanting to quickly return to his comrades and complete the mission. As he leaves the garden, he notices a flower in the grass, withering for unknown reasons. Chen wonders if this marked flower is a mission prop. Based on his many years of gaming experience, he decides to dig up the flower and take it with him. The boy returns to Wumen village and knocks on the door of Yindi's house. An excited rebel opens the door and greets Zhang Chen. He asks the traveler if his letter reached Lee-sun. The priest answers positively, but says that Lee-sun ordered him to be killed. Yindi cannot believe the betrayal of Lee-sun, who had previously saved him and vowed to be with him for the rest of her life. Chen is surprised by such revelations, noting that the Lee-sun from the boy's story is different from the one he met. Yindi says that a month ago he confessed his love to Lee-sun and she let him into the holy city. But yesterday a strange woman suddenly appeared on his bed. Then security guards burst into the room, accused Yindi of rape, and decided to bring him to trial, forcing the guy to go into hiding. Yindi says that he wrote the whole truth in the letter and cannot believe that Lee-sun wants to kill him. Chen asks if he thought that Lee-sun was the one who orchestrated this whole plot in the first place. The priest recalls that the unrest in the land of Qian began when the Holy Master was bewitched by a demon, which may have something to do with Lee-sun's personality change. He asks Yindi what unusual thing he saw when he was in the holy city. The boy recalls that while patrolling the sacred palace, he noticed a dead sunflower and reported it to Lee-sun. Zhang Chen takes out a dug-up flower in a jar that he found in the palace garden. He asks if this flower looks like that dead sunflower. Yindi and Chen look at the jar of soil and the wilting flower, puzzled. Yindi says that the soil of this flower exudes a dusty aura and gives off a strange aroma that is not typical of the land of Qian. He asks the traveler to take him to the Forest of Love at the foot of Mount Qian, so that he can neutralize the aura of the soil with his cold. The protagonist accepts a new assignment to escort Yindi. After some time, they arrive at the foot of the Red Mountain Qian. Zhang Chen doesn't understand how this place can be a forest of love without trees. Yindi tells him to wait and activates the blue magic seal. The glowing symbol reveals a magical forest of love with snow-covered trees. Yindi says that 15 years ago, Yang Changfeng came here to practice and fell in love with a local girl, but was forced to leave her due to the illness of the ruler of his city. Qingying admires the snow and beautiful textures of the Forest of Love. Yindi continues that this forest is Yang Changfeng's final gift to his beloved, who grew up in the land of Qian and never saw snowflakes. Tao Xiaotian catches a large snowflake and admires the romance of this story. Zhang Chen recalls that in his past life, Yang Changfeng was the ruler of a city and mastered the elements of fire and ice. Yindi finishes the story of how the girl went through many trials, became the lord of the Holy Land of Scarlet Flame and hid this place. Qingying and Tao are saddened by the sad ending of the romantic story. The priest remembers how in a past life the destruction of the city happened because of the Holy Lord, and tries to understand how the love story he heard is connected with this. Chen suggests that they finish the stories and start cleansing, to which Yindi agrees. The guy uses a cold spell to cleanse the jar of earth, which should take him about 5 hours. Tao Xiaotian is surprised that they have to wait for so long next to Yindi. She tells Chen that they don't have time and shows a message from the forum. Some player accidentally broke the remaining seal, which increased the speed of the gate opening. Now new gates will open every half hour, and the 4th gate will appear soon. Tao cites data from the forum that after the silver and gold level gates open, strong monsters will most likely destroy the 9 cauldrons. Zhang Chen tells Yindi to continue the purification while he goes about his business. The team heads to Mount Qian to fight the monsters from the gate. Meanwhile, in the Holy Palace, a guard reports to Lee-sun that Chen lingered in the garden before leaving. The woman thinks angrily that she will still have to meet that cunning traveler. Suddenly, a magical seal appears underneath her and Lee-sun flies up. The action moves to Mount Qian, where players fight monsters. They notice Jian Chen's team approaching, immediately recognizing them as the winners of the gold boss. The player with the sword rejoices at the arrival of the heroes, and says that he had already begun to lose hope for their appearance. Another player tells of members of the Heavenly Court Guild who recently tried to take revenge on them for humiliation and lost. The mage player comments that he would like to see this spectacle. Chen's team enters the territory of Mount Qian and receives a system message. They need to kill as many monsters as possible and earn points to get better rewards. Qingying asks the commander what they will do next. Zhang Chen sends a message to Moondancer, telling him who he wants to meet to complete a quest together. Yu replies that he is near the 9th cauldron and is fighting the bosses from the 4th gate. The team soon finds Yue among the corpses of fallen wolves. They run towards her, preparing for the upcoming battle. The killer notices that they arrived quickly, and she expected them to appear at the closing of the last door. Together, they head towards a group of players fighting wolves. The system displays a message that the 5th and 6th doors will soon open at once due to the large number of monsters destroyed. The protagonist is surprised that 2 gates will be unsealed at the same time. A warrior player yells that he is out of mana and asks for help while fighting off wolves. Chen's team encounters a group of angry monsters running towards them. Yu suggests that the priest retreat, confident that he has no offensive capabilities. Zhang Chen refuses to leave, preparing to show her his magical power. He takes the staff and uses the heal spell on the enemy. The wolf has 5,000 units of health and loses a 5th of his life from the priest's attack. Chen orders Qingying to gather all the wolves in one place through her defensive skill. Yui worries about his plan, calling it too reckless, but Tao convinces her not to worry. The knight uses the shield block skill, gathering the wolves in front of her. Zhang Chen activates the spell Apocalypse of Lesser Light. A magic symbol with a radius of 25 meters covers all the gathered wolves. Monsters take massive damage and die after 2 to 3 seconds. Yue is shocked by this much damage from a priest who shouldn't have any offensive abilities at all. Chen tells Qingying to wait for her strength to recover and perform their combat combination again. After a few minutes, they use the shield and apocalypse skills of the small light again, gathering many enemies around them. The priest activates his inverted skill, telling his friend to get ready. She uses a shield block, reflecting the wolves' attacks and gathering them in one area. Chen activates area damage, destroying dozens of monsters in a few seconds. Yu does not understand the source of the priest's power and doubts that he could be human. Tao calls the master the strongest and expresses a desire to become like him. The protagonist notices that killing monsters took a lot of time and it is time to close the gate. The killer explains to his comrades that each open door releases 3 groups of normal monsters and 1 group of elite ones. Killing regular enemies gives 10 points, and equipment items only drop from bosses. Zhang Chen continues to kill wolves with healing and earn points. Tao happily reports that he and Qingying have reached level 15, receiving the leader's approval. Yui demands not to rush into joy and head to the 5th sealed door. The area around the gate is covered in dark demonic energy that can infect players. The killer says that after being infected with this energy, health recovery stops, and after death, attributes will decrease by 20%. Chen is infected with silver-level energy, but considers his condition to be completely normal. Yue is amazed by his calmness in a situation that would have driven ordinary players to despair. She advises to stay away from the gate, but the priest wants to enter there. The killer is again shocked by his reckless behavior and self-confidence. The protagonist explains that waiting outside will take too much time. Yue reiterates that after death, their attributes will be greatly reduced, but Chen is confident in his invincibility, and Qingying and Tao follow him. Meanwhile, in the snowy forest of love, Yindi continues to cleanse the jar of earth. The magical symbol of frost has been cleaning the vessel with red soil for several hours. Yindi thinks that after successfully clearing the land, he will be able to find out the source of the strange smell. Suddenly, Lisan appears behind him with his magic seal active. She slowly approaches Yindi with a murderous look and evil intentions. The boy feels the disguise weakening and turns around, thinking about Zhang Chen's return. Upon seeing Lisan, he only has time to say her name before she attacks. The girl ties him up with a magic chain and lifts him into the air, while Yindi asks about her condition and offers to help. The chains cover his mouth, preventing him from speaking further. Lisan takes the jar of earth and leaves, leaving behind Yindi, who is tied up in chains. Meanwhile, Yue and Chen prepare to meet the local gold-level boss. But suddenly he receives a message about Lisan's attack. She took a vessel with earth, which must be returned to the priest. Otherwise, the quest to change profession will fail. Yu sees a server message that due to a mysterious power, the seals of the other doors cannot be broken and the gates will be closed soon. Zhang Chen demands to move out immediately, not wanting to waste time. Together with the girls, he runs to the Golden Gate, where he intends to meet the boss. Chen thinks about the connection between the 2 active quests about Lisan and the gate, but decides to deal with the monsters first. Yu wants to be ahead of the others to meet the enemy first. The team runs through the mountainous terrain, preparing for a tough battle. The action moves to the sealed gates of the gold level, in front of which a crowd of players has gathered. Among them are President Yanluo and his assistant, preparing for battle. The assistant says that all the players from Mount Qian are gathering here, and the priest's team will arrive soon, with whom they can get even, taking advantage of the chaos that has begun. Yahello replies that the priest's power is too strange, and the situation must be assessed first. Not far from him, the president of the Royal Guild, nicknamed the Crown Prince, notices that many people from all over the map have gathered here. Another warrior player notes that silver-tier monsters have dealt a lot of damage to many players, and gold-tier enemies will be even more difficult. Chen's team arrives at the gate, and Yue continues to urge the priest to be careful. The gates open, causing a commotion among the excited players. The chains on the gate break, releasing gold-tier demonic energy. Suddenly, Lisan flies into the opened gate, hovering with the help of a spell. Zhang Chen is shocked by her appearance and decides to follow her immediately. Yu asks him again, but the protagonist is firmly confident in his decision. He runs towards the gate, starting to pursue the flying girl. Qingying and Tao follow after him, forcing Yue to follow suit as well. Other players notice that the team of that same priest entered the open gate. The presidential aide asks Yahello why their team did this. Yahello is convinced of the stupidity of the priest, who never thinks and just acts. The guild president decides to use the demon suppression fragment and close the gate, blocking the way out for Zhang Chen's group. His assistant activates a magical item that can temporarily block the gate. The fifth door is completely closed for the next 5 minutes. President Crown Prince is convinced that the situation is escalating as other players are using the suppression fragments. Players from other guilds also intend to teach the priest's team a lesson with the help of similar fragments. President Lang Feng is unwilling to intervene in the situation and help Chen's group. He regrets that the priest's squad is locked inside the gold-level gate, where they will definitely die. At the same time, Zhang Chen passes through the gold-level gate and is infected with demonic energy. The infection reduces his life recovery to 1% for an hour, and guarantees a 40% loss of attributes upon death. The girls follow him through the gate, complaining about his haste. Chen tells them to follow him since they plan to fight together. Lisan flies above the wolves and works on some kind of spell that sounds like a song. The protagonist notices Lisan hovering and hears her quietly singing something. Lisan casts the Monster Riot spell, increasing the aggression of the gathered wolves. Monsters with glowing eyes are imbued with demonic energy and prepare for battle. Zhang Chen notes that the infection attracts wolves and increases their rage. Suddenly, he receives several messages from the system that the players have deployed suppression fragments, each of which blocks the gate for 5 minutes. As a result, the gate will be closed for the next 45 minutes, cutting off Chen's team's escape route. The guy is not going to die so easily and calls on the girls to listen to his orders. Qingying and Tao respond, ready for the upcoming battle. Yue also agrees to obey the protagonist, trusting him with her life in the game. A huge red dragon appears behind Lisan, standing up to protect her. A large crowd of angry wolves approaches Chen and the girls. The protagonist orders Tao Xiaotian to summon creatures from the rear and hold back the monsters. Tao summons his dog Da Hong, who engages in battle with the attacking monsters. Chen commands the knight to help him and take care of his safety. The priest also tells Yue to covertly protect the team from the side, to which she agrees. The killer thinks she has fallen into a group of scammers, but now sees no other way out than cooperation. Yu tells Qingying to gather the monsters together while she takes out the enemies on the sides. The knight agrees with her, but decides to show off her new attack skill. She uses the light sweep ability, cutting off the head of a nearby wolf with one blow. Qingying asks a surprised Yue to keep her skill a secret, not wanting to show it to Zhang Chen yet. The priest overhears their conversation and finds the knight's naivety, confident in her secrecy, amusing. He activates his area of effect reverse healing skill, commanding Qingying to bring the monsters to him. A girl uses the knight's assault skill while running away from a group of vicious wolves. She runs towards Chen, calling on him to help her deal with her pursuers. The priest uses the skill Lesser Apocalypse of Light to defeat the monsters. Wolves take massive area damage and die quickly. Chen praises Qingying for her excellent work and successful recruitment of monsters. She decides to step aside to deal with a few wolves herself. Zhang Chen intends to deal with the elite monsters first, leaving the common ones for later. Tao Xiaotian asks him for help when her summoned dog is on the verge of death. A group of wolves approaches the priest, and one monster prepares to attack. He suddenly lunges at the protagonist and bites his leg, causing Tao to scream in fear. Chen tells her not to worry and tries to use an area attack skill. The spell still has a 30-second cooldown, forcing the guy to look for other offensive skills. One wolf suddenly appears behind him, preparing to deliver a fatal bite to the neck. Yue appears in time and kills the enemy, stating that elite monsters have much more health than normal ones. Zhang Chen is surprised that the assassin decided to stay to protect him instead of going on to fight. She notices that the guy is now in her debt, to which he thanks her. The killer grimly asks what they should do next. The priest suddenly approaches her and grabs the girl by the waist. He tells her not to think about his orders at such a time, and wants to show her his special skill. Chen activates the blink ability to teleport short distances. The protagonist intends to move Yue and Tao with him to escape the enemy encirclement. A blushing Yue thanks Chen for his help, and thinks that his strength is much greater than she imagined. The priest advises her to drink a health restoration potion before returning to battle. While they were talking, a huge wolf crept up behind Chen to suddenly attack. The guy jumps up while attacking the wolves with reverse healing. The wolf takes high damage and growls viciously in pain. Qingying sheepishly praises his leader for such a clever move. Chen gets surrounded, demands the knight to become more serious and use her shield skills. Qingying uses a defensive skill, forcing the wolves to gather in one area. The protagonist casts the Lesser Light Apocalypse spell while the girl protects him with a shield. His healing skill deals massive area damage, killing dozens of monsters. After some time, Chen accumulated more than 9,000 points, which he was quite happy with. He addresses the girls, demanding that they follow his instructions and not die. Tao answers in the affirmative, ready to use the summoning technique again. Yu is also determined, drawing her blades for another attack. Meanwhile, behind the Golden Gate, Yahello discusses with his assistant that the priest's team has definitely already perished. The prince is also happy about this punishment for the arrogant Chen and his comrades. Captain Langfang does not share the general joy, but doubts that the priest could survive the infection of magical energy. 15 minutes later, Zhang Chen continues to kill the monsters inside the gate. He finishes off the last wolf, accumulating more than 45,000 points. Next, the team prepares for a battle against a stronger opponent. A level 19 magical winged dragon with the combat skills Dragon's Breath and Magic Wings, as well as an enormous speed of life recovery per second, approaches them. Chen notes that Lisan has disappeared, leaving them to fight the dragon. At the same time, she left behind a quest item, the Jar of Earth that is located near the monster's paw. The protagonist tells his comrades to be careful when fighting this boss, whose attacks are difficult to dodge. The dragon roars furiously and attacks Chen with its huge paw. The protagonist dodges the attack with Blink and hits the monster with healing spells. The dragon takes high damage, overcoming its health regeneration. The enraged monster uses the Dragon's Breath skill, spewing streams of caustic energy from its mouth. Zhang Chen runs to the side, trying to dodge the dark flames that are reaching out to him. The girls worry about the priest, who is unable to escape from the enemy attack. The flames catch up with Chen, who takes high damage and uses mana to restore health. Yu doesn't understand how he managed to survive such an attack with golden energy contamination. The priest casts Lesser Light Apocalypse again, enhancing it with the crystal ball. The boss takes massive damage and roars menacingly, wanting to continue the fight. Zhang Chen intends to kill the dragon slowly, saving his strength for the battle with hostile players outside the gate. After the health bar is reduced by 20%, the boss will activate the Magic Wing skill. He creates several raging whirlwinds moving towards Chen and his friends. The protagonist gets hit by an attack and takes a lot of damage, but survives thanks to the protective effects of the equipment. After enduring the dragon's attack, Zhang Chen counterattacks with a healing skill. 20 minutes later, the guy receives a system message that the suppression fragments will soon end, and the gates will open. He uses the healing light skill again, continuing to finish off the dying dragon. The final heal deals fatal damage, killing the gold tier boss. The monster disappears in a bright light, and Chen receives 50,000 mission points. The priest increases his level to 19 and distributes new attribute points. Zhang Chen increases his intelligence attribute to 200 units, which will greatly enhance his spells and allow him to kill ordinary players in a second. Qingying and Tao Xiaotian are happy that they were able to reach level 18. Ye suddenly leaves the team, seeing no opportunity to work properly with Chen. She ignores Tao's call and suggests leaving the Golden Gate first. Zhang Chen notes her stubbornness, but agrees to part ways after receiving the spoils. The first item dropped by the boss is a dragon staff with unknown properties, which can only be used after being cleared of demonic energy. The second drop was the dragon helmet, which also requires cleansing. The third reward was a sealed skill book with 3 stars. The last item Chen received was the fusion stone, which allows him to fuse one quality with his main equipment. Zhang Chen takes the glass vessel with soil, updating the quest to change profession. Now he needs to return the vessel to Yindi. After completing the mission of killing monsters, he decides to exit the Golden Gate. Behind the sealed gates, players are left wondering why the doors are open again. Yahello wants to wait 2 minutes and sends someone to the gate to scout. Suddenly, the gate releases demonic energy, symbolizing the approach of an unknown enemy. Yu comes out of the door, still recovering from the infection of gold-level demonic energy. Players don't understand how she was able to complete such a difficult mission and stay alive. Yue walks past the players, but Yahello asks her to stop. The guild president asks the girl if she managed to get out after killing the priest's team. Yi sees no point in answering strangers' questions about what happened inside the gate. Yahello threatens her with death from demonic energy, and his assistant continues to ask about the fate of the priest's team. Yue advises the guys to enter the gate themselves and check whether Jian Chen is alive or not. The president's assistant becomes serious and demands an answer from her whether the team is alive. The killer refuses to continue the conversation, preparing for a fight. Yahello and his assistant take out their weapons, intending to kill Yue for her insolent answers. The assistant mage uses an ice spell that deals area damage. The assassin dodges the magical attack and runs up to the enemy, cutting him with his blades. Yahello gives her one last chance to tell about the priest's team, or she will become an enemy of the entire Heavenly Court Guild. Yue refuses to talk again, deciding to try to fight the president and his squad. Suddenly, Zhang Chen emerges from the gate, emitting demonic energy around him. The other players are shocked to see Chen alive, having survived inside the sealed gate. The female player comments that the show is about to begin as the priest walks towards Yahello. Chen asks Yue what's going on, and why she doesn't just lie to her enemies. The flushed assassin doesn't understand why he came out of the gate if he hasn't finished the mission yet. The priest asks how many people there are that she is fighting. Yue replies that there are too many enemies to fight against alone. Chen sends her a message via chat, telling her to return to the sealed door while he sorts things out. The killer doesn't want to leave him alone against so many enemies, but he reassures her that he can definitely handle it himself. Yuki demands that he not die, otherwise she will have to avenge him later. The girl tells the wounded mage that they are lucky and heads towards the gate. She passes by Zhang Chen, telling him that she is expecting good news from him. Yahello is surprised that the priest survived and inquires about the fate of the other members of his team. The protagonist invites him to go behind the gate and see it for himself. The president demands that he call that knight and summoner here, considering Chen to be an ordinary priest without any attacking techniques. Zhang Chen doesn't want to put his team members at risk of death, but he can change his mind under one condition. Yahello asks what the condition is for which he would agree to betray. Chen demands the president to kneel down and call him daddy. An angry Yahello raises his sword and prepares to kill the annoying priest. The protagonist notices that with such a number of suppression fragments, other guilds also sealed the gate, advising all enemies to attack him at once. The leader of the Brothers of Immortality Guild joins Yahello in order to punish the impudent priest. Mage players from the Heavenly Court activate combat spells against Chen. Player fighters from the Brothers of Immortality Guild run towards the priest. Both presidents shout to their subordinates to capture the lonely Zhang Chen. Numerous magical attacks fly at him from all sides, but the guy does not move from his place. Combat spells hit him, dealing a large amount of damage. Yahello notes that he is still alive since there was no notice of his death. Chen survived the enemy attack, but lost 50% of his health. He activates Small Light Apocalypse, launching a massive counterattack. Yahello is amazed by the power of his skill, which somehow deals high damage instead of healing. All players within the range of the magic symbol take massive damage per second. People try unsuccessfully to get out of the attack radius, but die within a couple of seconds. Yahello endures the blows and asks how a priest can do such a thing. Zhang Chen activates another healing skill, concentrating his attack on the dying guild president. Yahello dies and his gold-tier bloodsword falls to the ground. Chen places his foot on the remaining sword and declares that he will deal with the royal guild next. The prince angrily states that his guild bears no animosity towards him and asks about the reasons for the aggression. The protagonist remembers that in a past life, this guy destroyed the main city of the national services in an effort to eliminate competitors. Chen reminds the president that he used fragments of suppression and kept the gates closed. The prince says that using the fragment was necessary for the mission, not to lock down the priest's team. He advises Chen to pretend that nothing happened, otherwise he will become an enemy of the royal guild. But the main character does not intend to retreat, and notices that they have already been here for too long. The prince is offended by his insolence as his players line up in battle formation. The royal guild's mages and archers launch a ranged attack, attempting to reduce the priest's health. Chen realizes that the prince will still stand behind and watch the fight, which is why there is only one way to get him. Arrows and battle spells fly at Zhang Chen from all directions, leaving him no room to maneuver. The ground is blocked by ice techniques of enemies, who are also approaching him. The protagonist deftly dodges all attacks by simply maneuvering from side to side. Other players are shocked by his snake-like movements, and understand the difference between ordinary players and professionals. With his robe torn on his shoulder, Chen asks the prince if he is finished with the attack. The prince shouts to his subordinates that the priest can do nothing in close combat and gives the order to attack. A group of knights approach Zhang Chen, using attack skills against him. The protagonist does not want to fight them, and uses the teleportation skill. Suddenly he appears behind the prince, who is not prepared for such a turn of events. The prince shouts at the soldiers to retreat, trying to get further away from Zhang Chen. But the priest manages to activate the apocalypse of the lesser light, not allowing the enemies to escape. The prince is caught in the spell's area of effect and dies with an angry cry. The bodies of the royal guild members disappear, leaving behind weapons and other equipment. The other players are shocked by what happened and call Chen the god of war and the best player. The protagonist collects weapons from enemies and wants to try to upgrade his magic ball to platinum level. The Maple Knight Guild president approaches him from behind, apologizes for the suppression fragments, and asks to resolve the conflict peacefully. Chen agrees to a peace deal if he hands over 30 bronze weapons and tells which guilds use the suppression fragments. The president agrees to the deal and names those who use the fragments. The guilds Kings of the World, Major League, Yulong, and a lone player with the nickname Star of the Last Night. Jiang Chen smirked as he learned of the many people who wanted him dead. He notices the Major League president trying to quietly leave the battlefield. Taken by surprise, the player asks what the mortal wants from him. Chen states that his guild also used suppression fragments, intending to kill their team inside the gate. The president explains the actions of his people as ignorance and asks to smooth over the conflict. Chen demands 200 pieces of bronze equipment from him to forget all the grievances. The president considers such a request too great and is preparing to launch a surprise attack. He asks the priest to lower the price to 100 units, but Jiang Chen is unwilling to bargain. Suddenly, the president activates the Soul Thorn skill, manifesting as blue fire from his forehead. A blue sphere charge flies towards the main character at high speed. The Soul Thorn hits Chen directly, dealing 1,000 damage. The president wonders if it is really the priest who has died this time. The other players are shocked by the Major League leader's skill and believe that Chen is dead. The protagonist's body begins to disintegrate in a blue glow. The president is confident that Jiang Chen is now already at the respawn point in the city. Suddenly, Chen appears next to him. He has used the special effect of his ghostly boots, giving temporary immunity to damage. The president does not understand why the priest did not die if he saw the destruction of his body. Chen says that such a blow could have actually killed him, but only his illusory double was destroyed. The priest bids farewell to the Major League president by activating the Lesser Light Apocalypse. The president dies from inverted healing, managing to curse at the end. It drops a damaged silver tier angel ring that increases mana and requires repair. Chen thinks that the dropped bronze weapon will be enough to upgrade the crystal ball. He understands that he is lucky to defeat the guilds now due to his high level and equipment, but in the future this may not be enough. The players are shocked by the system's message that due to the seal's power being restored, 5 gates will soon open at once. Due to the upcoming opening of the gate, Jiang Chen decides to let the Yulong Guild go, not wanting to waste time on them. He turns to the sealed gate and says that it is now time to leave. Qing Ying, Tao Xiaotian and Yue come out of the door, amazed at his victory over so many players. The summoner wants to become as strong as him, to which Chen replies that everything is ahead. The priest asks the killer if she wants to leave the team and receives a positive answer. The action moves to the Fire City respawn point, where the dead players appear. The prince's character is reborn after death, looking around with displeasure. Yan Luo makes a sarcastic comment about his death, to which the prince replies that at least he didn't lose his equipment. The president of the Heavenly Court regrets the deaths of many people from his guild who were weakened after being revived. The prince notes that it is worth buying better equipment, and tells about a shop in Juilu that sells gold-level equipment. The prince goes about his business, leaving an indignant Yan Luo behind. The president of the Heavenly Court orders the guild members to return to Juilu to purchase new equipment. Meanwhile, in Juilu City, Xia Ruyer discovered the store that Jiang Chen had told her about. She enters the Treasure Pavilion store, where Chen has already appointed her as the manager and put gold-level armor and staff up for sale. A pleased Ruyer notes that the guy has already prepared everything for her. She decides to contact him first and let him know that she has arrived at his store. Meanwhile, beyond the 7th gate, Chen and his team are fighting an enraged bronze-level rhinoceros. The priest uses healing light to deal damage to the monster. The rhino's health decreases, which activates the rampage skill, which deals high damage to enemies. The monster's horn hardens as it runs towards the priest at great speed. Jiang Chen manages to move to the side, dodging the rampaging monster. While he fights, the girls eat fruits and enjoy watching the battle from afar. A few minutes later, Chen defeats the enemy and obtains a bronze-level Moonspring robe. The other item that drops is a silver-tier cold iron sword. The protagonist announces to the resting girls that it is time to go to the next location. Suddenly, he receives a system message that player Ruyer has sent him a friend request. Chen accepts the request and contacts Ruyer by sending her a message in the chat. She replies that she works as a manager in his store, where 2 rich people came for gold items. These rich men turn out to be Yan Luo and the prince, asking about the price of the gold equipment. Ruyer replies that she will look at the prices now, and she writes a message to Jiang Chen. He tells her to hold an auction, setting the starting price at 10,000. The girl announces the price and promises to sell the equipment to the highest bidder. Yan Luo offers 20,000 for the bloody demon armor and frost weapons. The prince does not want to give his rival 2 rare gold items at such a price, and makes a bet of 25,000 gold. Yan Luo raises the bet by 1,000 gold, also unwilling to give in. Suddenly, the president of the Major League enters the store and raises the bet to 28,000. An angry Yan Luo offers 30,000, seriously determined to take all the equipment for himself. Ruyer watches the altercation and wonders if there is much money to be made in this game. and if she will ever become as rich. She contacts Chen and agrees to continue working with him, and he promises her 1% of the profits from all deals and a hot dinner at home. The action moves to the 9th sealed gate, where the priest's team arrives. He notes that opening multiple doors has a big impact on players. Tao says that they have dealt with 2 gates, and now all players should rush to the 9th doors to fight monsters. Qingying asks if they will wait for the gate to open. A system message comes in. Zhengmo Juding was attacked by magic, and Yue comments that the 9 suppression cauldrons can no longer withstand it. The killer asks Chen what they should do now, because if they destroy 9 cauldrons, their mission will fail. The priest replies that 3 silver-tier bosses cannot be allowed to break the suppression cauldrons. He orders the girls to maintain the boilers while he deals with the bosses. Chen asks Tao Xiaotian to take control of the battlefield, remembering her as the best summoner in the game from his past life. Tao promises to live up to his expectations, wanting to be useful to her comrades. The action moves to the 9 cauldrons of suppression, where players fight demonic wolves. The monsters are growing in number, and the resources of the cauldron defenders are running out. The warrior player refuses to continue the fight, not wanting to die while infected with demonic energy. Another mage player asks for help, trying to push away an attacking wolf with his staff. He is saved by a warrior, who kills the monster with 1 blow of his 2-handed sword. The magician thanks him for his help, after which both are ready to continue the battle. The defenders of the cauldrons notice the girls from the priest's team arriving on the battlefield. Players ask them for help, no longer having the strength to hold back the onslaught of monsters. Tao Xiaotian is determined to live up to the master's expectations and appeals to all cauldron protectors. She begins giving orders to players, trying to control the situation on the battlefield. Guild President Yulong is willing to listen to her despite his assistant's objections. Having confidence in herself, Xiaotian commands the fighters to line up in 2 lines of defense. She orders the priest to focus on the front line of fighters, keeping their health high. She orders ranged players and priests to come with her, and knights to form a defensive line. Players follow her orders as the girl continues to explain the importance of maintaining a health bar in close combat. President Yulong is intrigued by Tao's tactical genius, being able to be in charge of such a large battlefield and see the entire situation. He thinks to lure her into his guild, noting the girl's rare talent as a commander. The president thinks that their defense won't last long anyway due to limited resources and the huge number of monsters. He thinks about failing the entire mission while many wolves are running towards him. Meanwhile, inside the 11th sealed door, Zhang Chen encountered the local boss, a silver-level 3-tailed fox. The priest notes that the monster's ranged attacks can cause a lot of damage to the cauldron defenders, which is why the boss needs to be destroyed here and now. The guy uses reverse healing to start the fight with the demonic fox. The monster takes a lot of damage and roars loudly from the rage that overwhelms it. He activates the Firefox attack skill, creating 3 blue balls of flame from his tails. Chen understands that it will be too difficult to evade such an attack. Instead, he decides to take the hit himself, while simultaneously using Lesser Light Apocalypse. The boss takes massive damage per second while shooting blue balls at the priest. 10 minutes later, Chen kills the monster, receiving a gold-tier crescent robe and an indomitable longbow from it. After dealing with the boss of this gate, he immediately goes to the last door. Meanwhile, 4 players walk through the forest, discussing the death of the 11th boss and their readiness to fight the final boss of the gate. An unwavering Xiao An points out that as long as all players protect the cauldrons, they will be able to fight the boss. Someone rushes past him at great speed, which leaves the guy confused. But his partner Xiaochen advises him to ignore the trifles and quickly head to the last door. Near the 9 suppression cauldrons, Tao Xiaotian continues to lead the defense, listening to Yue's advice. After another line break, she realizes that she has one last option for precise boiler protection. The girl again addresses all the defenders of the cauldrons. She encourages players to hold out until Zhang Chen arrives, who can kill all enemies with group skills. President Yulong acknowledges Mortal's strength, but is not sure he can handle all these monsters. Tao claims that he will definitely succeed, having unconditional faith in his master. The president shouts that he believes in her and orders his guild members to do their best to hold back the monsters. The other players are also reluctant to leave, not wanting to lose all the experience if they give up now. The players continue to hold off the wolf attack, reigniting their fighting spirit. Tao uses summoning skills against monsters, and she calls Chen through chat to come quickly. A group of wolves breaks through the defensive line and runs towards the suppression cauldrons. The monsters are only a few meters away from the cauldron, the destruction of which will result in the failure of the server mission. Suddenly, Zhang Chen appears, ready to join the fight and save the situation. He flies in on a large red dragon and uses Lesser Light Apocalypse on the cauldrons. The radius of the skill covers the entire required area, killing any monsters that break through. Players rejoice as the mortal appears and immediately enters the fight. One player even cries with joy, calling Chen the god of virtual games. President Yulong is outraged by the priest's epic arrival, but is pleased that the server's mission is preserved. Qingying and Tao Xiaotian tearfully embrace upon the arrival of their leader, having been overwhelmed by the stress of defending the cauldrons. Chen thanks the players for their efforts and announces that he will fight alongside them. He says he can't heal people, but he's good at killing monsters. Inspired warriors and knights rush into battle with renewed vigor. Half an hour later, the battle was over and all the monsters were dead, leaving behind many corpses. Tao breathes a sigh of relief after the battle is over, along with the summoned dog Dahong. Tired, Qingying and Yue say they want to rest after such a gaming experience. Zhang Chen advises them not to relax so quickly, because it's not over yet. He answers Yue's surprised question that the boss of the last gate is still alive. The protagonist says that on the way to the final gate he received a message from Tao, and decided to first help with the defense of the cauldrons. The guy remarks that they were lucky that the boss didn't show up near the cauldrons, otherwise they could have lost. Yue doesn't understand where the boss is then, because all the monsters should go to the 9 cauldrons. The action moves to the 12th sealed gate, where the silver-level snake-like boss Naki fights a group of players. His opponents are the 4 players from the forest, who are faced with the snake's unpleasant skills, poisonous fog, and self-healing. They cannot fight against the monster's skill combination. After using the poisonous fog, it quickly restores lost health each time. Qi Hengqiu recalls that the other bosses were quickly defeated and does not understand why this one was so strong. Koharu suggests trying again, and Xiaoan says that they can always escape. Their fellow archer begins a ranged attack on the raging serpent. Chen's team arrives at the battlefield, and the priest notices that someone got here faster than them. Xiaoan takes high damage from the poison fog, blocking his path to the boss, who regenerates health again. The knight shouts at Qi Hengqiu to be careful and watch his health points. Hengqiu orders everyone to retreat, seeing no point in wasting their strength in continuing the battle. His group disengages from the battle and quickly runs away from boss Naki. The angry snake hisses loudly, releasing a whirlwind of raging energy. Qingying tells Chen that that group has finished fighting and now it's their turn. Xiaoan notices the priest's team also coming to fight the boss. Qi Hengqiu quickly assesses the other team's structure, doubts their abilities, and decides to propose an alliance. Zhang Chen quickly recognizes them as Hengqiu, Xiaoan, and Xiaochun, the top-ranked players in his previous life. Hengqiu approaches the priest, asking him if they want to kill the boss too. Chen was surprised by the friendliness of the future leader of the warriors, whom he remembered as a completely different person. Hengqiu talks about the boss's strength and suggests defeating him together, and dividing the equipment in half. The protagonist refuses to unite and advises them to move away since they do not want to fight. Xiaochun is outraged by Zhang Chen's rudeness, and Qingying says that there is no point in them teaming up with a group of exhausted players. Xiaochun is confident in the overwhelming strength of boss Naki, who definitely cannot be defeated by such a team. An irritated Chen threatens to send them all to the respawn point if they continue the conflict. Hengqiu notes Xiaochun's hot temper, but agrees with her that Chen's team cannot defeat the boss. He again offers a chance for cooperation, noting the priest's excessive self-confidence. Zhang Chen repeats that he can kill the boss, and orders the girls to stay here and not let Hengqiu's team interfere with the battle. Qingying ensures that the leader's order is carried out by standing in front of Hengqiu's group with her friends. Chen approaches Naki, noting his useful skill combo that works well against melee specialists. Xiaochun doesn't understand why the priest went to the battlefield alone, and Hengqiu watches the situation unfold. The protagonist uses heal, dealing high damage to the enraged serpent. The monster hisses loudly and opens its mouth to quickly bite Zhang Chen. The priest manages to move to the side, deftly dodging the boss's crushing blow. He uses the skill Healing Light, again dealing a lot of damage to the hissing monster. Hengqiu and his friends are shocked by the priest's strength, which surpasses that of any warrior. Xiaoan doesn't understand how the healer can attack, and Xiaochun is surprised by his massive damage. Li Hengqiu guesses that this is the effect of a talent that turns healing abilities into damage. While they are talking, Chen continues to fight the poisonous snake. Their fellow archer notes that the priest had every reason to refuse to cooperate. Xiaochun is confident that even with such huge damage, it will not be possible to resist the boss's poisonous fog, hiding the monster from prying eyes. The next moment, Naki actually uses poison mist. Xiaochun tells everyone that he is just a priest, and he will definitely flee the battlefield. Zhang Chen runs away from the poisonous fog, trying to avoid taking damage. Xiaochun starts to speak again, but Xiaoan advises her to remain silent. Suddenly he tells his friends to look towards the priest. Chen stands at the edge of the fog and thinks that this distance is just right. It activates Lesser Light Apocalypse to deal area damage. The boss's health rapidly decreases as the monster rages in anger. Xiaochun shouts that this is cheating, and priests don't have such abilities. Qingying accuses her of stupidity, since she measures all people by her own abilities. Xiaochun is ready to continue the argument, but Hengqiu stops her. He says that they were too confident, and the priest has the ability to defeat the boss with such a skill, precisely obtained from a high-level skill book. Meanwhile, Naki the snake loses a quarter of its health and launches another attack on Jiang Chen. Henkyu admits that their team cannot match the priest's strength. Xiao Chun apologizes to the leader for embarrassing him by trying to argue about Chen's abilities. Soon the boss takes fatal damage and dies, about which a system message appears. Jiang Chen receives the magic lightsaber, Nightblade, and 3 more gold-tier items. The system reports the completion of the mission and the imminent distribution of earned points, of which the protagonist has accumulated more than 130,000. His team has accumulated 33,000 public points, which Chen proposes to divide among everyone. Qingying and Tao happily accepted his offer, thanking the master for his help. Yue, blushing, also expressed her gratitude, looking away in embarrassment. Henkyu suddenly approaches the protagonist and starts a conversation with him. Chen assumes that he wants to rob him since he couldn't handle the boss himself. But the smiling Henkyu only asks to sell him silver-level equipment for warriors and archers. The pleased priest anticipates a lot of money and asks how much he is willing to pay. Henkyu asks to look at the assortment and offers to make a purchase at 10% above the market price. Chen shows him the 5 silver-level items he has, shocking his interlocutor with his equipment. The main character offers to buy him all the equipment without credits and returns. Henkyu agrees to purchase all 5 items, pleased that he was able to reconcile with the professional. Chen invites them to come again, having enjoyed the experience of working with such a rich man. Qingying does not understand this change in attitude, but the leader explains that there is no hatred between them, and money is always needed. The knight agrees with his arguments and asks where they will go next. Jiang Chen is about to return to the snow forest, and advises the girls to return to the city. Tao Xiaotian and Qingying say they want to log off the internet and get some sleep. Yue plans to stay in the game for a long time and wants to ask Chen one last question before leaving. The confused killer asks the priest if he has a girlfriend. Surprised, Jiang Chen asks her question again and thinks hard. Suddenly, he thinks of the seductive image of his neighbor Xiaoruier sitting on the bed in her home clothes. The priest shakes his head in embarrassment, driving away such vicious thoughts about his sister Ruye. A blushing Yue notices that the protagonist still hasn't answered her question. Chen calmly replies that he doesn't have a girlfriend and asks what she wants from such information. The killer smiles contentedly, says it was just a question and prepares to leave the game. She waves goodbye to the guy and declares that she will not keep them any longer the next time they meet. Chen sets out on his mission to change careers, regretting in his mind that he had to hide it from his teammates. The protagonist arrives in a winter forest where he finds a distraught Yindi. He tells the traveler sadly that Lisan took the glass vessel from him. Jiang Chen replies that he knows about it and managed to return the vessel with the earth back. Yindi thanks the player for their help and reactivates the cleansing spell, hoping to soon reveal the secret of the soil. A symbol of frost magic appears above the glass vessel, beginning to cleanse the earth. Chen agrees with his zeal, and he himself is going to go to the store for exchanging points for the full mission to close the demonic gate. The priest is surprised by the large assortment of high-quality goods, including gold equipment and a 4-star skill book. Based on his past life experience, he decides to obtain more attributes and skill stones. He also acquires a sealed skill book with 4 stars, a gold-level herald's robe, and 3 magic stones. Suddenly, Yindi announces that the sunflower's scorching breath has been purified. Chen asks what they will do next after clearing the cursed soil. Yindi activates another magic circle to try and track down the remaining breath left in the ground. He is shocked by the appearance of black demonic energy flying out of the vessel. Yindi shouts that this energy is the breath of the demon god. The priest recalls that in his past life, the disaster on the ancient land was connected with the demon god. Yindi says that the magic circle will help them see what happened here in the past. They see an image of Lisan busy with flowers in the garden, and asking why someone doesn't want to find her. The girl cries in frustration, and one tear falls right on that sunflower. In the next flashback scene, the entity that has taken control of Lisan's body threatens to kill her if she becomes useless. Jiang Chen notices that Lisan has been possessed and under someone else's control all this time. Yindi is angry that his beloved's body and soul were taken by the demon god, who used her for his evil plans. The boy asks the traveler to take a vessel with purified soil and give it to the ruler of Tierra del Fuego, telling him about the demon god. The quest status changes, and Chen prepares to go to Fire City to see Yang Changfeng. Suddenly, a possessed Lisan appears in the winter forest, ready to kill them for revealing the truth about the demon god. While the girl angrily hovers above the ground, the priest runs to Yindi to cover him from sudden attacks. Yindi calls out loudly for Lisan, trying to appeal to her possessed mind. The protagonist claims that she is no longer Lisan and prepares for battle. The level 15 demon that controls Lisan has 2 skills: Soul Shaking for powerful long-range attacks, and Demon God's Blessing for temporarily closing off space. Lisan reminds the traveler that he took on the task of killing Yindi, but now refuses to carry it out. Chen picks up the staff and states that he promised to carry out the mission to Lisan, not the demon god. The protagonist thinks that due to the blocking of space, he will have to defeat her here to complete the mission. The demon of possession claims to be in Lisan's body and has complete control over it. Yindi demands that the demon not humiliate the body and person of the good girl with his vicious actions. The possessed Lisan flies high into the air and activates a spell to kill Yindi. Suddenly, the spirit of the real Lisan flies out of her body, demanding that the demon not touch her lover. The demon angrily reasons that if she sees Yindi's death, her will be finally broken. Chen receives a system message that if Yindi dies, the job change mission will fail. Lisan uses her soul shock skill while the priest prepares to stop her. Jiang Chen understands that he won't be able to interrupt her preparation for the spell on his own. The boy shouts at Lisan to stop the demon before he finishes the spell. The demon mocks the priest who imagines himself a negotiator with the spirits. But Lisan's spirit actually finds the strength to manifest itself again and attack its own body. The ghost girl stops the magic activation process by holding the demon back from behind. The demonic spirit curses while Lisan demands that Yindi and the traveler leave quickly. The priest runs away through the snowy forest, dragging the upset rebel along with him. Yindi offers his friend to follow him as he leads him to the Fire City. They come to a teleportation circle in the winter forest, which was created over 100 years ago to communicate with the Fire City. Yindi reveals that the demon god was sealed in the ancient land to stop the dark forces, and the teleportation circle was destroyed. Jiang Chen asks the guy if he can restore teleports. Yindi replies that he learned such skills while working as a soldier in Fire City. He manipulates the magic circle and inserts the teleportation stone into it. The restored teleporter shines brightly, ready for immediate use. Yindi invites the traveler to enter the circle and go to the Fire City. Chen enters the teleporter and asks what the rebel is going to do next. Yindi says that he has a teleportation crystal for only one person, and the further mission falls on the shoulders of the main character. The guy is sure that Lisan is waiting for him and wants to return to fight the demon that has taken over her body. The priest activates the teleporter, promising Yindi to finish everything as quickly as possible. Soon he enters the Fire City's mansion to see the ruler, Yang Changfeng. When Changfeng asks about the reason for his arrival, Chen places a vessel with earth on the table and announces the demon god's entry into the ancient land. Intrigued, Changfeng approaches the visitor and examines the contents of the vessel. He can actually feel the demon god's breath inside the jar of soil. Changfeng uses his special teleportation scroll and states that the two of them must immediately head to the scene. Jiang Chen is pleasantly surprised by Yang Changfeng's unusual magical item. It turns out that they have a rare teleportation card that allows them to travel to any point in the world. Changfeng asks where exactly the demon god's followers are, and Chen replies that it is in the snow forest of love. Changfeng briefly recalls the old days, not expecting that he would have to return to this place again one day. He touches his finger to the desired point on the map, activating the teleportation process. Then the guys walk through the snowy forest, and Changfeng asks if the area is closed by a phantom array. Chen doesn't answer and remembers Yindi's story that the snow forest of love was Yang Changfeng's parting gift. Suddenly he realizes that they have been walking through the forest for a long time, but still have not met Yindi or Lisan. Changfeng does not sense the demon god's breath in the forest, and asks the traveler if he is sure that the demon followers are here. Jiang Chen sees traces of blood in the snow, and remembers that when he left, Yindi remained near the teleporter and wanted to return to Lisan. The priest recalls the same events of a past life, in which no one began the task of changing profession. He remembers that the unrest in the ancient land of Qian back then began from the sacred palace, where the now exposed Lisan is trying to start a rebellion. Changfeng listened to his story, and gloomily demanded that they go there immediately. The ruler of Fire City uses the teleportation card to instantly travel. After teleporting to the sacred palace, Changfeng senses the demon god's breath nearby. Lisan stands on the stairs and demands that the unknown person stop following her. It turns out to be Yindi, whom she shoots with her combat skill. The rebel hides behind a large tree, which takes the brunt of the magical attack. Suddenly Yindi hears the enraged cry of Changfeng, who found the demon in the sacred palace. The angry lord of Fire City becomes furious against the monster and activates his magic. Yindi asks him not to kill the possessed Lisan, to which he quickly agrees. Changfeng casts an exorcism spell, expelling the demon from Lisan's body with one powerful blow. The unconscious girl falls down, but Yindi manages to catch her. A dark clot of demonic spirit promises to kill all who have destroyed the demon god's plans. He receives a blessing from his god, and creates a new physical body. A huge gray monster with 3 heads of a snake, a cat, and Lisan. Changfeng asks with disgust whether it was worth sacrificing his physical body for such an ugly spiritual one. The demon mocks him and states that a spiritual body from the demon god is the most wonderful gift in the world. Jiang Chen suspects that the demon god has damaged the spirit's mind, and suggests that he see a doctor. A silver-level demon god's disciple has 3 skills: spiritual body to reduce incoming damage by half, flame shock, and soul drain to deal large area damage when losing parts of one's own health. Chen is sickened by the monster's appearance and abilities. which makes him want to leave the demon to Changfeng. But the Lord of Fire City declares that he will not be able to help him in this battle. His opponent appears before him, the Holy Lord of the Red Flame, Aisha, who was once his lover. The main character is unhappy that another enemy has appeared, and he will have to deal with the nasty demon himself. He does not consider the demon to be particularly strong, but is deeply disgusted by its grotesque appearance. The demon attacks Chen, threatening to tear him apart for insulting a follower of the demon god. The protagonist advises him not to bark so much, since he is an ordinary dog in a big boss game. The priest takes out his staff and selects a spell, recalling his previous experience with demons. He uses a healing skill that deals heavy damage to the marked target. The demon's health begins to decrease as he continues to insult Jiang Chen. The monster quickly jumps towards the priest and delivers a powerful blow with its hands. The guy steps aside, taking a little damage, and prepares to counterattack. He uses Healing Beam, empowered by his magic staff, against a demonic enemy. The monster takes damage again and curses, threatening to tear the boy apart. The demon uses the Fire Shock technique, but Jiang Chen manages to dodge it. He notes the 2-second cooldown on this ability, giving him time to move out of the attack's range. After leaving the enemy skill's radius, the priest decides to activate a more powerful skill. He casts Lesser Light Apocalypse, which deals massive area damage. The demon takes too much damage per second and even stops swearing. Chen once again notes the ugliness of the demon god's follower, giving him a sarcastic look. The priest decides to kill him quickly, so that he will have to look at such a nasty monster for less time. The demon screams angrily, promising to kill the despicable man for his speech. Chen notes that humans and demons clearly have different standards of beauty, although the demon's human head is quite nice. The enemy uses the Soul Drain skill, trying to deal a lot of damage and restore their health. Jiang Chen is upset that now even bosses can't tell the truth, and the world has become too gloomy. 10 minutes later, the cursing demon stands before him with 1% health. Chen advises the monster not to worry anymore, because the next attack will be the last. The priest promises to kill the enemy quickly, already anticipating the valuable items that will fall from his body. Suddenly, a strange magical blow comes from above and finishes off the dying demon. An indignant Jiang Chen asks Yang Changfeng what he is doing. The Lord of Fire City apologizes for the accidental shot that went wrong during his battle with Aisha. Chen continues to be outraged by the stolen murder and asks Changfeng what to do about it now. The city lord lands on the ground and promises to make it up to the priest's satisfaction. Aisha appears from behind and notes the resemblance between the protagonist and Changfeng. The ruler of Fire City suggests that they are both very smart as he charges his next spell, but Aisha simply calls the protagonist just as impudent and nimble. Changfeng is unhappy with the comparison, while Chen watches their quarrel with embarrassment. Aisha accuses the lord that he is thriving due to the shameful actions of his ancestors who sealed the demon god in the ancient land of Qian. Jiang Chen is shocked by such accusations and continues to watch the other person squabble. Changfeng admits that if it weren't for the sealing of the demon god by his ancestors, the lives of the locals wouldn't have been ruined. Aisha agrees with his statement, but adds that the ancient land of Qian is paying for all this. According to her, 100 years ago, the land of Qian was full of life, but the gathering of energy for the seal formation made the soil completely barren. She demands that Changfeng take a close look at the dead land of Qian, which was created by his shameless ancestors. At the same time, Aisha understands that this could be the only way to seal the evil god, but there are other problems. To protect the seal, Changfeng's ancestors destroyed all teleportation sites and placed a curse on the space itself. Because of this, the locals could not see the outside world, and were forced to survive on the dead land abandoned by the gods. That's why Aisha is willing to team up with the demon god if she can get out of this place with her people. Changfeng does not want to discuss his ancestors' actions, but calls the woman's decision akin to drinking poison to quench one's thirst. The Lord of Fire City claims that all these years he has also been looking for a way out of the ancient land of Qian. Aisha remembers how many years ago he promised her to show her real snow in the outside world. Then she thought that he would find a way to ease the suffering of people. But the guy just left the curse and left. Chen is shocked by this turn of events in the romantic story, where the main scumbag turns out to be Yang Changfeng. The Lord of Fire City regrets leaving without saying goodbye back then. But he can't allow Aisha to free the demon god now. The woman draws her sword and prepares for the next stage of the battle. She advises to leave useless talk and return to the fight. Jiang Chen is surprised that Saint Master Aisha is a professional from the sword sect with such a strong spirit. Changfeng blocks her attacks and states that he will have to kill her soon, although he really doesn't want to do it. He says that after the death of his beloved, he will retire and accompany her to the world of the dead. The protagonist realizes that Changfeng is going to use a forbidden spell of ice and fire, capable of causing massive damage over a huge area. Suddenly, the priest loudly addresses Changfeng, calling the people from the Yang family shameless. Chen accuses his ancestors of ruining the lives of the local people and using forbidden spells, like the one the Lord now wants to use. Changfeng calls Aisha too strong and cannot allow her to release the demon god, promising to atone for her death. Aisha screams into the air that the traveler has no relation to the people of Qian, who would rather die than live forever in a trap. Zhang Chen suddenly raises his hand and loudly demands the two of them to stop, no longer wanting to watch this scene. The protagonist claims that he can solve their problems himself and bring light back to the ancient land of Qian. Aisha stops and asks incredulously how he plans to do this. Changfeng also doesn't trust the traveler's statement, calling it nonsense. Chen remarks that if all the problems in the land of Qian are from the demon god, then why not just kill him? Aisha calls his words nonsense, because the demon god is immortal and can only be held by a seal. Changfeng regretfully confirms that they cannot kill the demon god, but Zhang Chen is confident that he can do it and asks to give him 2 years to complete this task. The priest activates a special quest to kill the demon god Aini within 2 years, and if the player fails, he will be sent to prison, and his soul will remain in the land of Qian forever. Changfeng understands that the traveler from another world has infinite potential, but asks if he is willing to swear his soul and make a contract with the gods. Zhang Chen smiles grimly as he prepares to take on one of the most difficult missions, failure of which will cost him everything. The priest officially swears that if he cannot kill the demon god within 2 years, he will go to prison and remain in the land of Qian forever. The game system assigns him a special task, to kill the demon god Aini within 2 years. After taking the oath, he asks Aisha if they can stop now. The girl agrees to give the traveler 2 years to complete the mission. She notes that if he does not fulfill the terms of the agreement, she will return to the previous option of liberating the land of Qian. Changfeng tells her that he has been looking for a way out of this situation for the past 2 years, and does not want to quarrel with her anymore. Aisha advises to wait with this, and in the meantime, asks him to fix the teleportation circle in the ancient land of Qian. The Lord of Fire City states that the people have been affected by the curse, and even with the restored teleportation circle, they will not be able to leave. Aisha understands this, but the teleport circle will provide the opportunity for contact and trade with the outside world, which will definitely improve the lives of the local people. Changfeng calls this matter very important, and wants to return to the city to discuss it with the governor. Chen tries to quietly remind himself, remembering his assignment to change profession. The leader of the Fire City advises him not to worry and not to rush. Changfeng suggests that Aisha join him in thanking the mortal for his help. The girl agrees to help the traveler, since he is leaving anyway. She orders him to follow her, and the system notifies him that the quest to change profession is complete. All that remains is to receive the rewards in the sacred palace. Zhang Chen is pleased with this ending, and understands that because it was so difficult, no one in his past life was able to complete this quest. Aisha approaches the angel statue and places her sword into its stone hands. A portal opens next to the statue, and the girl invites Chen to enter. They enter a mysterious dimension that Aisha calls the last ancient temple of light in the world. The priest asks if this place is an ordinary temple of light, and Changfeng explains that the ancient temple was founded by the god of creation, and the current temple of light was created simply by the god of light, who, according to legend, was once an ordinary priest in the ancient temple of light. Chen is surprised by this revelation, that the god of light was once a mere mortal. They approach the main statue of the god of creation, around which are placed 6 statues of sages representing the 6 professions. The main statue in the center is the mortal incarnation of the god of creation and the mentor of all 6 professions. According to Aisha, hidden professions have 2 directions. The high priest is the main healer and the judge. She tells the protagonist to place his hand on the crystal ball to begin the profession change ceremony. Aisha states that after the ceremony begins, the sages will conduct a check, and whichever sage approves of him, that is the position the player will receive. If all 6 sages choose Chen, then he will be able to make his choice between the available options. Changfeng advises not to listen to her nonsense, because during that time only the Pope of the temple was chosen by all 6 sages. Zhang Chen remembers the temple pope as an old pervert who was rumored to be capable of challenging God, but who stayed here to spread the faith. Aisha announces that she will help the hero who wishes to kill the demon god, and gives him a magic stone, the only item available for use in the transfer ceremony. Chen examines the stone that increases his intelligence by 50% during the ceremony, and asks Aisha what she is talking about. She explains that during the transfer of the profession, all equipment skills will cease to function, and one can only rely on the basic attributes. This revelation shocks Zhang Chen, who has always used his equipment to win. Despite his hesitation, he decides to go through with it, and places his hand on the crystal ball to begin the test. The boy moves to the priest's tower, beginning the profession change ceremony. Chen realizes that he no longer has any equipment effects. Only the basic attributes that he pumped into intelligence and skill power, as well as the talent of yin-yang inversion, remain. The protagonist is instructed by the system to enter the Tower of Priests and take a test. He ascends to the first testing arena, where a wooden warrior ally is already waiting for him. The warrior has the standard attributes of a level 19 warrior and can deal a powerful first strike. Chen gains the flash heal spell, which restores health to the marked target. He thinks the test looks too easy and there must be a trap. To pass the first floor of the tower, you will have to destroy enemy wooden warriors while saving the life of your ally. Jiang Chen was prepared for this development given his healer class. He orders Tree to attack, promising to cover him with healing skills. The stick collides with the enemy, dealing minor melee damage. Chen notes his health at 540 units, and can heal an ally for 150 units with a single spell. The wooden warriors engage in a fierce sword fight, trying to kill each other. The priest uses a healing skill and heals an ally. Meanwhile, Aisha and Changfeng stand next to Chen's motionless body, worried that none of the statues have lit up yet. Changfeng is surprised by the slowness of the priest with a unique talent that can kill a demon god follower. Aisha doubts that a person who is not recognized by the sages will be able to kill the demon god. Changfeng notes that he and she won't be able to destroy the demon god either. He states that only travelers from other worlds have such an ability, and Chen, who has made a contract with the gods, will definitely not let them down. Suddenly, Changfeng notices a change in the surrounding environment, which he warns Aisha about. She doesn't see anything interesting, noticing that Chen is still passing the 4th floor. One of the statues lights up with a bright ghostly light. Following her, more statues light up, which shocks Aisha and Changfeng. The Lord of Fire City cannot believe that 4 sages recognize the challenger at the same time. Aisha wonders what Jiang Chen is doing in that tower. Meanwhile, in the priest's tower, the main character and his faithful wooden boy continue to fight against the advancing enemies. On the 4th floor, dozens of wooden warriors appear before them. Chen commands Wooden to show his strength to the enemies while the priest heals him from behind. The wooden figure bravely rushes into battle to meet the enemies flying towards him. The protagonist yells at him to hold on while simultaneously activating heal. The wooden figure withstands multiple attacks, instantly healing itself with Chen's magic. 10 minutes later, all the opponents were defeated, and the priest and wooden man headed to the next floor. Suddenly, the system announces that for his excellent results, Chen is sent straight to the final test, to fight alone against 12 enemies. According to the test conditions, you need to kill your opponents within 10 minutes, after which the arena will be destroyed. Wooden warriors appear before Chen, and he himself is surprised by the ease of the final test. The boy realizes that this is a test of the priest's ability to survive in combat without a teammate. But he is not an ordinary priest. In single combat, Chen only becomes stronger. The protagonist uses the yin-yang inversion skill, turning healing into a combat spell. Next comes the final test, which prompts the wooden enemies to move. Fireballs and ice flows fly towards Jiang Chen, who is ready to fight. The main character smiles and repeats that this test is too easy for him. Meanwhile, the 5th sage statue begins to glow, which pleases Aisha and Changfeng. The Lord of the Fire City is convinced that they have chosen the right person for their mission, and soon the 6th sage will recognize him too. Aisha doubts this, but is surprised by the rare recognition of a contender by 5 sages at once. Changfeng continues to hope for a miracle and looks at the 6th statue of the sage. But Aisha is confident that Chen will not be able to gain the approval of the 6 sages, like he did with the Pope of Light. Suddenly, Changfeng shouts joyfully as the last statue also starts to glow. The statue of the 6th sage actually glowed with blue light, shocking Aisha. A pleased Changfeng is convinced of the correctness of his judgments, comparing Chen to the Pope of Light. Aisha suggests that the exhausted candidate will need help after passing the test, to which Changfeng agrees. Suddenly he notices something incredible, and believes that he has begun to hallucinate. The statue of the earthly incarnation of the god of creation also lights up with a soft blue light. A disconcerted Aisha confirms what she saw, not believing what is happening. Changfeng and Aisha kneel before the statue of the supreme god, telling him their names and titles. Jiang Chen completes the trial and returns to the ancient Guangming temple. He notices Aisha and Changfeng bowing and asks what they are doing. Changfeng seriously advises the protagonist to look back and see everything for himself. Aisha explains that Chen has received the approval of the god of creation and can now choose all the sages at once. Among other things, he will be able to receive a blessing from the supreme god himself. The priest does not understand whether such a blessing is also a hidden profession, but Aisha cannot give a clear answer. Suddenly, a ball of yellow energy surrounds Jiang Chen, lifting him into the air. The guy closes his eyes and hears a spirit saying, "Let there be light." A stream of yellow energy rushes into Chen's body, and the system announces the completion of the profession change ceremony. The priest becomes an angel of light, takes the holy oath and receives the badge of light. A pleased Jiang Chen turns to Changfeng and asks if he succeeded. Changfeng and Aisha continue to bow and claim that they were able to personally see the angel of light. Chen is shocked by this attitude, and does not understand how exaggerated the hidden professional skills of the angel of light are. The priest does not want such servile attitude towards himself and comes up with a way to get rid of it. He accuses Changfeng of being aloof because he intends to abandon his duty. When Changfeng asks a question, the protagonist reminds him that he stole his final blow in the fight with the demon in the sacred palace. Changfeng comes to his senses and promises to make it up to him when they return to Fire City. Zhang Chen pats him on the shoulder, hoping to get a good item from the Lord. The priest extends his hand to him to seal the contract. Changfeng shakes his hand, promising that they have agreed on compensation for the damage. Aisha reminds Chen that if he fails to kill the demon god within 2 years, he will remain in the ancient land of Qian forever. The priest suggests not to talk about failures, and the ruler of the holy city declares that the future of the land of Qian now depends on him. She demands that he now call her by her name, to which Chen agrees to call her sister Aisha. The girl hands him a red and white mask, calling it compensation for destroying the demon god's follower. The mask, when worn, allows you to hide information about yourself, as well as reduce the hatred value of bosses and monsters. A pleased Zhang Chen accepts the gift and thanks his kind sister Aisha. The girl advises him not to hide this thing, because he is unlikely to need it in a real fight. Aisha tells Changfeng that he will have to pay Chen well, but the Lord of Fire City is confident in his wealth. Changfeng claims that 7 statues have lit up and the world may soon fall into chaos again. Aisha claims that the arrival of the Angel of Light should already be known in the temple. The action moves to the Temple of Light, where an unknown man stands in front of a large magic circle. It turns out to be the Pope of Light, to whom the assistant informs about the appearance of a messenger of light for the first time in many years. The Pope does not know what to expect from such an event and hopes for divine will. The old man declares that the God of Light will guide them, and whether it is good or bad, they will find out later. Away from this place, Zhang Chen thinks that he doesn't care about the Temple of Light, as long as their followers don't interfere with his plans. He decides to test his new abilities. Now the guy can continue to study the profession of a priest and get all the skills of a judge in order to one day grow into the Son of Light. He has 2 new skills: Sacred Body, which frees him from all control effects for 9 seconds, and Bright Holy Icon, which allows him to transform any skill to counterattack. Chen is pleased with his freedom from control and the transformation technique, but he knows that it is not enough to defeat the demon god. Changfeng declares that he will return to the Fire City himself if the priest continues to stand there with a satisfied look. The boys say goodbye to Aisha, who finally reminds Chen of his promise to liberate the land of Qian. The action moves to the gates of the Fire City, guarded by 4 guards. Zhang Chen doesn't understand why they didn't immediately move to the mansion, but Changfeng wants to show him something. The priest was puzzled as to what he was about to see until he came closer to the guard post. The guard suddenly shouted for the health of the holy messenger who had come to the city. Chen is shocked by this attitude from an ordinary security guard who had never paid attention to him before. Other players are also surprised by the greeting from the guard, with whom you usually can't even talk. The players notice Chen and admiringly acknowledge him as the national-level priest who made a difference during the full mission on the server. Changfeng sarcastically asks the Angel of Light how he feels, receiving such honors from those around him. Chen is unhappy with the excessive attention, and is sure that he will die of shame every day if this happens in every major city. He suggests that Changfeng simply return to the mansion and talk about compensation. In the mansion, the Lord of Fire City takes a large dark badge out of the closet. He shows Chen this badge and claims that he will definitely like it. The item turns out to be the main city medal, which allows you to use all the main teleports within the location for free, and receive a 20% discount in all city stores. The pleased priest takes the medal and heads for the exit, quickly saying goodbye to the city lord. Changfeng smiles after him, noting the sluggishness of his new friend. Chen walks through the 3rd floor of the mansion and notices a lone player moving towards him. The protagonist recognizes him as a player nicknamed Last Night Star, who used the suppression fragment to block the gate. Zhang Chen turns to the emotionless warrior and demands to know why he used the suppression fragment against him. The Star of the Last Night refuses to give an explanation, and promises that they will meet again in the future. Chen thinks he's a weirdo and wonders if he's ever met him before. Deciding to forget about this meeting, the guy goes to unlock the skill book. He comes to the office of the priest's mentor and knocks cautiously on the door. In the room, a mid-level mentor, Billy, is waiting for him, greeting the new visitor. Chen is embarrassed by his half-naked appearance and asks what his relationship is with Luot. Billy praises the traveler's keen eye and calls Luot his cousin. Zhang Chen covers the blushing Billy's mouth before he can say anything more embarrassing. The guy shows the mentor 2 skill books with 3 and 4 stars, which immediately arouses his keen interest. Billy decides to unlock the 3-star book first, and leave the more difficult one for later. Inside it is the judge's skill, Holy Light's Judgment, which deals light damage to a specified location, and Billy notes that such a skill would require changing professions. Chen hands him the 2nd book, and thinks that he can use the skills of a judge thanks to the blessing of the God of Creation. Billy demands 450 coins for a quick printout of the last book, and wants payment in advance. The priest is unhappy with such a sharp increase in prices and wants to refuse the large payment. He takes out the main city medal from Changfeng, which should give him a 20% discount. Billy irritably notes that skill books are not discounted. Chen is unhappy with the medal's selective effect, and his mentor demands that he pay up. The protagonist humbly gives him the money and asks him to print the book quickly. Billy activates a book with the skill Angelic Hymn, which summons angels that restore 5% of the life of allies and then increase their health. Billy is shocked that Chen was able to simultaneously obtain the skills of the High Priest and the Judicial Department. The main character says that it is a long story and does not want to tell it now. He takes the skill book and leaves the office, saying goodbye to the mentor. Jiang Chen regrets that he is down to his last skill slot, which means he can't get both new skills. He decides to choose the Book of 4 Stars with the Angelic Hymn as his new skill. After learning the new skill, Chen uses Inversion Yin-Yang on him, an inverted version of Angelic Hymn that can deal high damage to the marked enemy. The priest recalls that each player only has 4 skill slots, and to increase the limit, you need to buy a Godstone from the Divine Goods store for a lot of money. Suddenly, he receives a message that players Qing Ying and Tao Xiaotian are online. The knight writes in the chat that they are going to leave the mansion, but Chen advises to first collect all the rewards and buy useful items. While the girls are busy with their own affairs, Jiang Chen decides to fix the angel ring and clean the platinum equipment. To do this, he comes to a large workshop for repairing broken items. Inside, a blacksmith works with a hammer on a large two-handed sword. He breaks the blade and throws the broken sword aside, lamenting that he wasted his time again. A fragment of the sword almost hits the protagonist, who managed to dodge at the entrance to the room. A blacksmith named Ai Nu welcomes the traveler into his forge, and notices that the broken sword was the equipment of a previous guest. Chen can't believe that in his past life, this place was known as the coolest forge of the gods. The priest was already heading for the exit, but Ai Nu asks him not to leave and calls himself the best blacksmith master in the city. Ai Nu states that such holes sometimes occur in the Fire City, but Chen sees no connection to the location. The blacksmith explains that in Fire City, there is a 1 in a million chance of improving the class of equipment when creating and repairing weapons. Chen decides to believe him, since he knows little about the Fire City due to its destruction in his past life, and shows the blacksmith the angel ring. Ai Nu examines the broken ring and states that with the materials she has, she can only repair it to gold level. To Jiang Chen's surprised question, the blacksmith replies that the ring was originally platinum level, but for a full repair, you need amethyst tears from an abandoned mine in the tropical forest, where many wild monsters have now appeared. The priest then shows him the dragon staff and the helmet with the dragon skull, which he asks to cleanse. Ai Nu is amazed by the wealth of the new client, who even got hold of platinum-level equipment. The blacksmith says that 2 bottles of spring water from the northern rainforest are needed for purification. The repairman asks the traveler to bring him more materials than the quest starts. Ai Nu's request is to get 10 amethyst stones and bottles of spring water for the blacksmith. Chen accepts the task, seeing no other way to successfully repair the ring and cleanse the equipment. The blacksmith gives him the quest item Ai Nu's glass bottle to complete the mission. Soon the priest comes to the main city square, where he waits for his teammates. On the stand, he finds an announcement about the killing of monsters that have raged in the northern tropical forest. Qingying and Tao write in the chat that they found people arguing on the 2nd floor of the mansion and want to check them for a hidden task. Jiang Chen agrees to leave them in the mansion, planning to carry out the mission alone today. The action moves to the northern tropical forest, where other players marvel at the appearance of the protagonist. 2 muscular guys ask to take a photo with him and join his team, but Chen refuses them. Tired of excessive attention, the main character wants to become more secretive. He dons the Aisha mask, which is capable of hiding information about the owner. Soon the boy encounters a level 12 wolf hunting the player. The monster jumps up, hoping to catch Jiang Chen off guard and bite him hard. Suddenly the boy hears a shout from behind to watch out and looks around in surprise. A red-haired night girl appears before him, confident that she has saved the weak priest from the wolf's attack. Her teammates with the nicknames Gorgeous and Cool, Merciless, and Tears Are Beautiful appear nearby, demanding that the priest stand by and heal them in gratitude for the protection. The girl with the nickname Tears Are Beautiful drags Chen away from the battlefield. She is surprised that a man with a non-combat profession came alone into the forest with monsters. Jiang Chen notes that with such teamwork, these are definitely not newbies in front of him. He thinks that they don't need his help and heads towards the mine. A few minutes later, the team defeats the wolves and discusses the priest who left without thanking them for their help. Meanwhile, Chen comes to a ruined mine where pink amethyst deposits are visible everywhere. He picks up 1 amethyst tear, a mineral for repairing weapons. The protagonist doubts that they will be so easy to collect and waits for the enemy to appear. A boss appears in front of him, a level 13 amethyst wolf with the skills Howl to deal damage and Breath of the Wolf to summon monsters after losing half of his health. Chen notes that it is indeed the boss and regrets that her teammates are not around. The bored priest takes out his magic staff and prepares for battle. He activates an inverted healing skill as the wolf runs towards him. The priest casts a heal spell that deals high damage to the selected target. The wolf loses a lot of health and flies back to the rock with a loud growl. After using Lesser Light Apocalypse, the boss loses more than half of his health and uses Breath of the Wolf. A group of monsters at the entrance to the mine heard the leader's call and ran to his aid. The player with the nickname Chic and Cool does not understand why the wolf suddenly starts running away from him. His knightly friend cools his arrogance and advises him to look around. The warrior looks around and notices a large group of monsters nearby. Dozens of angry wolves run towards them with clearly aggressive intentions. A team of players finds themselves surrounded by monsters near the entrance to an abandoned mine. Players decide to unite in the face of a common threat in order to have a chance of survival. A player with the nickname Monstrous Mana claims that he knows how to deal with 500 enemies. To do this, he uses an ice attack on the Red Knight's team, freezing them to the ground and forcing them to become bait for the wolves. Shikaran and Kroot unsuccessfully try to throw off the icy shackles. The remaining players run into the forest, planning to scout out an escape route. The frozen players shout after them and think about how to get out of this situation. The knight does not want to die and lose a level, which will then take a long time to restore back. A blonde with the nickname Tears Are Beautiful warns her comrades about the attack of monsters. Meanwhile, inside the abandoned mine, Chen kills the wolf boss. From the monster's body, he picks up a couple of silver-level items and an amethyst, which, like Tears, can be used to repair equipment. Zhang Chen decides to find a source of water, but upon exiting the mine he notices a battle. He sees his recent acquaintances fighting a pack of wolves summoned by the deceased boss. Chen wants to thank them for the unnecessary rescue earlier, and decides to help his new acquaintances. He activates the Lesser Light Apocalypse, not wishing death on such a good team of players. Monsters take massive area damage and begin to die en masse. The player Chic and Cool does not understand who used such a powerful spell. The knight is also amazed by the high damage, easily destroying all the monsters. The blonde notices the priest approaching and tells her friend to look in his direction. They understand that this is the same priest and that he just saved them. Chen heads towards the source, but is suddenly shouted at by Shikaran and Kroot. The protagonist turns to him, asking what he wants. All 4 players bow deeply to Zhang Chen, thanking the master for his help. The priest advises them not to worry about it, and he himself reflects on their stupidity. He goes to the source while the knight discusses with the team the incredible power of their new acquaintance. Soon the main character comes to a small water source in the middle of stones overgrown with grass. A beautiful girl in revealing clothes and wolf ears suddenly emerges from the pond, greeting the traveler. The girl looks seductively at Chen and asks if he came here for her. The protagonist is surprised that the source has its own NPC. He quickly dismisses this thought and comes to the conclusion that the girl is the source's boss. She turns out to be a level 15 white phantom fox with the skills Stealth to hide her status and Illusion to maintain her human form until she loses half her health. Chen wonders what such an outdated boss could be doing here and how she could be effective at all. But through the world chat, he learns that Lisa has already killed 3 million men, seduced by her beautiful appearance. The boss tells Zhang Chen that outsiders are not allowed to enter the spring and he must leave. The priest replies that he will have to stay here, while taking out his staff. He uses an inverted heal spell on the enemy. The fox girl takes high damage, but looks even more excited and asks Chen if he really should do that. The protagonist replies that it is necessary, and reflects on the boss's bad habits. The girl declares that she must then kill him and moves lightning fast behind Zhang Chen. The guy steps aside, noting the high speed of the boss's normal attack, which definitely caused the death of many players. But Chen doesn't take much damage from her attacks, and immediately casts a counterspell. He uses his new skill Angelic Hymn for the first time, summoning a winged angel girl above him. The boss stopped looking cheerful and looked at her enemy with caution. Angelic Hymn reduces her health to half, dispelling the illusion and revealing the true body of a large white fox. The monster roars furiously, releasing waves of white energy from its open mouth. The fox rushes towards Zhang Chen, wanting to tear him into pieces. The priest reactivates Angelic Hymn to retest the new spell. The summoned angel deals massive continuous damage, finishing off the phantom fox. Chen reaches level 21st on the server and gains access to a new dungeon, which the system notifies all players about. The priest is pleased that upon reaching level 20, he will be able to activate the Gate of the Gods and receive a certain key. He thinks that the real game of the gods has begun, and the curtain has really opened. Chen decides to examine the body of the deceased boss, from which 10 bottles of water from the spring fell. He also received a ring of devotion and boots of swiftness of silver levels, along with a pattern for an elegant blue shirt. The guy is pleased with this completion of the mission, and decides to call Qing Ying and Tao to raise the crystal ball. The knight informs him via chat that they were able to take on a hidden quest to find the skin of a giant thunder frog from the swamps of Istlin, and asks if he should wait for Chen. The priest tells her that he himself has not yet finished with his mission and advises the girls to figure out the task themselves. Soon, Zhangchen returns to Ainu's forge, having collected all the required items. He hands the blacksmith 10 bottles of water and 9 amethyst tears, noting that he found an amethyst instead of the last tear. Ainu is pleased and takes the amethyst, claiming that it is worth 10 amethyst tears. The blacksmith offers to repair 1 item for free in exchange for an amethyst tear, but Chen no longer has any broken equipment. Then Ainu takes out a bag with an unknown substance and offers to check if this thing is worthy. The item turns out to be a tracking powder that, when it hits a target, transmits its coordinates for 2 hours. Zhang Chen is happy to have the opportunity to exchange the amethyst, which is useless to him, for such a valuable powder. Ainu tells the customer to wait half an hour until he finishes the repair. Chen agrees to wait, but suddenly receives a chat message from Tao Xiaotian. She accidentally killed another player during a battle with monsters, and now his team has come for revenge. Qing Ying protects her friend, which is why hostile players are hesitant to engage in battle. Zhang Chen announces that he will be arriving soon, asking a delighted Tao to wait with the fight. Xiao Tian relays the leader's words to Qing Ying, who is prepared to hold off the enemies until the priest arrives. The enemy player states that if Tao apologizes to Master Han and becomes his servant, the incident will be forgotten. Otherwise, he threatens to fight back from his guild brothers standing behind him. Tao says that the player who scared her deserved to die, and the knight supports her in this. The enemy player claims that Master Han Xiao is the son of an entertainment magnate and requires special treatment. According to the player, young Master Han does not want to ruin his image. Therefore, the hostile warrior demands an apology and service from the summoner for the insult inflicted. Qing Ying declares that she will protect Tao and advises her not to be afraid of anything. The summoner shouts at her enemies that she has no intention of apologizing to anyone. The enemy warrior orders his subordinates to capture both girls. Suddenly, Zhang Chen emerges from the trees and suggests that they not bother his comrades and instead fight him. The girls are delighted by the arrival of a commander who is capable of dealing with any danger. Enemy players will recognize Chen as the best priest in the national list. The protagonist is surprised that with the knowledge of his power, they dare to intimidate his teammates. Qing Ying calls them foolish people, and Chen prepares to fight. The embarrassed knight is glad to see the commander and complains to him about the threats from these players. An angry Zhang Chen threatens his enemies, thinking about all the time and effort he put into developing his team buff. The enemy warrior claims that the team can be easily changed, and Tao has angered Master Han himself. Chen advises them to just play and not threaten real people outside the game. The enemy warrior realizes that the priest is not going to resolve the situation in a good way. He tells his subordinates that he will stall for time and orders them to fight the people behind the priest. His comrade accepts the order, grinning at the opportunity to deal with the girls. The warrior tells the mortal that, despite his strength, he is merely a priest and cannot fight. Chen is tired of talking and activates a spell to deal with all the enemies at once. The angry protagonist says that now they will die first. A magical symbol covers enemy players while they take damage and scream before dying. Before disappearing, the hostile warrior manages to shout to the mortal that Lord Han will not forgive him for such an insult. Chen finds the world too chaotic and doesn't care about his enemy's status outside the game. Tao notices that Zhang Chen's skill damage has increased again, allowing him to kill a high-level knight so easily. The priest stops their cries of praise and asks how much longer they have until level 20. The girls respond that they are currently at level 19 and will be able to rise after completing the quest. Chen decides to help his comrades complete the mission and deal with the monsters. Tao explains the final step of the quest, using the leather to repair the big drum. Zhang Chen advises to hurry before the deadline for completing the task expires. Qing Ying places the red drum on the ground and tells Tao to begin. The summoner hits the drum with the quest item, causing it to make a loud noise. A ghost of a gray-haired man emerges from the drum, surprised that his soul has a chance to see a person, and grieving over the lack of heirs. Chen tells the girls that they are lucky and will be able to become his heirs. Tao asks the leader who he is, and the priest tells him about an ancient race of spirits from which all the current elements originated. The gray-haired spirit is surprised that there are still people in this world who remember his ancient race. He states that since the travelers woke him up, he will give them a chance. Qing Ying and Tao gain the inheritance of Leiling Guyuan's blood, which adds extra lightning damage to any attack. The knight receives the seal of power with her eyes closed while in a magical trance. Tao Xiaotian had already woken up and was delighted to have received such amazing power. The spirit expresses hope that the girls will be able to develop the seeds of his power, and decides to meet with his fellow tribesmen. Both girls bow to the disappearing ghost, finally leaving for the spirit world. Tao Xiaotian is touched by this system of interaction with NPCs. Chen asks the girls if they ever thought that things might not be like that. But he still decides not to tell them about the game's impact on reality, and asks how much experience they need to reach level 20. The girls claim that they can move to the next level, but it will take some time. Zhang Chen tells them not to waste time on monsters, and to return to the main city where they can safely level up to the next level. In the City of Fire, the trio stands in front of a stand with the new main quest, the Dream Realm, for level 20 players. According to the quest description, you need to go to the ruins of the ancient city in the northern part of the Snow Wind City, and kill the Lord of Dreams in the Secret Kingdom. Chen advises to hurry and remembers that in a past life, someone found the ruins ahead of time and was caught by the power of the gods, which attracted the attention of the society. At the same time, a team of explorers guild led by President Zeru is moving through the City of Snowy Wind. They approach the ruined City of Dreams, which was mentioned in the new quest. The assistant advises the president to be the first to enter the ruins, find the passage before the others, and earn a lot of money. Zeru demands that the team members turn on the research recording, which will help them in the future work of the guild. Having confirmed that the cameras are active, the president orders them to move forward. A group of players from the Explorers Guild enters the ruins of an ancient city. Inside they see huge flying pieces of land with white castles and beautiful buildings. The guild members try to ask the president about what they saw, but he has already gone ahead. The assistant finds Zira and tells him that the rest of the team is looking for him. The president, his face deeply red, turns to his comrade in bewilderment. He says he wants to sleep and closes his eyes, and the assistant also feels an unusual urge to sleep. They and other players begin to float in the air inside transparent bubbles. The players who have not reached level 20 have not fallen asleep and decide to retreat to ask the guild chairman about what is happening. The action moves to the real world, to the house of the explorers, who have begun to leave the game. One of the players who left asks the president what just happened. He enters Zeru's room and discusses the secret defense mechanism, but finds the president asleep at the table. The president of the Explorers Guild continues to sleep in his virtual reality helmet. Another guild member explains that all the players who fell into that trap were knocked unconscious and unable to log out of the game. The presidential aide asks in alarm why what is happening in the game has begun to affect real life. Meanwhile, in the Fire City inside the game, the system warns of the danger of the ruins of the ancient City of Dreams affecting people in reality. The players in the square are cheerfully discussing what happened, intrigued by the unknown force that has severed people's connection with the real world. Qingying and Tao Xiaotian are also scared by what is happening, but are confident that the mortal knows the truth. The knight recalls that from the first meeting he always waited for updates and remained indifferent to everything, as if he knew what would happen next. She contacts the leader via friend chat and asks about the system alert. Zhang Chen thinks that regardless of anyone's fears, from today onwards, the Age of Gods is coming. He looks up at the sun and realizes that the launch has been made. The priest recalls that earlier, after the revelation of unknown forces capable of influencing reality from the game, people succumb to panic. But soon the short-term panic will pass, and people will understand something important. They realize that all this will be a new start for personality, position, power, and wealth. Chen is confident that everything will soon be reshuffled, and citizens will be able to rapidly develop in the game and become masters of one of the sides of the forces. And then the man who was previously rich will fall into the abyss due to the loss of power, while another may rise to the level of God or become a killer of gods. Chen sends a message to her friends to hurry up and move on to the next level. The girls decide to trust the master's words, even though they don't understand him. While they are busy leveling up, Zhang Chen returns to Ainu's forge. When the client asks about the equipment, the blacksmith states that everything is already ready. The first item repaired is the dragon staff, which increases spell power and applies a burning effect for 3 seconds when attacking. The second item is the dragon helmet, which increases defense and magic resistance, and also reduces damage from critical hits. The final item was the angel ring, which increased mana by 500 units and added 8% to skill power. Zhang Chen thanks the blacksmith and leaves, thinking that he will keep the helmet and ring for himself, and that the staff can be sold in preparation for the new era. He decides to use the 4-star Godstone to upgrade the angelic hymn, and use the other skill stones to develop the healing technique to 2 stars. Chen knows that soon the gods will officially notify everyone about a global update that will fully integrate the attributes of the game into reality. With the Godstone, the priest upgrades angelic hymn to 5 stars, increasing the area damage to 12% of the enemy's health. The protagonist reflects that the skill consumes 1,000 units of mana per use, which is why he will not be able to use it more than once per battle for now. Chen thinks that after upgrading the skill, the damage has increased, but the mana consumption has become within the acceptable range. He decides that after the girls reach level 20, their team will immediately go to the City of Dreams. The priest remembers that many people failed there in his past life, but now everything will be different. After leaving a final message to her friends about meeting in the morning, Zhang Chen logs out of the game. He looks in the mirror and notices that the influence of the gods on reality is becoming more and more obvious. The change in appearance is immediately noticeable. Xia Royer, wearing a short towel, calls out to him through the door. An excited Jianchen coquettishly invites her to come into his room like this. But the serious-minded Rouillet demands that he put such things out of his head when something global is happening. Chen pretends to be ignorant, and his neighbor tells him about the game's invasion of reality and the chaos that has begun. The protagonist is surprised that even the carefree Xiaoruier found out about this. She says she is also a gamer and shows her phone with an open gaming forum. There you can see the main news of the day about a group of players trapped in a dream city and still not waking up in reality. Another news item says that problems with gaming helmets have started, and all the sleeping players have fallen into a coma. In the following video, the president of the House of Explorers has woken up and is being interviewed about an unknown force that is influencing reality. President Zeru states in a video that all players have woken up from their coma and shows a recording of the system while the guild members were sleeping. At the moment of falling into the trap, he received a message that, under the influence of the power of dreams, he entered the dream system for 20 minutes and must find a flaw in the dream or wait for it to end. The duration of sleep is reduced for higher-level players, and Zeru was unable to find the flaw in the dream and was waiting for it to end. The president is confident that there will be players who are capable of resisting sleep and reaching the land of dreams. He predicts that after passing through the city of dreams, people will be able to see a completely different world. His expression changed, and he stated that many people thought he was crazy, but he had just undergone a medical examination. According to the results, Zeru's body was not damaged and his health improved. At this point, Xiaoruier turns off the phone screen and returns to talking with Chen. She asks the protagonist how much he knows about the news and if it is safe for her to continue playing. What the neighbor wants most is to know what will happen next and whether their world will change because of it. Zhang Chen realizes the depth of her feelings and tries to calm the girl down. He advises her not to panic and to look at the top of the forum page. There is an announcement about a global update of the game, which will last until 10 in the morning. The guy explains to her that if there were real problems, the game would not have received a new update. He speculates that the developers are trying to take control of what is happening, but don't yet know how to do it. Xiaoruier asks what she should do next in this situation. Zhang Chen advises her to remain a dressmaker, since everyone needs clothes. The girl quickly comes to her senses, confirming the truth of his words. In gratitude for his help, Rouillet tenderly kisses the boy on the cheek, completely embarrassing him. Chen rubs the kissed area and asks sarcastically if she is using it for her own aggrandizement. Xiaoruier leaves the room, reminding her neighbor to remember to fight monsters and find clothing designs for her. Chen speculates that after level 20, the difficulty of accumulating experience increases 100-fold. Because of this, ordinary people will abandon the game, not having free months to level up their characters. The protagonist thinks that without talent and financial resources, it is difficult to achieve progress. That is why he wishes to gain all the strength to achieve his goal, and then falls asleep. The next day, a crowd of players gathered at the Fire City teleportation circle. Chen is already in the game and remembers too late that on the day of the second update, hundreds of servers with new players opened. He shouts that he doesn't know whether the server will explode or not, but he will definitely achieve his goal. Qing Ying reminds him to wear waterproof clothing as Tao tries to get out of the crowd. The guard announces the activation of the teleportation circle to the city of Snowy Wind. The team teleports to a snowy forest, and Qing Ying is surprised by the number of players he sees. Tao Xiaotian explains that due to yesterday's update, many new players have joined the game. She asks Chen about the official notification about extra-dimensional powers in the game, but the guy advises her to take a closer look at the changes in her body. Tao notes that her appearance in real life is becoming more and more similar to her game character. Qing Ying doesn't understand whether the Immortals can still be considered a normal game due to their influence on reality, but Chen advises her to think less about it. The protagonist states that the next part of the journey will be very difficult. Now you will have to pay for failures, and now you can still give up. The girls do not want to give up and are ready to follow their leader to the end. Chen knows about their determination, but jokes about her own lack of determination, causing her friends to be outraged. The action moves to the Blizzard Tavern, where the protagonist orders 30 bottles of Flaming Heart wine. Qing Ying doesn't understand why they need wine to get through the ruins, but Chen insists that they definitely need to buy special products. The Flaming Heart wine grants resistance to cold for 30 minutes, which intrigues the knight. The girls quickly drink from the bottles until Zhang Chen tells them not to finish them. The girlfriends quickly get drunk and look at the commander with flushed faces. A drunk Qing Ying calls Chen a handsome guy and asks if he has a girlfriend. She states that he looks like her friend who prefers boys and asks permission to kiss him. Shocked, Zhang Chen doesn't understand why he likes boys. A drunken Tao Xiaotian encourages the knight to kiss a guy they don't recognize as their friend. Chen fights off the drunk girls, reproaching himself for allowing them to drink a second glass. The action moves to the Silver Taiga, where 6 players await the mortal on the way to the ruins of an ancient city. A member of the enemy team assumes that the priest learned of the ambush, and that is why he has not come yet. But the player star of the last night is confident in the mortal's arrogance. that he will definitely not run from ambushes, and is currently delayed somewhere. He advises his comrades to wait another 2 hours, and when the mortal appears, try to kill him with one attack and retreat in case of failure. The other players listen to his ambush plan, but one of them suddenly notices the approach of unknown people. They turn out to be Jiang Chen and his sobered-up girlfriends, bashfully walking behind. An embarrassed Qingying can't believe she revealed her feelings to Chen. Tao suggests that this be a misunderstanding and is happy to know that the master does like girls after all. The delighted knight happily confirms that he doesn't like boys. Jiang Chen demands that they stop yelling and keep up with him. The guy explains that the ruins of an ancient city of dreams pass through this pine forest. An enemy player with a bow notices their approach and warns the rest of the ambushers. Chen continues to explain that this is the only way to the ruins, and nearby there is a supply point in the form of a small house where you can buy wine. According to him, one cannot stay in this city for more than 30 minutes, otherwise one can lose health due to the cold. Suddenly he notices a tracking arrow fired in his direction by an unknown enemy. The arrow quickly flies straight towards Jiang Chen, leaving behind a magical trail. The priest takes the arrow's impact on himself, scaring his teammates. The enemy archer tells his friends not to worry about the girls and to kill them quickly. Combat spells and new arrows fly towards the protagonist's team. Qingying uses a defensive skill to block the attack, ordering Tao to get the leader out of the line of fire. Suddenly, Chen's body melts into thin air, revealing itself to be his fake phantom. The priest appears from behind, and Tao remembers his skill to avoid blows. The main character walks towards the enemies, who run away at the sight of him. An angry Jiang Chen takes out his staff, not wanting to let the players escape. Suddenly, a hostile killer appears next to him, ready to deliver a sharp blow to the back. The enemy player plans to use a powerful attack to quickly finish off Chen. The priest dodges, noting that his opponent is a level 20 assassin. If unsuccessful, the enemy player jumps over the protagonist. He tries to escape, after advising Chen to think about his fate. But the main character refuses to let him go, activating the magic staff. He says that those who dare to come will not be able to escape and uses an inverted spell. The healing deals high damage to the killer, killing him in a couple of seconds. Chen then turns towards the other fleeing enemies. He uses healing light to deal area damage, killing all players. The star of the last night stands aside and acknowledges Jiang Chen's overwhelming strength. He leaves through the opened portal, promising to meet the priest later. The protagonist blames himself for not being able to stop the enemy from using the teleportation stone. Chen doesn't understand who the star of the last night is if he could gather high-ranked players to try to kill him. The girls approach the commander and ask about his condition and the escaped enemy. Jiang Chen advises not to think about him, and demands to go to the ruins of the ancient city of dreams. Near the entrance to the ruins, a team of unknown girls confronts a group of male players. Chen and her friends approach the ruins, and Qingying notices the situation. The priest suggests another guild conflict and tells his comrades not to worry, since they will get inside anyway. At the entrance, the leader of the Cheetah Guild, nicknamed Black Panther, refuses to let the girl Ning Bingshui through unless she agrees to an alliance. The president of the Ice and Snow Guild, nicknamed Ning Bingshui, refuses to join the alliance. Black Panther decides to punish the disobedient women and orders his subordinates to kill them. A multitude of combat spells fly towards the girls, launched from behind his back. Ning Bingshui does not back down from the conflict and uses counter-magic. It summons a fog that blocks the view of the battlefield for members of the Cheetah Guild. They start shooting blindly, and one spell accidentally hits Tao Xiaotian. Qingying is worried about her friend's condition, and Jiang Chen is starting to get angry. He calls the Cheetah Guild members brainless for their random attack mode. Black Panther responds by demanding that he not stand nearby and disturb his subordinates. Chen finally loses his temper from this treatment, promising to kill everyone. He uses the skill Apocalypse Small Light, which covers a large attack radius. Enemies take massive damage from a healing spell without realizing what's going on. President Black Panther stands there, confused, not understanding how a priest could cause damage. The dying members of the Cheetah Guild ask the president for help, but Black Panther still dies from the inverted healing before he can do anything. Jiang Chen notes that things have become much calmer, and decides to move on. The priest team continues on towards the ruins, but suddenly someone calls out to them. Ning Bingshu thanks Mortal for helping him eliminate the Cheetah Squad. She states that she would have definitely died with her friends without his support, and promises to help Chen with the task. The protagonist replies that there is no need to thank him, since he did not help them specifically. According to Chen, he was simply taking revenge for his teammate, who was hit by their accidental spell. Ning Bingshui admires the personality of the top priest of the national list, and wants to befriend him since the extra-dimensional powers are now influencing reality. Her friend notes that Bingshui definitely likes the guy, to which she shyly jokes off. Chen and his team enter the ruins of the ancient city of dreams. The system message warns you of entering a dangerous area that requires careful investigation. The protagonist remembers from a past life the first group of players who entered here, and discovered a special non-player character here. Chen remembers their words that the game character would be downgraded, and the spirit of real life would be slightly damaged. The priest addresses his friends, warning them of the danger. His speech is interrupted by an unknown girl emerging from the rubble of the building. The red-haired girl introduces herself as Yuina and asks if the traveler can protect her from the local dangers. Qingying is surprised that there is an NPC living in the ruins. Zhangchen is displeased with Yuina's quick appearance and orders his comrades to close their eyes. The girls close their eyes tightly as Chen takes out his staff and prepares to fight. One-eyed Yuina continues to ask for protection and help from her older brother Chen in finding her left eye. The girl's face suddenly changes, and she declares that it hurts so much without her eye. The scary girl continues to scream about how much pain it is for her to be without an eye, quickly raising the volume of her voice. Zhangchen orders his comrades to close their eyes and ears, recalling from their past lives special characters that can injure players in real life. But he doesn't remember how to deal with such enemies, and the system doesn't allow him to attack her with healing, while Yuina is protected by the will of the ancient Dream City. Realizing that she can't be attacked, Chen slowly approaches the girl. He promises to help her with her problems if she stops screaming so loudly. The girl blushes and accepts his help, starting a new special task: help Yuina restore the light. The girl hands Chen a mysterious object, the true eye, calling it her eye. Yuina places the red stone on her empty eye socket and asks if the traveler will help her. Chen recalls that in his past life, there were players who could not resist the temptation of the true eye and were destroyed. The priest orders the girl to close her eyes and carefully inserts the eye into her empty socket. Yuina thanks Chen, and the system reports that the current mission has been completed and the girl's trust has been gained. Zhang Chen realizes that she is the only surviving inhabitant of the city after its destruction hundreds of years ago, and offers to take her away from here. Yuina states that he is still here, so she cannot leave this place. She wants to ask Chen for something else, but the system shows the next task: the test of the Guardian of the Ancient City of Dreams, for completing which you can get the seal of the Guardian. The protagonist accepts the new mission, thinking about the beginning of the real mission of the Ancient City of Dreams, and Yuina tells them to follow her. The team moves on and receives a message from the system that, under the influence of the Dream Lord, they will enter a dream for 5 minutes, in which they must find a loophole or wait for the dream to end. Qingying notes that she studied this dream for several hours, but could not find any flaws. Chen replies that they won't fall asleep with Yuina, because the city only blocks players who haven't received a special quest and the girl's trust. Yuina uses True Eye magic and orders the illusions to be removed. The false reality breaks into pieces, revealing a large snow-covered tree. Tao is worried about Yuina, who has a trickle of blood coming from her left eye. The girl advises not to worry about her and explains that it is a small price to pay for controlling such strong illusions. Zhang Chen's group goes inside a huge hollow tree with an empty area inside. Yuina stands in front of the chains and asks her friends to wait while she does something. She creates a shining magical symbol on the ground that attracts surrounding chains to itself. Magic chains wrap around Yuina's body, releasing a powerful stream of transparent blue energy. The girl, wrapped in chains, looks tense, as if she is fighting an unknown enemy. Tao worries that Yuina is sacrificing herself, and Qingying asks what they can do to help. Zhang Chen replies that the girl is doing this voluntarily, and there is nothing they can do to help her. Yuina says that 215 years ago, the city was destroyed by the demon god, and her parents died to seal it. She recalls that before her death, the guardians hid within her the power to hold the seal that the girl had always feared. Not wanting to accidentally harm other people, she begged the guardians to lock her in the ancient city of dreams. Yuina shows her friends the sacrificial circle that is used to maintain the seal with energy, but states that her strength is not enough to contain the demon god's breath completely. The team emerges from a large hollow tree, with Tao Xiaotian supporting her new friend as she walks. They notice zombies affected by the demon god's breath, which Yuina asks them to destroy and restore them to peace. The team goes to carry out the next mission. You need to destroy all the dead inhabitants of the City of Dreams, and as a reward, the players will receive the Guardian Medal. They are attacked by a level 19 zombie with the Power of Corruption skill, which reduces the attack power of enemies. Qingying uses a defensive skill to repel the undead's attack. Tao Xiaotian summons a yellow dog and a brown bear, which immediately enter into battle. Zhang Chen recalls that after reaching level 20, summoners can control an unlimited number of beasts. Tao says that she recently caught a new beast with a net, and promises to soon catch up with the priest in strength. The summoned monsters attack the enraged zombies, distracting the group of the dead onto themselves. Chen uses Lesser Light Apocalypse, wanting to deal with all enemies with one skill. After the zombies are destroyed, Yuina announces that the residents of the Dream City can now rest in peace. She thanks Chen's team for freeing the souls of the locals. As a reward, the girl gives them 3 medals of the Guardian of the City of Dreams, special items that increase maximum health and return 20% of damage to attacking targets. Qingying claims that the item could sell for millions on the market, while Tao notes that it would quickly lose value if players could obtain it so easily. Chen thinks that only the first team to complete the task will receive medals with special attributes, and the rewards for the rest will be twice as bad. The priest asks Yuina if she has met people before, but the girl replies negatively, because God only directs her to those who can save this city. Suddenly, Yuina's face darkens and asks the priest to kill one person for her. Jiang Chen shows no surprise and asks who should be the target. The girl asks to kill her brother, better known as the Lord of Dreams. The system begins the final mission, Yuina's request, which requires killing the Dream Lord who has submitted to the demon god's power. Yuina promises to give the priest the power of a disciple of truth, and takes him to the entrance of the secret kingdom of dreams. Tao says that if this world were real, it would be sad to watch Yuina suffer for 200 years, to which a saddened Qingying agrees. Chen replies that he can't tell them many secrets about the game, and he thinks that no one knows if the gods were projections of the real world, but all the NPCs are definitely real people. The protagonist says that now is the time to live in the present moment and make every effort to successfully complete the mission. Chen's team is transported to the Dream Realm, and the system reports a danger zone and advises caution. Qingying doesn't understand what location their small team has moved to. Tao Xiaotian speculates that this place is the ancient city of dreams before its destruction. Zhang Chen says that the Dream Lord created this city with his eye of illusion, because he could not come to terms with the loss. The city's residents watch the unexpected guests with indifferent faces. The knight is frightened by the strange people who stop on the street and look at her, and Tao agrees with her. Chen loudly addresses the Dream Lord, calling him a coward for controlling illusions and making these people suffer. A loud voice demands the priest to shut up and not disturb the peace of the Dream City, as several monsters appear before him. Nightmare ghosts at level 20 receive an attack order from their creator and move towards the players. Qingying deflects the monster's attack with a shield skill, but claims that he won't be able to last long against such strong enemies. The protagonist says that the monster's resistance is too high and orders Tao to summon the animals. She summons the dog Dahong and the bear Xiaohong to fight the nightmare ghosts. Zhang Chen also decides to help her friends and takes out her magic staff. He uses the skill Angel's Song, which summons a winged angel girl against enemies. Monsters take massive damage from the priest's spell and die quickly. Tao Xiaotian is shocked by Chen's high damage and new skill that she has never seen before. The protagonist believes that Angel's Song was ideal for breaking through the monster's high resistance. Elsewhere, the Dream Lord declares that all who trouble his city must die. The team makes their way through the city streets and finds themselves near a large, dark building. Tao asks about the black color of the city's main building, and Chen tells about the Dream Lord's possession by the demon god, which distorted his illusion. The priest intends to meet with the leader of the ancient city of dreams as the players enter the building. The Lord of Dreams sits in a chair and asks if they are the trespassers who have disturbed the peace of his city. The girls comment on his handsome appearance and confirm his resemblance to Yuina. Chen calls the Dream Lord a coward for shifting responsibility onto his sister so he could live peacefully in the City of Illusions. A level 20 Dream Lord named Ives angrily asks if Zhang Chen has spoken to Yuina. He has 4 skills: Phantom Blade for precise damage, Phantom Shield to absorb any attacks, Mirror to redirect attacks, and Infinite Phantom to create illusions. Ives declares that all disturbers of the ancient City of Dreams will be punished. Qingying and Tao Xiaotian are excited about the upcoming battle with such a high-level boss. Chen advises them to prepare and not to be afraid of the enemy, even if it is difficult. Ives flies into the air and uses Phantom Blade, attacking with magic from a distance. The priest takes minor damage and thinks that this spell is evasible. Zhang Chen knows that there is no way to hide from the Phantom Blade, so he won't even try. The protagonist takes out a magic sphere to maximize the power of his spells. It uses an inverse healing skill that deals damage to the target enemy. The Dream Lord uses Phantom Shield and completely deflects the attack, calling Chen a foolish traveler. The protagonist uses Lesser Light Apocalypse and deals high damage to Ives, who is indignant that he has to feel pain. The enraged Dream Lord attacks with multiple Phantom Blades. Qingying uses a defensive skill to deflect the attacks, telling Chen to leave the defense to her. Ives remains angry and asks how the travelers even dare to fight him. The next Phantom Blade pierces Qingying's defense, sending her flying backwards. Zhang Chen catches her friend and advises her to take care of herself by using the shield after recovery. The priest points his staff towards the enemy, once again casting the inverted spell against the Dream Lord. Ives takes heavy damage and screams that those who disturbed his peace must pay for what they did. He uses the mirror skill, creating a white cloud of energy behind Zhang Chen. The protagonist remembers that the Dream Lord needs to stand still for 1 minute to hold the mirror, and if the team's damage is too high, a second mirror will appear. Chen understands that the damage from all the mirrors will be reflected at the same time, but players at level 20 will not be able to survive such an attack. Suddenly, he notices new Phantom Blades being aimed towards him by the enemy. Tao Xiaotian's summoned beasts leap forward, taking the boss's attacks on themselves. The summoner smiles contentedly, watching the well-coordinated work of her animals. Ives is confident that players won't be able to dodge his magical attacks forever. Chen recalls that the team of players in his past life fought the boss slowly and dealt damage gradually. But this is impossible now. The priest uses the new ability of the Angel of Light, Eyes of Brightness. Ives activates Phantom Shield, wanting to protect himself from another of the priest's skills. Chen uses Eyes of Brightness to take the boss's shield and make it his own ability. The Dream Lord screams, calling him a thief for daring to take his skill. Zhang Chen is confident that he will have the last word as long as the ghost shield reflects the boss's attacks. Soon, a weakened Ives with 8% health falls to the floor, continuing to talk about killing players. Chen sarcastically laments the Dream Lord's weakness and uses Angel's Song. Ives screams loudly, not wanting to lose the fight and die from the priest's spell. The Dream Lord dies, and the system posts a message to the server about his murder by the mortal and his team. The main character does not understand why there was an announcement about the boss's death if he did not exist in his past life. Suddenly, he feels the appearance of the dark demonic energy he encountered before. A demon god reincarnation of an unknown level appears in front of him. The winged demon declares that the pathetic humans have corrupted his illusions, and now he will sacrifice them to restore it. Chen is shocked to encounter a boss of such a high level that his abilities and level are unknown. The guy orders his friends to retreat immediately, seeing no way to deal with such an enemy. The demon god's reincarnation uses a blue sphere that increases its size. The monster suddenly grabs the priest with its huge hand, preventing him from moving. The demon crushes him in his fist, declaring that humans were born to be sacrificed. Zhang Chen manages to use a defensive skill and leave his phantom monster in his fist. The protagonist hides behind a column and thinks that if the developers put such a boss here, then there must be a way to kill him. The demon quickly finds the main character and declares that it will not be possible to hide from him. Chen uses the blink skill to instantly move behind the monster. The priest thinks that the blue eye is the boss's point of connection with the real world and decides to take it. The demon easily dodges the player's throw, unimpressed by his attempt to take the magic item. The reincarnation of the demon god is amazed that a human dares to disturb God's peace. The monster declares that human resistance must be suppressed in preparation for the next attack. Chen tells the girls to run when the building's doors open after his death. Outside the Dream City, Yuina senses the demon god's breath and realizes that her friends are in danger. She rushes to the portal to the City of Illusions, wanting to help Zhang Chen in the battle against the new enemy. The protagonist continues the fight, but suddenly an unknown projectile flies at him. It turns out to be Yuina's artificial eye, which she threw at the guy. The girl screams that the Eye of Reality can destroy the connection between the Eye of Illusion and the demon god. Zhang Chen takes the Eye of Reality and declares that the demon god's fate is now sealed. He uses a red orb, demanding that the boss leave this world and return to his origin. The demon god's reincarnation flies into the portal and screams that he will remember the mortal. Chen says that he will also remember him and will definitely kill him the next time they meet. The priest takes the Eye of Illusion, dispelling the demon god's breath and severing his connection to this world. After the demon leaves, Chen examines the items dropped by the Dream Lord. He received a gold-level Wise Witch's hat. Ives' corpse also dropped a gold-tier Cloud Sword of Power for warrior players. Zhang Chen thinks that the Witch Hat and the Power Sword are perfect for Qingying and Tao Xiaotian. The girls call the leader and tell him that Yuina's condition has become very bad. The protagonist hands them new equipment and tells them to leave Yuina in his care. The teammates take the sword and hat and exclaim that they will not let the master down for such a gift. A crying Yuina asks the priest to carry her in his arms and return to the teleportation circle. Players leave the ancient Dream City and return to the ruins, where they enter a large tree. Chen helps Yuina into bed and asks her what she will do next after the Dream Lord dies. The girl hopes that her new friends will take her to the outside world, which she has long wanted to see. Qingying says that she feels very sorry for Yuina who is stuck in this place, and Tao silently agrees with her. Zhang Chen claims that he might be able to take the girl to the outside world. Yuina is excited to leave the ruins and see other places that her deceased parents told her about long ago. The priest offers her to sign an equal contract, creating a bond between the player and the NPC, and then lead her out of the ancient Dream City. Yuina agrees to sign the contract, but first asks Chen to meet her parents. The protagonist is surprised by this statement, considering that her father and mother have long since died. Soon they come to a tombstone where the names of Yuina's parents, Yi Shuili and Ai Lei Wei, are carved. The girl says that before their death, she promised them that she would one day bring them a man who would want to sign an equal contract with her. After finishing her memories, Yuina walks away from the grave and asks Zhang Chen to take her hand. The priest inserts her left eye, not wanting to sign a contract with her in this condition. The Eye of Reality takes the form of her eye, and the girl thanks the guy for his help. The protagonist and Yuina enter into an equal contract that allows them to exchange information. After creating a connection, the system reveals the girl's abilities, level 5 and specialization in arcane magic. Chen thinks that in his past life, he never met people with the profession of secret magic. Yuina says that players from another world cannot possess secret magic, which is only passed down through inheritance. The girl shows her friends a dark book with a precious blue stone. She says that the book was left to her by her father, and promises that she will try her best to help Chen in the future. Qingying asks the team leader where they are going to go next. The priest replies that it is time for them to return to the main city for new quests. Near the main city's teleportation circle, Chen's team is greeted by other players, congratulating them on completing the City of Dreams. The priest walks past the delighted onlookers, apologizing that he has to go and doesn't have time to talk. Jiang Chen tells his comrades that there are 8 main cities in the game, and they can be reached after level 20 through teleportation circles. The main character states that their group needs to get to another city. The team arrives at the City of the Heavenly King, where players can change their professions after reaching level 20. Chen claims that the top 100 players will be able to undergo training at the main city's academy. But for new students, the academy holds a special welcoming ceremony. Student Kai Chang stops the team and asks the adventurers from another city if they know the rules. The guy demands that they pay him money if they are really familiar with the local customs. The protagonist is surprised that the academy's students have a penchant for robbery. Kai Chiang is outraged by such accusations and states that he is only teaching them the rules here. Chen advises him not to lie about the greeting ceremony. Turn around and repeat what he just said. Teacher Lu passes by Kai and demands that the academy badges be handed over to these travelers, whom he has been waiting for a long time. The academy teacher is angry at Kai for deciding to turn the welcoming ceremony into something obscene. Kai Chang throws 3 badges at Chen's team and declares that he will no longer take on the quest to welcome newcomers. The priest is dissatisfied with only 3 badges and asks if Yuina can also study at the academy. Lu replies that the girl is not of this world and will require a letter of recommendation from an influential person. Chen asks if the city lord of the main city is considered influential enough, referring to Yang Changfeng. Teacher Lu confirms that with a letter of recommendation from Lord Yuin, he will be allowed to study at the academy. Kai Chang doubts that the traveler from another world is familiar with the city lord and demands that Chen quickly return to the academy. Qingying is indignant that this terrible academy has such arrogant students and wonders if they should really enroll here. The protagonist states that here they will be able to learn theory and practice, while at the same time showing the weakness of local students. The knight is pleased with this answer, and Tao Xiaotian wants to start studying as soon as possible. Chen takes Yuina away and tells the girls to take a walk while he visits the Fire City. Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Dragon Guild house, 2 players are having a conversation. Qin asks his subordinate Liu Xingchen how the game is going. The assistant replies to Lord Qin that yesterday he unsuccessfully tried to intercept the invincible priest's team in the forest. And now Chen has passed the City of Dreams and gone to the academy. Qin states that if they can't defeat an enemy in a simple game, then they should learn more about them and start acting differently. The arrogant blonde man says he cannot come to terms with the insults he received from this priest. Liu Xingchen replies that he understands his lord's order and is ready to carry it out. In the City of Fire, Zhang Chen comes to Changfeng and says he wants to talk. The priest smiles sweetly at the lord of the Fire City, trying to make a good impression. Yang Changfeng is taken aback by his arrival and asks what he is doing here if he recently left for the main city. Chen introduces Yuina as his companion, and the girl greets the city lord. Changfeng suspects Chen of having bad motives and says that he cannot do this to such a little girl. The protagonist rejects the lord's suspicions and advises not to spoil the girl with such conversations. Yuina doesn't understand what's going on and asks the guys what they're talking about. The protagonist tells her that Brother Yang is ready to give her a pass to study and asks the lord if he will help in this matter. Changfeng is surprised by his friend's unexpected request, not expecting such a turn of events. Chen asks the city lord to write a letter of recommendation for Yuina so that she can study. Yan advises him to go to the Palace of 3 Treasures and says that he cannot just give a recommendation to the girl without knowing her learning abilities. Yuina exclaims that she can create secret spells thanks to her inheritance. Changfeng recognizes the breath of secret magic of the Dream City dweller and agrees to give a letter of recommendation. The Lord of the Fire City writes a recommendation and gives it to the priest. Along with the letter, he encloses Yang Changfeng's talisman, which gives the ability to summon the Lord once in case of danger. The Great Mage says that he expects Chen's promise to kill the demon god to be fulfilled, and offers to teleport both of them to the royal city. The priest and Yuina were transported to another location using Changfeng's scroll, thanking him before leaving. The girl asks if she can also study at the academy, to which Chen answers positively. In the courtyard of the academy, someone is shouting that all travelers from another world are just cowards. The protagonist walks into the courtyard and sees his teammates confronting local students. Qingying says that they came to the entrance to meet Chen, but the students demand that they go through the welcoming ceremony. Kai Chang calls them a bunch of cowards for refusing and demands that they give the tokens back. Zhang Chen accuses him of being stupid and wants to go through the welcoming ceremony himself. Kai Tiang is pleased with this proposal and invites the player to follow him. As they walk to the arena, Chen remembers that the ceremony requires new students to defeat old ones. But the college students are level 24. The priest orders the girls to wait for him under the arena while he enters the competition circle. Kai wonders if the newcomer is going to bow and admit defeat. The arrogant student asks Jiang Chen to kneel down and be forgiven for his insolence. The priest tells him that he is wrong, and that he alone is enough to defeat the entire team of students. Kai Cheng praises him for his unusual courage and confidence in his victory. He waves his spear and demands that Chen show what he can do. The protagonist suggests stopping the chatter and getting down to battle as soon as possible. Kai Cheng jumps towards his opponent, shouting that he won't give him time to cast spells. Jiang Chen dodges the attack by moving to the side and praises the student for his speed. The protagonist then activates an inverted spell, saying that Kai's speed won't help him anyway. The student takes high damage, reducing his health bar by a quarter. An angry Kai Cheng praises Chen for his movements and ability to dodge attacks. Jiang Chen is also impressed by the enemy's speed, and he himself thinks that the character of level 24 has little health, but has interesting skills. Kai states that the newcomer dared to challenge 5 students and orders his comrades to attack. Combat spells and an arrow quickly fly towards the priest's back, who manage to notice their approach. As Chen turns to face the incoming attacks, 2 students jump out in front of him, ready to engage in close combat. The other students point out that Kai's team has always played unfairly, and that a lone Jiang Chen has no chance of beating 5. Teacher Lu brings an unknown old man with him and introduces him to the very same traveler from another world who must be very strong. Axes, a sword and an arrow pierce the priest's body, and Lu thinks that even a hidden profession owner cannot withstand such high damage. The old man offers to watch the fight until the end, but Lu doesn't understand why he should watch a dead man. Suddenly, the wounded Chen turns out to be a phantom that begins to disappear. The real protagonist appears behind Kai, ready to use combat magic. The audience is sure that this is definitely the end for Kai, and the student himself looks shocked. Jiang Chen uses the skill Healing Light, dealing high damage to Kai Cheng again. The satisfied priest declares the fight over after all opponents have been defeated. Kai Cheng doesn't understand how a newcomer was able to pass the welcoming ceremony, and demands that the security not allow the outsider Yuina into the academy grounds. The red-haired girl looks tired as she holds Qingying's hand. College security guard Gaylay appears and confirms Kai's words that Yuina is not a student and cannot stay at the academy. The main character advises Kai to accept defeat and stop scaring the little girl. Chen states that Yuina entered the first year after receiving a letter of recommendation from the Lord of Fire City. Gaylay doesn't believe that the traveler was able to get a recommendation from such an important person. A recent old man, who turned out to be the dean of the academy, Bei Chang, comes up and demands that the guard shut up. Gaylay is shocked by the appearance of the dean, who rarely comes out to greet newcomers. The guard hotly declares that Jiang Chen broke the rules and brought an outsider into the academy. Bei Chang again demands that he be silent, appeals to his shame, and says that he already knows who is right. Gaylay still doesn't believe the letter of recommendation is genuine, not understanding how a traveler could be acquainted with the Lord of the Fire City. Jiang Chen looks furious, still holding the letter of recommendation in his hand. Kai Cheng agrees with the guard that outsiders cannot be allowed in on the recommendation of a strong newcomer. Bei Chang says that he will allow Yuina to go inside and attend the welcoming ceremony. The dean didn't expect Kai and the guard to intimidate the newcomers, and demand that they read the contents of the envelope. Gaylay reads Chang Feng's recommendation with dismay, and Kai Chang confirms the authenticity of the letter from the seal of the Fire City. Bei Chang orders punishment to be meted out to seniors who are behaving worse every day. Chen asks if it is possible to arrange registration for them if all the problems are solved. The dean asks him not to be offended and says that Chang Feng personally contacted him and asked him to make sure that everything was okay with the priest and his friends. Gaylay and Kai Chang watch the dean's actions with confusion, not understanding his sympathy for the newcomer. Jiang Chen remarks that it was a bit of a shame and it would be nice to get compensation. Bei Chang explains the academy's strict rules, which stipulate that any bullying will be severely punished. The dean then turns to the priest's team, suggesting that the girls go to the mansion and decide on a change of profession before starting their studies. Bei Chang says that Yuina can start training right away and asks about Chen's mysterious profession, guessing that he is a messenger of light. When the protagonist asks about the profession of an angel of light, the dean tells about the holy thrones of light, unpleasant people with whom he will have to deal. Suddenly, 3 people appear from the portal, and a guy in red clothes advises Chen not to listen to the old man's stories. He calls himself and his comrades the Holy Thrones of Light, as Jiang Chen surveys the magical space he created. The guy in red, Cardinal Gindeloff of the Holy See, says that he can create an independent space and invites the priest to learn this from him. The protagonist asks what the cardinal wants to do by pulling him into an independent space. Gindalof looks at the protagonist with a predatory expression and asks if he knows him. Chen notes that the bishop's mind-reading skills are strong enough to read his mind, and Gindalof invites him to join his church. The cardinal is confident that his new acquaintance will definitely not refuse such an offer, activating the glowing spell. Zhang Chen prepares for battle and asks what will happen if he refuses. Cardinal Gindalof says that he will then help him understand that the boy still wants to join them. Suddenly, Beichang's hand landed on his shoulder, destroying the independent space. The dean is unhappy that the cardinal came to his academy and did not even greet him. Gindalof greets Beichang and mockingly expresses surprise that he is still alive. The dean asks why he would want to die, casting a stern glance at the cardinal. Gindalof feigns a retreat, saying that he cares about the old man and does not understand why he is so angry. The cardinal conveys greetings from the Holy Father to the dean and invites him to meet with him. But Beichang refuses and advises the boy to leave. Gindalof and his comrades leave through the portal, telling Chen to think about his offer. Beichang tells the priest that his appearance as an angel of light has affected the overall power of the saints. Zhang Chen replies that he guessed this when the cardinal came to him personally. The dean promises to protect the student from the cardinals, but warns that after joining the Holy See, they will not leave him alone. Chen's comrades approach the priest and the dean and invite him to join them. The protagonist replies that he needs to think things through, and reflects on the mind-reading abilities that members of the Holy See have. Xingying asks the group leader what they are going to do next. Chen suggests that the girls go to train at the academy, but first change jobs, and he himself wants to rest a little. The guy logs out of the game and takes off his virtual reality helmet, preparing to relax. Suddenly he hears the doorbell ring and wonders who could be looking for him so late. Opening the front door, Zhang Chen sees 3 men in formal business suits. Their leader introduces himself as Zhao Angguo from the Virtual Phenomena Security Bureau. Chen doesn't understand why in this life the people from the bureau came to him so early and asks why they are looking for him. Zhao advises him to relax and says that they are responsible for maintaining order between the Immortals game and reality. The bureau employee suggests that the protagonist has already felt some changes in himself. Zhang Chen recalls that the 4-dimensional attribute will be reflected on the body, and the player's appearance in reality will gradually approach the games. Zhao Angguo advises him not to worry about it and states that they came here to talk. With a grim look, he warns Chen that unknown people are following him. Realizing the seriousness of the situation, Zhang Chen also became gloomy and asked what this meant. Zhao explains that now all the influential people know about the game's influence on reality, and Chen is the best player and can become an obstacle to their plans. The main character notices that he seems to have become interesting to many people. The bureau employee continues to smoke and is surprised that the guy is not afraid at all. Zhang Chen replies that there is no use in fear and asks the real purpose of his coming. Zhao notes that the guy thinks correctly and definitely deserves to be the best player. The bureau employee states 2 goals, the first of which is to convince the protagonist that he needs to move. The second goal is to invite him to join the security bureau and help them deal with extra-dimensional forces that are invading reality and breaking the law. Chen considers the offer to join and asks if he has time to think about it. Ji responds positively and suggests calling him at any time and moving quickly for safety reasons. Zhang Chen notices that the staff are about to leave, but they still don't say who is following him. Zhao Angguo explains that these people are very secretive, and the bureau has been unable to track them. The protagonist asks the final question, what should he do if he doesn't have money to move? A discouraged Zhao looks at the protagonist with confusion, still holding the cigarette in his mouth. The employee leaves the apartment, offering Chen to come to their bureau, where he can always spend the night for free. The guy refuses, thinking about the large number of men in the bureau who would be unpleasant to look at. After some thought, the guy decides to call Xia Ruier and ask her for help. Ruier is sitting at his computer desk in his apartment when he receives a call from Zhang Chen. Soon the guy comes to her, and the girl opens the front door and asks why he was looking for her. Chen asks her to help him with an urgent move, implying the possibility of settling down with her. Confused, Xia Ruier wants to know why he suddenly thought of such a thing. The protagonist tells her what happened and offers to live together for the sake of successful cooperation in the game, where he will hire her to create clothes and will pay a lot of money every month. Xia Ruier is pleased with his generous offer to pay 20,000 and 10% of each sale, agreeing to take the boy in. Chen heads back to his apartment to pack his things and move in with Ruier. The next morning, the guy is already settling into the spacious mansion where Xia Ruier lives. A tired Chen declares that the difficult move is finally over as Ruier prepares to enter the game. The girl says she has no savings and just wants to work while wearing a virtual reality helmet. Chen bids her farewell until the next time they meet in the game, also preparing to put on his helmet. Soon he logs into the server and immediately receives a message from Tao Xiaotian that his girlfriends have gone to change their profession. Tao says that she was offered the profession of dragon summoner, but is hesitant to take it because of the difficult task. Zhang Chen recalls from his past life that dragon summoner is considered the strongest profession of its class. He assumes that the Dragon Lord has already appeared, and advises Tao to take up this profession. He tells the girl that summoners have two ways of summoning, by contract and spatial summoning, in which you have to draw a circle and summon monsters. Contract summoning allows you to make contracts with monsters, share their attributes, and even become the Summoner King. The action moves to the mansion of the main city, where Chen meets his comrades and asks what their professions are. Qingying replies that she became a Holy Shield Defense Knight because of her talent in accelerating the cooldown of defensive skills. The knight smiles contentedly and says that next time the defense will be on her. When Chen asks about the quest to change profession, she replies that her quest is easy, unlike Tao Xiaotian's mission. The summoner comes down the stairs and says that she needs to go to the Forest of Chaos and make a contract with the Fire Dragon. Jiang Chen is pleased to have a specific task and wonders how to safely enter the Forest of Chaos. Tao explains that the Chaos Forest is a place with super spatial power, where monsters up to level 100 live, chaotically wandering around the location. The girl remembers the mentor's words that the task has no time limit, and she can complete it later. Chen advises her not to worry about time, and says that she won't be able to summon the Fire Dragon until she reaches level 100 anyway. The priest asks about Yuina, and Qingying replies that she is currently at the academy under the supervision of the dean. Chen hopes to hear good news from Yuina when they meet, but Tao advises him to stop dreaming. The protagonist thoughtfully replies that people always dream, but suddenly an unknown person calls out to him. A captain of the Holy See branch named Guangming approaches the team with his comrades and two huge lions, saying that he must take the players to the church on the orders of the bishop. Jiang Chen is surprised by the Holy See's early appearance and replies that he cannot go because of his business. The head of the Glivec branch does not understand what a bunch of things could be more important than joining the Holy See. A confused Chen notes his advanced thinking and thinks hard about how to answer him correctly. The priest loudly exclaims that he very much wants to join the Holy See, but cannot go with them because of important matters. Glivec is pleased with his desire to become part of the church and offers to help the priest with his affairs, so that he can then escort him to the Holy See. Chen is pleased with his help in completing the quest in the Chaos Forest, disturbing Glivec's peace. The head of the department is not thrilled at the prospect of heading into the overly dangerous Forest of Chaos. He says that he remembered some important business in the city, and suggests waiting there for their return. Chen exclaims indignantly that Glivec deceived him as an unfortunate newcomer, and now the God of Light will be very ashamed of such a servant. Discouraged, Glivec doesn't know what to say to that, but still doesn't want to go into the Forest of Chaos. Jiang Chen states that he is aware of the dangers of the Chaos Forest and offers Glivec to lend him two of his beasts. Soon, the pleased priest walks along with the borrowed lions and declares to the delighted Qingying that the people from the Holy See are indeed two-faced. With the powerful support of two beasts, Chen and his team set out to complete the quest. The action moves to a Forest of Chaos, filled with gloomy large trees located under the starry sky. Chen and the girls ride on lions, and the system warns them about entering a danger zone. The priest commands the animals to run forward, hoping in his mind that things won't be so bad inside the forest. Jiang Chen and his friends on huge lions continue to penetrate deeper into the Forest of Chaos. Suddenly, the protagonist commands to stop, causing Qingying to question. Chen advises to look into the dark depths of the forest, from where the voice of an unknown monster can be heard, speaking of exile, oblivion, and loss. Soon, a huge monster appears in front of the players, the fallen coffin-bearer Doris with an unknown level and abilities. Chen identifies him as a level 50 diamond boss with the ability to remove human feelings, plunging players into endless darkness. Due to the superdimensional boss's essence, players who fell under its influence lost their sense of time, and some people began to use drugs to continue living. A worried Jiang Chen notes that, fortunately for them, the boss is heading in the other direction. Suddenly, Doris turns to the players, revealing his empty face filled with darkness. The frightened priest does not understand how he could see the players. But then, from behind the trees, a huge level 30 demonic flame tiger appeared, which attracted Doris's attention. The tiger aggressively approaches the pallbearer, who is preparing for battle. Chen orders his comrades to leave immediately, causing the lions to run away from the monster battle. Qingying said with alarm that the aura of the monster carrying the coffin was terrifyingly strong. Jiang Chen advises her not to think about it, and focus on reaching the coordinates given by Tao Xiaotian. The summoner agrees with the leader, determined to complete the quest. They soon reach a hill with a sleeping fire dragon of unknown level. Qingying asks Tao in confusion if this huge monster is the target of her mission. Xiaotian replies that her target is in the cave behind him, where the dragon babies live. The cheerful knight is ready to fight the little dragons, encouraging the gloomy Tao. Jiang Chen tells Qingying to accompany Xiaotian in searching for the cubs and not wake up the great dragon. The summoner asks the priest what he plans to do outside the cave. Chen decides to stay here in case the dragon awakens, to increase Xiaotian's chances of successfully completing the mission. The girls walk inside the dark cave, and Qingying casts a skeptical glance at the priest one last time. Soon the friends find a small sleeping dragon that poses no threat to the players. Tao wakes the baby up and invites him to go for a walk with her, while the cub lets out contented squeaks. The dragon purrs happily, and Xiaotian's hand begins to glow with a scarlet light. A magic circle appears around the dragon hatchling, beginning the contract ceremony. An adult sleeping dragon suddenly makes a short movement with its nose. A huge fire-breathing monster opens its eyes, awakening from sleep. Zhang Chen is terrified by this turn of events, realizing that he could easily die in this fight. The adult dragon looks questioningly at the cave, inside which the scarlet light of the contract ceremony is pouring. Chen mentally asks Tao Xiaotian to hurry up with the task while he delays the monster. The priest uses reverse heal to draw the dragon's attention to himself. The monster takes minor damage and notices a new enemy below. Qingying hears the sounds of a dragon's roar outside the cave, and realizes that Chen has engaged in battle with the monster. The frightened lions scatter in different directions while the protagonist tries to lead the dragon away. The monster spews out a wave of magical fire, quickly pursuing Zhang Chen. The guy tries to run away, but realizes that the fire will soon catch up with him. He uses the blink skill to move a few meters to the side. Chen realizes that he won't be able to dodge the attacks with his speed, and decides to attack the dragon to slow it down. Lesser Light Apocalypse deals heavy damage to the flying dragon, causing it to roar menacingly. The dragon quickly flies up to the priest, who once again becomes aware of the difference in their levels. The monster quickly approaches the protagonist, preparing to kill him with one blow. Zhang Chen activates his phantom boots, replacing himself with an illusory clone. The guy hides behind a tree and thinks that he won't be able to hold out for long in such an unequal battle. He again mentally begs Tao to quickly complete the contract so that the team can escape. Suddenly he steps on a mysterious magical symbol hidden on the ground. At the last second, Chen recognizes it as a teleportation circle before being transported to an unknown location. He finds himself in a settlement inhabited by representatives of a mysterious winged race. The priest recalls forum posts that this race has always been the most mysterious, which is why players had almost no information about it. The leader of the winged race named Thea asks the stranger who he is and why he came to their territory. Chen replies that he ended up here by accident when he stepped on a teleportation circle. Thea says that the teleportation circle is blocked to outsiders, prohibiting people from entering their settlement unless they are special. The excited girl suddenly declares Zhang Chen to be a special person who is destined to save their clan. The main character is shocked by this turn of events and does not know what to answer. He soon enters the palace of the winged race, where he meets the patriarch Yi Qingyu. The patriarch identifies him as a traveler from another world, but notices the sign of the Holy See on his body. The protagonist is surprised that this man is able to see his profession as an angel of light. Qingyu states that the one who passed through the teleportation circle should be the savior. But because of the Holy See's mark, the guy cannot be trusted and must be sent back. Zhang Chen is taken aback by the sudden change in the situation, while Thea agrees to carry out the patriarch's order. The priest claims that he recently had a conflict with the people of the Holy See, which left traces of their church magic on him. The patriarch is intrigued by the guy who fought with the members of the Holy See he hated. Chen also modestly admits that he accidentally stole their animals, referring to those huge lions. Qingyu is surprised by his impudence, and the young man replies that he has always been like this. The protagonist hotly accuses the people of the Holy See of selfishness, and declares that he does not want to be with them, mentally agreeing with his words. The patriarch agrees with his opinion and says that many years ago, most of his people were killed by these merciless churchmen. Qingyu sadly recalls that his people used to number tens of thousands and were peaceful, but now there are only a few hundred left. He continues the story about the queen of the winged race, who was seriously wounded by the Pope of the Holy See, and still has not woken up. Chen accuses the churchmen of inhumanity, while he himself mentally regrets that he will have to join the Holy See because of the profession of an angel of light. The patriarch asks the traveler to save the seriously wounded queen, in whose absence his people are on the brink of extinction. Chen is given a special mission to save the queen, which will require him to permanently give her half of his health bar. While the priest ponders, the patriarch says that for saving the queen, the winged race will become his ally. Qingyu also promises to give the boy wings of his kind, which possess enormous strength and give the ability to fly. Zhang Chen notes that such a treaty requires the consent of the queen, who is currently unconscious. The patriarch replies that the dying queen was frozen in an ice temple where one can communicate with her soul. The priest and Qingyu enter the ice temple, in the middle of which is a throne with a sleeping queen. The queen, named Yu Huang, sits on an ice throne, spreading her black and white wings. Chen recalls that in his past life, the winged race never appeared outside of their settlement, and all the players who came here were unable to complete this quest. When the boy asks what to do next, the patriarch tells him to go to the throne, find contact with the queen, and wake her up. The protagonist accepts a blue orb from Qingyu, beginning the most difficult part of the special mission. The sphere turns out to be a soul sphere. helping to enter the queen's soul space to talk to her. The patriarch says that with the help of this sphere, one can also leave the soul space if something goes wrong. Chen enters the queen's spiritual space and realizes that the extra-dimensional power is placing effects on the player's soul, causing constant frost damage. For many players, this damage would quickly exceed the limit, which explains the unfinished quest in Jiang Chen's past life. The priest approaches the throne of the queen, who in his past remained in a deep sleep all the time, and no one could wake her up. But Chen intends to rise to the level of a god, and brings the soul sphere closer to the sleeping queen. The blue sphere begins to glow with a magical light and suddenly pushes the guy several meters away from the throne. Without the sphere's protection, the protagonist begins to receive ice damage from space, which is indicated by a system message. The priest loses health and continues to slowly walk towards the throne, intending to complete the special task. Now he only needs to cope with the final test, to wake up the sleeping Queen Yu Huang. Overcoming the cold, the boy approaches the throne and tries to talk to the queen. Jiang Chen, flushed from the cold, demands that she wake up, frantically trying to remember a way to wake her up. The system warns the mortal to leave the danger zone, otherwise he will receive irreparable damage. Seeing no other options, Chen decides to wake up the sleeping queen with a hot kiss. The girl suddenly opens her eyes, awakening from a long sleep. The next moment, Jiang Chen kisses her, causing Yu Huan to blush in shock. She pushes the priest hard, sending him flying several meters into the air. She asks the stranger why he did this, but Chen claims that he came to save her. The embarrassed queen accuses the traveler from another world of frivolity. The protagonist says that he cannot stay in the soul space for long, and asks her to wake up to sign the contract, while he thinks about her soft lips. Yu Huan looks into Chen's mind and says that he is very kind to her race, much to her surprise. In response to the priest's questioning voice, the woman advises not to doubt her methods of mind reading. She states that there is no point in talking now, and demands that the contract be signed first. Jiang Chen and Yu Huang make a magical contract to transfer half of the player's life to her. The queen leaves the soul space, and finally wakes up in the real world. Yu Huang flies above her throne, but her level and health remain unknown to Chen. The protagonist receives a system message that the special task has been completed. Xingyu greets his queen with a bow as Yu Huang sits back on the throne. The queen is pleased with the patriarch's appearance and asks him what has changed over the years. Xingyu replies that after the Great War, the winged race is slowly recovering its strength, but with the awakening of the queen, everything will change. Yu Huang notes that her people must have had a very hard time over the past centuries. The patriarch says that the queen's subjects did not give up hope for her awakening, and asks where the traveler who woke her went. Jiang Chen declares that he is here, pointing his finger at a bewildered Xingyu. The patriarch thanks the priest for awakening the queen, and offers to go to the ancestral stone to receive wings. Yu Huan says that she will take the boy there herself, ordering the patriarch to take care of other matters. Chen and Yu Huang come to the ancestral stone, which is supposed to give the protagonist suitable wings. The priest wonders if he will be able to fly after receiving wings. The queen smiles sweetly and replies that he will soon find out everything himself. Jiang Chen receives the yin and yang wings with 2 powers, including black wings that increase flight speed 10-fold and can be used for 2 minutes a day. The second power is white wings, which double agility and can be used for 20 minutes a day. The protagonist looks at his snow-white wings with his mouth open, continuing to soar above the ground. Yu Huan is surprised that the guy received both wing powers, which has never happened before. Chen flies up, enjoying the feeling of freedom and fast flight. The queen notices that the priest has already learned to fly, and Chen decides to test the power of the black wings. His wings are colored dark, allowing him to fly at great speed. Soon Jiang Chen lands, and the queen remarks that he would have great success with the local girls if he stayed to live with them. Yu Huang coquettishly invites the guy to stay and live here, promising to call the priest His Majesty the Mortal. Despite the temptation, Chen responds that his goal is to achieve divine power. The queen says that they will then have to say goodbye, and gives the protagonist a parting gift. It turns out to be the hidden heartstone, which allows you to hide all notifications so that other players cannot see them. Yu Huan bids farewell to his new friend as he flies up to return to his royal duties. A pleased Jiang Chen smiles and promises the queen that they will meet again. After some time, the priest returns to the Forest of Chaos through the portal and realizes that the dragon did not wait for him and returned to its lair. There are already 99 unread messages in the friends chat, where Qingying reports that they have completed the quest to change profession, but have hidden near the dragon's lair. After making sure his friends are safe, Chen takes off on white wings and decides to go in search of the unicorn. Soon he flies to the Twilight Lake, where a small unicorn is grazing, a diamond-level pet that increases the speed of movement on horseback by 200%. Chen recalls advice from a forum that the unicorn is the best animal to ride and decides to tame it with a kick. He uses reverse heal on the unicorn, dealing high damage to it. Jiang Chen flies after the fleeing animal and thinks that in half an hour of attacks he can reduce the unicorn's health enough to tame it. Suddenly, he sees a more dangerous monster ahead. A golden lion with an unknown level and abilities. Chen lands near the roaring monster and wonders why it suddenly appeared here. Suddenly, Cardinal Hindeloff appears behind him and asks if he needs help. Zhang Chen turns to face the intruder, wondering how he found him in the forest. The Cardinal explains that he learned of his mission and went into the forest to help him. Gindeloff suddenly turns dark and asks how the boy is related to the winged race, referring to his white wings. Chen recalls the feud between the winged race and the Holy See, so he decides to pretend that he knows nothing about them. The Cardinal explains that hundreds of years ago, a winged race insulted the Holy See and was punished, and then the surviving representatives disappeared somewhere. And the main feature of the winged race was their large wings, which allowed them to fly. Chen realizes that the Cardinal has no evidence of his connections with the enemies of the Church, and claims that the wings were given to him by God as an angel of light. Gindeloff is taken aback by this answer and does not understand how this could happen. Zhang Chen accuses him of being rude and demands to feel the breath of the angel wings he received in the ancient temple. The Cardinal loses confidence in himself and says that he did not mean to accuse him of anything. An irritated Gindeloff says that he is worried because the messenger of light did not have wings before. Chen continues to lie, telling that God called him to this forest to give him wings and new abilities. The priest seriously asks if God would forgive the Cardinal for such words. Gindeloff retreats, saying that God has great power and cannot be in conflict with him. The Cardinal then asks what Chen plans to do in the Forest of Chaos now. The protagonist asks him to help with a small matter, to catch that unicorn for him. Meanwhile, the unicorn encountered the menacingly roaring golden lion. Gindeloff agrees to help if Chen asks him nicely and respectfully. The priest puts his arm around his shoulder and declares that they have almost become one family, and there is no need for formalities here. The Cardinal tries to refuse, but Chen says that the heads of the other organizations will definitely be surprised when the envoy of light from the Holy See is left without a mount. Gindeloff acknowledges the truth of his words and decides to help by activating his magic staff. His magic creates a transparent barrier in the shape of a cube, inside which the unicorn finds itself. The Cardinal tells the delighted Chen that the unicorn can be taken and that it will not resist. The priest tames a unicorn, gaining himself a new diamond-level pet. Zhang Chen mounts the unicorn and rides away after saying goodbye to Gindeloff. The angry Cardinal says that he would have killed this guy long ago if not for the order of the Holy See. Gindeloff uses his magic skill to destroy the golden lion that attacked him after the unicorn left. An unknown man in a clerical robe appears behind the Cardinal and asks if he should teach the impudent priest a lesson. Gindeloff replies that all the Cardinals know that he was tasked with helping Chen, and that he will be the one to answer if something happens to the boy. The Cardinal states that many people in the Holy See want the Messenger of Light dead, and they will soon make their move. Meanwhile, Zhang Chen thinks that he was lucky to fool Gindeloff, and needs to be careful with the churchmen. He soon finds Qing Ying and Tao Xiaotian, who are delighted with his new mount. The happy girls mount the unicorn, and the whole team sets off to the main city. By morning, they reach the northern gate of the city, where Bishop Bai Dingyang and his blue-haired assistant are already waiting for them. The protagonist orders his comrades to return to the academy and complete the quest while he deals with other matters. The bishop greets the player and says that he manages church affairs in this city. The protagonist asks Bai Dingyang why he was looking for him and what he wants. The action moves to the church in the city of Guangming, where Zhang Chen and the bishop arrive. Bai Dingyang explains that Lord Daofu asked him to meet the Messenger of Light and bring him to the Holy See. Chen says that the temple is quite beautiful, to which the bishop replies that he will not be disappointed. The priest recalls that in the Holy See there are 8 churches in the cities of 8 great kings, which are subject to 4 cardinals. Chen is not averse to taking up the position of Holy Messenger in this church, and asks the bishop if he is prepared for his joining. Bai Dingyang replies that all preparations have been completed and the guy just needs to follow him. 2 novices at the altar greet the bishop and begin the ritual prayer. Bai Dingyang asks the Messenger of Light to go forward and stand by the angelic statue. Zhang Chen approaches the statue near the altar, which begins to glow with a soft blue light. The bishop tells him to kneel and bow 3 times, to which the priest disagrees. After a few seconds of hesitation, Chen decides to follow the bishop's instructions, so as not to create unnecessary conflicts. Suddenly, a small crack appears on the angelic statue in the area of the left shoulder and chest. Chen asks a shocked Bai if he really needs to kneel. The bishop says the ceremony has always been this way and should not change. The priest tries to bow again, but new cracks appear on the statue's head and neck. Bai Dingyang asks the envoy to stand up immediately, not understanding what is happening to the statue. Not wanting to incur divine wrath, the bishop himself falls down, worshipping the angel of light. Zhang Chen is embarrassed that Bishop Bai himself knelt before him, but the cleric asks him not to worry about it. Bai Dingyang states that it will be an honor for the guy to complete the ceremony and join the church, but he himself thinks that the boss forced him to do all this alone. The bishop bows to Chen and invites the envoy to join the Holy See. The protagonist asks Bai if he will be officially considered a member of the Holy See after the ceremony is completed. The bishop smiles slyly and declares that everything is ready and there is no reason to worry. The churchman introduces Chen to his personal servant, the same blue-haired girl who met the priest's team at the city gates. Zhang Chen is shocked by the sudden turn of events, but is grateful to the bishop for such a cool gift. The maid introduces herself as I Lily and says that she is ready to devote herself entirely to the new master. Chen tells the bishop that there are no maids in the Holy See, only nuns. Bai Dingyang confirms his words, but states that the girl herself wanted to help him and was allowed into the church as a servant. The protagonist refuses the bishop's offer to exchange the girl for another, and thinks that in the future he will rebel against the Holy See and take the servant into his team. The bishop praises Chen's good taste and says that I Lily is the most beautiful here, and promises to send her to the priest's quarters. Bai says that other churches wouldn't offer him this because of their strict rules, and Chen thinks he's a shameless bastard. The protagonist asks the bishop when the Blessing of Light will begin, a special ceremony in which the participant receives unique skills from the Holy See. Bai Dingyang tells the envoy that a special quota is needed for this. Zhang Chen innocently asks if the Angel of Light doesn't have this quota. The bishop replies that in order to receive a quota, one must make a contribution to the church, and even a messenger of light will have to submit an application and wait for the temple's approval. Chen thinks that the bishop is difficult to deal with, and the servants of the Temple of Lights will be even worse. The priest asks Bai Dingyang how he can contribute to the church. The bishop replies that to do this, you need to earn points by completing missions and daily tasks. It is also possible to join the church's punitive body and earn points for battles, which immediately arouses Zhang Chen's keen interest. When asked about joining, Bai asks if he is sure about this, because that place is very dangerous and is under strict control. Chen thinks that he definitely needs to get there and asks the bishop to enroll him in the punitive organ. Bai reminds him that the religious tribunal is led by Chief Gue, who is very selective, but that doesn't matter to Chen. Soon, they come to the marble building of the church's punitive organ. At the entrance, 2 guards greet the bishop, and Bai tells them to have Gue receive the guests. The guard replies that Master Gouveia is not here, but he will inform the bishop when he returns. Bai Dingyang wants someone to approve the new person's entry, which he asks to convey to the management. The guard claims that the newcomer will first have to pass a certification, and his colleague adds that their job is too dangerous to accept newcomers without a check. The bishop begins to get angry at this attitude, and Chen thinks that Bai is clearly not respected here. The angry bishop declares that it is not for them to decide questions of accession, and demands that Guvus be brought here. The guards calmly answer that there is no place for weak people here, and even a bishop cannot bring everyone here. Bai Dingyang tells the envoy that he will definitely find a way to get him here, but Chen advises him not to worry. The priest tells the guards that they know nothing about him, and their arrogant attitude begins to irritate him. The guards reject accusations of arrogance and say that weaklings should not behave rudely, or they will be punished. Bishop Bai shouts at their arrogance and demands that his words be taken seriously. Zhang Chen again advises him not to get angry, taking out a magic sphere from his inventory. The protagonist asks the guards with a smile if they think he is weak. The guards mock his little spell, with which he can't even penetrate their defenses. Chen releases his powerful magical energy, forcing the guards to retreat. The blonde guard is amazed by the enormous energy release from the priest's magic. The second guard states that even with such power, the boy will not be able to join them of his own free will. Master Gue suddenly appears and orders the guards to stop, claiming that Chen could kill them if he wanted to. Gouveus relieves the disgruntled guards of their duty, ordering them to leave. Bishop Bai is unhappy that the guards who disobeyed his orders can get away with it. Guvi states that they have too few people lately, and there is no point in punishing foolish boys. The bishop introduces the master to a messenger of light who can join them and remedy their lack of people. Gue says that he doesn't mind accepting the newcomer if Bai Dingyang is willing to vouch for him. Captain Simon exclaims questioningly at Gouvea's proposal, but the latter gestures for him to be silent. Gouveia states that the messenger of light is now a member of their department, and no one can dispute his decision. The master tells Chen that his ability test is no longer required, but the boy will still not be able to participate in battles without a partner. Zhang Chen replies that it doesn't matter to him, he just needs to accumulate more points. Gouveia warns that there are currently no spots on the teams for his profession, and if Chen decides to compete with others, the bishop will no longer be able to help him. Bai Dingyang nervously confirms Gouvei's words that he cannot help the competitor. The protagonist is not worried about this, and is ready to start fair fights. Gouvei is surprised by his desire to fight, and Captain Simon warns the newcomer that the arena hosts death matches between teams. The priest is unhappy with these conditions, and asks if he can fight alone. Gouveia replies that technically it is allowed, but he won't last long. Zhang Chen is still ready to start fighting, and the master tells him that the first battles will begin in 3 days. Pleased with this answer, Chen decides to leave, saying goodbye to Gouveia one last time. On the way back, the bishop explains to the priest that one can leave the arena when one's mana is exhausted, and Chen is dissatisfied with Bai's lack of faith in his victory. When asked about his lack of faith in the possibility of victory, the bishop replies that he believes in Chen, but also knows how dangerous the members of the punitive organ are. Zhang Chen demands to end the conversation on this topic and wants to say goodbye to Ai Lily before leaving the church. The action moves to the mortal's office, located near the city church. Chen looks around the room and notices that the bishop has prepared a nice office for him. Ai Lily greets her master while holding a tray of food and wine. Suddenly, she places the tray on the table and begins to remove the top of her revealing outfit. Covering her bare chest with her hand, a blushing Lily says that she is ready to give him her body. The confused protagonist jumps back and demands that the girl explain her actions. The maid doesn't understand why he doesn't like it, because the bishop told her that the guy needs this. Chen is dissatisfied with her desire to devote herself to him, once again beginning to be angry at the unscrupulous bishop. The priest orders Ai Lily to get dressed so he can talk in peace. Having dressed, the maid sits down in a chair and asks the master to give her an order. Chen says that he cannot stay in the temple all the time, and asks the girl to tell him everything that happens there and what Bishop Bai does. Lily doesn't understand why she needs to spy on Bai, because he believes in God and can't betray her. Zhang Chen claims to be an angel of light and demands that she simply follow his orders if she wants to join the Holy See. Confused, Ai Lily agrees to carry out his order, swearing loyalty to her master. The protagonist ponders whether the desire to become a god can be combined with hostility towards the Holy See, and decides to return to the academy. Soon, Chen approaches the gates of the academy and sends a message to his friends in the chat, asking them about completing the quest. Qingying replies that they have done everything and went to the market for medicine. The priest writes that he will wait for them in his office, but suddenly an unknown man calls out to him from behind. Chen turns around and asks the stranger what he wants, attracting the attention of Kai Chiang, who is wandering nearby. Zhang Chen is approached by his old acquaintances, Zhang Tihengqiu, Xiao An, Xiao Chong, and a nameless archer, asking about the rules of the initiation ceremony for newcomers. The priest anticipates an interesting spectacle and calls out to Kai Chiang, who was trying to leave unnoticed. Kai nervously approaches the protagonist, greeting him as a strong student. Kai Chiang addresses the newcomers and says that there are indeed rules, but there is no point in them knowing them if the players are going to come to the ceremony later. The former bully apologizes to Chen for his actions yesterday, and wants to make amends by inviting the priest to the next ceremony. Chen is pleased with the change in his behavior, and agrees to Kai's proposal, but for now decides to go to the skills room. Kai Chiang wishes him luck in choosing his subjects, promising to bring the newcomers after the ceremony to cheer for him. Xiao Chun doesn't understand why this arrogant student Kai treats mortals so well. Heng Qiu says that they will only become disciples after the ceremony is completed, and then they should be treated better. Kai demands that the newcomers quickly go through the ceremony and not delay him, wanting to see Chen's choice of items. The priest goes into the skills room, where the administrator explains to him that the boy can choose the skills he will study. Zhang Chen is transported to the skill room space, where he must place his hand on the level and rating check column before receiving no more than 5 skills. The protagonist thinks that the column should judge by the main characteristics, so that he can definitely get the necessary skills. The protagonist touches the magic column and his hand lights up with a blue magical light. 3 blue circles appear around the column, indicating that Chen has received 3 stars. Kai Chiang and the other students run to the skills room building to see Zhang Chen's results. Xiao Chong is again indignant that the students respect the mortals so much, and Heng Qiu replies that they still haven't managed to catch up with the priest. 3 blue circles appear outside the skill room building, showing the audience what Chen has achieved. Kai Chiang is delighted that the priest has already received 3 stars, although many freshmen do not receive even 1. Suddenly, Kai notices that the column has stopped glowing, meaning that Chen has decided to undergo a test. Inside another space, the protagonist is dissatisfied with the 3 stars and wants to take an ability test. He is determined to get another star as he begins taking the test. The pillar offers him a damage skill and a healing skill for his special profession, but he can only choose one. After some thought, Zhang Chen chooses the healing skill for his main profession. The guy moves to the arena with 3 level 20 partners who need to ensure their survival during the test. Chen realizes that this is a test of his healing abilities and looks around for the enemy. A level 20 fire dragon appears in the sky, shaking the air with its roar. The priest decides to simply kill the enemy rather than waste his energy healing his teammates. There are many students gathered outside the building, and Kai notices that even some of the teachers have come. Not far from the students stand teachers Liu Bei, Fa Li, and Tai Zhang, waiting for the results of the new students' examination. Liu Bei notices that the Messenger of Light is very confident in his abilities, since he decided to test his skills in a trial. Teacher Fa Li suggests that Mortal is simply underestimating the test, and Tai Zhang is confident that he will fail. Qing Ying, Tao Xiaotian, and Yuina also come to the office building and laughingly note that their leader has once again gathered a crowd of people around him. Yuina says with a smile that she has confidence in the master, and believes that he will be able to pass the test. Suddenly, a player named Chen appears from behind with two comrades, doubting Jiang Chen's abilities. He notices Yuina and marvels at how such wonderful NPCs can exist in a game, then says he's willing to buy her. Qingying calls him a stupid pig for thinking like that, and she writes to Chen Yu in the chat that someone wants to steal Yuina. The protagonist advises her to go to the academy guards while he is in the skills room. Inside the office space, the priest decides to act more actively as a cloud of fire flies towards him. He uses the flicker skill to teleport and dodge the fire attack. He then activates the angelic song spell to deal massive damage to the dragon. The monster's health bar begins to decrease, causing it to go into an absolute rage. Outside the building, Qingying tells Xiaotian to bring the academy guards while she stays here and protects Yuina. The mage from Qian's team suggests being friends and not causing trouble because of an NPC that they can take good care of. Qingying draws his sword in front of Chen, calling him a stupid pig again. Tao brings with him the captain of the academy's security, who demands an explanation from the troublemakers. Qian says it's a misunderstanding and they just wanted to be friends. The guard demands that they leave and warns that if he catches them harassing other students again, he will expel the offenders from the academy for good. Qian apologizes in displeasure and leaves, thinking that without Yuina, the priest's team would have already tasted his strength. The captain of the guard calls Qingying a beauty, and says that the dean ordered him to keep an eye on the newcomers, offering to contact him at any time for help. The embarrassed girls thank the guard, and the embarrassed knight asks not to call her a beauty. A blue circle of passing the 4th star test appears on the skill room building, causing excitement among the students. The teachers are also surprised by Jiang Chen's strength, who has already reached the 4th floor of the office. Tai Zhang is amazed that Chen Ye and Yang Changfeng got 5 stars before graduating from the academy, but now a newbie can get 4 stars on the first try. Liu Bei suggests telling the dean what's going on before he leaves the academy. Fa Li doesn't understand why he has to go so early, but Liu Bei says that since the academy was established, no freshman has received 5 stars. Fa Li agreed with his words, recalling that even Qiang Ye and Yang Changfeng couldn't do something like that in their first year. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen defeats the dragon, receives 4 stars and an offer to take the 5-star test. The priest thinks that since in this test it was necessary to reduce the boss's health by 30% to win, then in the next test, it will be necessary to completely kill the fire dragon. The enraged dragon roars loudly and looks at Chen with hatred. The protagonist decides to continue the test by spreading his black wings. The dragon begins its attack by using the meteor shower skill to deal massive damage. Chen flies away from the fireballs, trying to anger the boss and get him away from his comrades. The priest prepares for a tough fight, unable to use his wings for more than 2 minutes. 10 minutes later, a 5th blue circle appears on the skill room building. Teachers are shocked that a freshman was able to pass the test with 5 stars. A discouraged Fa Li announces that after many years, the 5th floor has been passed. Teacher Tai Zhang calls Mortal a real strongman, admiring his abilities. Jiang Chen's friends watch in amazement as the skill room begins to glow again. Kai Qiang happily calls the protagonist a good boy, and says that it was not at all shameful to lose to him. Qian admits it's a cool achievement, but doesn't see why it's being overstated. His fellow mage suggests that the leader enter the skill room next and show the students his immense power. Qian agrees to this proposal, wanting to outshine the mortal and teach the arrogant Kai a lesson. His girlfriend thinks she's in the top 10 healers on the server and should definitely get at least 4 stars since mortal got 5. Qian is determined to prove his awesomeness to everyone as he waits for the mortal to come out. Meanwhile, Jiang Chen completes the 5-star test and receives a message to place his hand on the blue stone to gain skills. The priest walks up to the stone and places his hand on it, which begins to glow with a magical light. He gains the skill Sanctification of Life, which can transfer 10% of his health to a target if their health bar has dropped below 70%. The protagonist quickly recognizes the new ability as a rare special skill. He applies the yin-yang inversion talent to it, gaining the ability to increase his own health by 25% and decrease the enemy's health by the same amount through the inverted skill. A pleased Chen notes that with his talent, this skill is simply divine, even though it was originally intended to save others. Outside the building, Qingying exclaims that the skill room has opened. Jiang Chen goes outside and asks why so many people have gathered here. A joyful Yuina hugs the master, and he asks what just happened. The guard replies that someone wanted to intimidate the girls, but he stopped them. The priest is surprised by this answer, not expecting such an unexpected turn of events. A mage from Qian's team approaches Chen, advises him not to fight over an NPC, and offers to sell her to him. The protagonist looks at the stranger impassively and asks if it was he who wanted to buy Yuina earlier. Qian also approaches Jiang Chen and asks with a sarcastic expression, "What's wrong with this?" Suddenly, Chen's reverse healing skill hits the lamppost behind him, tearing it apart. The priest tells a frightened Qian that fighting is not allowed in the main city, but next time this skill will definitely be used against him. The mage accuses the mortal of being arrogant for receiving 5 stars, and promises that the master will still show him true power. Qian prepares to enter the skill room while a fellow mage praises him and wishes for him to get 5 stars. Zhang Chen is surprised by his desire to take the 5-star test, and says that if he dares to touch him, his safety will not be guaranteed. The magician casts a serious look at the priest, and promises to convey his words to his leader. Chen tells her friends that they are leaving, and Qingying asks what their plans are next. The priest looks back and promises to kill the players who angered him with 1 blow as soon as they leave the main city. Yuina says she feels fine and asks Chen not to worry about her. The protagonist advises her to study well and think less about other problems. The guy remembers that in his past life there were a lot of people here who pestered little girls, and he feels no pity for such scumbags. Suddenly, Dean Bei Chang approaches him and congratulates the saint's envoy on receiving 5 stars. Then the old man darkens and notices that the priest has joined the Holy See. Zhang Chen asks the dean's opinion on whether he should have done this. Bei Qiang asks the boy and Yuina to follow him, wanting to have a private conversation. As they stroll through the streets of the main city, the old man says that there is nothing wrong with joining the Holy See. But then he notes Yuina's talent, which is why she was accepted into the academy, and says that he will not allow his students to join the Holy See. Chen states that he didn't want to join them, and what the old man is worried about will definitely not happen. The dean notes that if the members of the Holy See want it, it will be very difficult for him to undergo the baptism ceremony. The protagonist agrees with him and suddenly reveals his white wings, shocking Bei Qian. The old man says that the winged race was almost destroyed during the war with the Pope, and is amazed how Chen managed to contact them. The priest doesn't want to go into details, but states that he has joined the Holy See for a short time, to which the dean agrees to stop asking questions and wants to give the boy a gift. It turns out to be a magic stone that allows them to hide their profession and skills. Zhang Chen thanks Bei Qian for the gift, to which Bei Qian replies that he would also like to hear Yuina's gratitude. The girl also expresses her gratitude to the dean, who again admires her talent. The dean states that Yuina will stay at the academy and train, and after her level rises to Chen's level, the old man will let her go. Qingying runs up to the priest and offers him to look at the skills room where Qian is currently being tested. Only on the first floor is there a blue circle shining, which does not impress Chen and the other students. An irritated Chen walks out of the skill room while the guard and Kai Chang express their disapproval at him. They claim that he cannot compare himself to a mortal, and that the whole test was just a waste of time. Qian accuses Chen of cheating, and does not understand how he can pass this test at such a level. The priest mocks the words of the player who can only be angry, but not win. Chen denies the accusations of cheating, claiming that he simply has high-level gear. Qian asks incredulously if the priest's equipment could be better than his. The player exclaims that he has cool auction house gear and a rare gold-tier weapon. Zhang Chen remembers that in his past life he was just as rich and stupid. The protagonist says that all of his equipment is gold level. Qian is shocked by this statement and asks where he got it from. Chen tells about a shop in the main city's mansion that sells gold-level equipment. A pleased Chen thanks him for the information, although he finds it strange. In gratitude, Chen wants Chang to remove that annoying mage from his team. The priest recalls that in his past life, Qian was one of the richest people in the game, but never harmed players, unlike this mage. The irritated mage calls the mortal too stupid for such demands. He turns to Lord Qian and asks if he really wants to break the contract, if they haven't completed the joint mission yet. Qian advises him not to worry, trying to defuse the tense situation. He also asks the mortal not to worry and tells him about his treasure map, which causes the magician to exclaim disapprovingly. Qian looks at him seriously and says that their team will hardly be able to find the treasure on their own. He tells Chen that this is a gold-level map. You need to go to the Silent Valley, where many level 25 monsters live. Zhang Chenyu says that he is interested in this map, but he himself thinks that in the process of completing the quest, he will be able to finish off that nasty magician. Qian is happy to cooperate with a strong player and suggests that they meet at 6 o'clock. While there is still time, Chen decides to visit a store with exclusive items that are updated every half-month. The shop sells teleportation stone, inventory expansion stone, skill slot adding stone, inventory expansion backpack, primary and secondary pet level up stones. Chen buys a backpack and an expansion stone, allowing him to add another skill to his skill. He gains the Holy Light skill to restore an ally's health, making it his first true healer ability. The priest recalls a hidden skill he discovered at the end of his past life. He then buys a few more valuable items from the store's catalog. He then uses the purchased pet level up stones to power up his fairy. The action moves to the skill enhancement hall, where Zhang Chen and his team arrive. The priest tells his friends that he will practice today before the assignment, and suggests meeting tomorrow. While her friends are logging out of the game, Chen enters the skill enhancement hall, renting it for 3 hours. 11 level 20 wooden soldiers will appear in the arena in front of him, and experience will be given for their destruction. Taking advantage of the time to prepare for battle, Chen decides to test the effect of the illusion stone. It activates the Lesser Light Apocalypse skill to deal area of effect damage. The protagonist notes that the effect of using abilities has been changed, which will allow him to calmly carry out the affairs of the Holy See. Suddenly, he receives 37,000 gold from Xiaoruyer, who tells him about a rich man named Qian who came to the store and bought gold equipment. A satisfied Chen thinks that 3 hours of farming will be enough for him if he gets 20% of the experience from killing a normal mob. 2 hours later, he again destroys a group of wooden soldiers and increases his level to 21. The guy gets 6 bonus attributes and wonders if it's related to the illusion stone. He checks the description of the item Pupil of Illusion, which indeed gives 4 attribute points per level up. Chen finishes training and heads to the meeting place with Qian, who is already waiting there and greeting the mortal. Zhang Chen accepts his offer to join the team to go on a quest together. Qian introduces his new friend Xiao Ye, who recently became a high priest, to his new comrade. He then introduces a magician named Lao Fa who tried to buy Yuina. Qian hopes that their conflict will be left in the past. They will sort out all the problems after completing the quest. Qian commands to move out, wanting to quickly find the treasure and complete the mission. The action moves to the Silent Valley, where level 24 crazy rabbits roam, capable of causing bleeding that takes away 100 units of health per second. One of the rabbits notices movement in the distance and looks away questioningly. Qian tells the priest that the rabbits move in groups and have great strength. On Chen's advice, they take a narrow road that could make it difficult for the monsters to move. Lao Fa thinks that the priest is a threat to him and wants to kill him before finding the treasure. He secretly casts a spell that affects the mind of one of the rabbits. The crazy rabbit turns to face the players with a mad scarlet gleam in his eyes. The crazy rabbit jumps up with a loud roar, preparing to land right on Zhang Chen's head. Magician Lao Fa rejoices, thinking that the monster will now definitely kill the annoying priest. The protagonist manages to jump to the side and shout to Lord Qian to help him with the rabbit. Qian takes out his axe and rushes into battle, managing to order the healer not to let their health drop below 80%. Priestess Xiao Ye casts a healing spell on the team, following the commander's orders. Kain commands Lao Fa to find a good position and deal damage, much to the mage's displeasure. Zhang Chen looks askance at the mage, but decides that now is not the time to sort things out. He notices that the rabbits have low intelligence and always attack in a circle, watching Qian fight. The protagonist tells Qianxing to retreat back, activating Lesser Light Apocalypse. Crazy rabbits take massive area damage and die quickly. Qianxin and Xiaoye are amazed at the amount of damage a top-tier priest can deal. Chen yells at them to keep their chatter down and continue fighting, preparing to fight off the next rabbit attack. Several monsters rush towards Chen, who is swinging his battle axe. The warrior quickly finds himself surrounded by the enemy and asks his comrades to help him. Zhang Chen uses Angel Song and yells at Qian to retreat while his skills are on cooldown. The rabbits take fatal damage again, and Chen intends to wait for the cooldown of Lesser Light Apocalypse. Qian's health drops to half, causing the warrior to scream that he can no longer hold out under the monster's attacks. Healer Xiaoye uses a healing spell on Cheng, helping him stay on his feet. Qianxin's health is restored, and the girl also applies invulnerability and healing aura buffs to him. Zhang Chen activates the restored Lesser Light Apocalypse, preparing to deal with the remaining rabbits. The priest's skill deals large area damage, destroying surviving monsters. Xiaoye and Qianxin look at the swords that fell from the rabbits and are surprised that they were able to kill them all in just 10 minutes. Chen took some of the dropped equipment to charge the crystal ball. Having finished the fight, the angry protagonist decides to deal with Lao Fa. The magician states that he does not want to fight, but will cause problems for Chen if he continues the conflict. The protagonist accuses Lao Fa of using a curse technique in battle and attracting the attention of the rabbits. Xianxin confirms his accusations and demands an explanation from the mage as to why he tried to kill them. An irritated Lao Fa offers each team member 1,000 gold coins to forget about the incident, and he plans to take revenge on them after completing the quest. Zhang Chen agrees to accept the money, and he himself plans to first complete the mission and then deal with him. Soon the team arrives at the location in the Silent Valley marked on the treasure map. Qian doesn't understand why there is no road ahead, and Chen points to a glowing rectangle on the rock. The priest suggests placing the card in the rectangle and seeing what happens next. Qianxin places the card on the glowing sign, activating the secret passage. The stone moves to the side, revealing a passage into a cave from which evil energy emanates. Xian notes a terrible smell coming from the cave, and Chen identifies it as the scent of blood and rot. A worried Xiaoye asks if they really need to go there. Zhang Chen calls out to Lao Fa, who is standing behind him, and demands that he go forward and scout out the situation. The magician shouts that Qian invited them here, and a temporary team member cannot order him around. The protagonist replies that if he had not given orders, they would all have died already. An irritated Lao Fa wants to say another impudence, but cannot find the right words. After finishing arguing, the magician goes down into the dungeon, not wanting to fight Zhang Chen. Lao Fa disappears from sight, and Chen and Qian loudly ask him how the situation is. A frightened magician suddenly runs out of the darkness and says that there are many corpses in the cave, and that a superspatial force is active. Qianxin notes that after the developers officially acknowledged it, the extra-dimensional force began to appear more frequently, and is now present in 80% of the locations on the server. Xiaoya warns that if they die in the game, they might get into trouble in reality, and suggests not to go into the dungeon. Chen can't decide on the next path and asks Jiang Chen's opinion. The priest explains that death is simply an event. If the player dies in a safe zone, he will lose consciousness for several days in reality, and if in a dangerous zone, the coma will last a month. The mortal says that the risk is indeed great, but there is a good chance of profit, so he goes there. Chen descends the stairs into the dungeon, leaving his team behind. Xianxin tells the healer that he has made a decision, and now wants to explore the cave too. Lao Fa also agrees with the mortal's opinion, anticipating the opportunity to make good money. Zhang Chen listens to their conversation, and thinks that if they go, he will definitely kill the magician in the danger zone. Soon the main character enters the dangerous zone of the Palace of the Dead, where headless monsters in red robes roam. The team looks around the room and hears someone's loud voice greeting travelers from other worlds. Alarmed, Qianxin takes out an axe and asks who it was just now. Lao Fa also pulls out a magical weapon and assumes that they were ghosts. Chen notices that the ghosts have no physical bodies and also prepares for battle. The priest asks Qian if his treasure map is gold level, to which the warrior replies yes. Zhang Chen says that this is a high difficulty dungeon, and there is a gold tier boss here. The protagonist praises Qian for hitting the jackpot, and he himself thinks that there are definitely many strong monsters in the underground palace. Xiaoye shouts to the boys that the headless monsters have noticed the guests and are now heading towards them. The dungeon's mobs are level 25 headless corpses, which can resurrect after death and deal continuous damage with normal attacks. The monsters run towards the players, and Chen shouts for Chen to engage them in close combat. Qianxin agrees to take on the dead and uses his attack skill. The priest agrees not to interfere with his battle, and the healer asks if everything will be okay. Xian advises Xiaoye not to worry about him, and assures her that he can definitely handle them. He delivers a deafening blow, sending one of the decapitated corpses to the floor. Another monster hits him with its hand, but Qian manages to activate a defensive skill to reduce the damage. Qian receives a system message about being infected by a damage over time strike, and asks Mortal to assist him in the fight. Zhang Chen and Xiaoye are dismayed at how quickly their commander's solo battle ended. Qianxin continues to fight the undead, demanding that the priest join the fight. The warrior makes sweeping blows with his axe at flying enemies, knocking them aside. Chen activates the skill Healing Light, dealing high damage to all three undead. The decapitated corpses quickly die in midair, and their remains fall to the ground. Qianxin admires the priest's immense magical skill power, being able to deal with powerful monsters so easily. Chen advises him not to rejoice, because even though the mobs have little health, they have one unique ability. The protagonist tells him to look at the remains of the corpses, which have already begun to move. He explains that as long as there are pieces of flesh left, monsters can be reborn infinitely. Lao Fa is outraged that Chen didn't tell them about this earlier, and led the team to such a dangerous place. Suddenly, Zhang Chen uses Flicker and teleports behind the mage, reminding him of his recent promise. The priest kicks him in the back, sending Lao Fa flying straight towards the monsters. The magician flies towards the decapitated corpses and shouts to the mortal that he will definitely kill him. Lao Fa desperately dodges the attacks of the undead and asks for help from his comrades, accusing Chen of bullying him and mentally asserting that after receiving the reward, he will definitely kill everyone and take the treasure for himself. Qianxin asks if it was really necessary to do this, and Xiaoye wonders if she should treat the mage. Jianqin says that at the entrance to the Silent Valley, Lao Fa tried to kill him with a spell, and now he is responding in kind. Confused, Qian agrees with the priest's words, but is still unhappy with the situation. Xiaoye watches what is happening and asks Chen what to do next. The priest claims that he will not let the magician die before his skills are restored, because Lao Fa will help them with the monsters. The mage holds on under the blows of the corpses and shouts to his comrades not to listen to the mortal. Xiaoye activates a healing spell, deciding to restore the mage's health. Lao Fa feels the effect of the healing skill and screams in frustration, and the knowledge that he will have to fight again. Qianxin notes that there are too many mobs ahead and Chen's skills may not be enough to protect the mage. The protagonist activates Angel's Song and Lesser Light Apocalypse, attacking the undead. Decapitated corpses die instantly, leaving behind only the dry remains of their armor. Chen wonders what Qian said about his lack of fighting ability. Qianxin claims with a smile that he misheard it, pleased with the outcome of events. Lao Fa is annoyed by Chen's two high-level area damage skills and wonders who is really acting as the mage here. 10 minutes later, the team approaches the end of the dungeon where the boss is, and Xiaoye and Qianxin are amazed by the priest's power. Lao Fa demands that Mortal end their feud, claiming that he almost died among these mobs. Chen refuses to end the conflict, wanting to punish the mage for bullying his team. Qian asks the protagonist if all the monsters are dead, but he replies that the quest is not over yet. Suddenly, a loud sound is heard from behind, signaling the arrival of the golden boss. A flaming level 25 witch corpse appears near the far wall. The boss can summon a bloody fog to block players' abilities and absorb all lost health of enemies. Zhang Chen stands behind Lao Fa and tells him that he must fight the boss. The priest kicks the mage again, sending him towards the fire monster. Lao Fa falls at the boss's feet and is immediately killed by one powerful blow. Chen is pleased with the outcome of the conflict, smiling relaxedly before the upcoming fight. The remaining team members prepare for battle, and the priest declares that they can now safely fight the monster. The protagonist activates his staff and commands his comrades to attack, preparing to test his new skill on the boss. Zhang Chen activates the skill Life Dedication, using it on a strong enemy for the first time. The boss takes 20,000 damage while the spell holds him in place. A shocked Chen Xin watches with his mouth open as the priest's skill deals massive damage. Healer Xiaoye thought fearfully that fortunately, she was not Chen's enemy. The protagonist shouts at Qian not to stand still and to continue fighting. Chen Xin comes out of his shock and takes up his weapon, preparing to fight. The witch's corpse notices Qian and turns to face him as he activates a combat skill. Zhang Chen intends to give it his all in the next second, while his comrade distracts the enemy. The priest simultaneously uses Angel's Song, Healing Light, and Lesser Light's Apocalypse, attacking the boss from all sides. The witch's corpse takes fatal damage and dies in an explosion, with its remains scattered throughout the dungeon. Chen Xin and Xiaoye are amazed that they were able to defeat such a strong enemy so quickly. Chen calls the defeated enemy just an elite monster, and claims that the real boss is coming next. He turns to where the witch's corpse appeared and says that something should open up there. In that place, a long box, similar to a coffin, actually appears. As the team gets closer, they realize that it is indeed a coffin in which someone was buried. The players come closer, and Chen asks if the monsters sleep in the coffins. Zhang Chen remarks that there might be another powerful monster inside, and Qian volunteers to open the coffin. Inside there is a beautiful sleeping girl in a revealing outfit. Qian can't believe that there is only a girl in the coffin, and Chen assumes that she is a prisoner. The system messages tell that her name is Danny. She is an undead being turned into a slave by special spells, and the first person she sees after waking up will become her master. Chen Xin offers the mortal 30,000 gold pieces for the right to take this slave, to which he agrees. Qian smiles and thanks the priest for his agreement, realizing that he would not be able to defeat the player if they fought for the slave. Chen advises not to rush to thank him and to listen to him first. The protagonist assumes that there is a trap in front of them, and the girl is actually a hidden boss. Qian states that even if it is a trap, he is willing to risk it for the money and possible rewards. He puts his hand on the girl's head and says that this is the first slave in the game. Qian is confident that if he can get her, his strength will definitely increase. Zhang Chen still has doubts and asks himself why he waits while others take risks. Suddenly, black energy engulfs Qian's hand, which he used to wake up the slave. The guy screams that she is sucking his blood and asks Xiaoye to quickly cure him. The healer activates a healing skill in an attempt to restore the health of a comrade. Chen Xin screams that it is not enough and continues to lose too much blood. The protagonist activates the Holy Light spell, which also heals the player. Qian is surprised that the mortal has healing techniques as well, as the dark energy spreads throughout his body. Chen states that this ability has a long cooldown, and if it doesn't help, he doesn't know what to do next. The priest thinks that this is definitely not enough, and something needs to be done before the dark energy infects the others. Chen Xin suddenly becomes excited and says that he has about 20% health left. He continues to transfer his life energy to the girl, confident that he will soon succeed. Suddenly the slave opens her eyes, shining with a bright pink light. Zhang Chen tenses up, preparing for a possible battle with a new opponent. The girl says that the player woke her up and now must give her his body, and Chen is convinced that this is indeed the boss. Dark energy seeps into his mouth as the boy curses the game and screams that the girl was supposed to be his slave. The system recognizes the enemy as the Empress, a level 25 undead who possesses Qian's soul and can use the skills Black Energy, Undead Charge, Underground Chaos, and Black Moon. The Empress says that Qian's body is not suitable for her and wants to take Jiang Chen's avatar for herself. The priest realizes that his enemy can control people and capture their game characters. Xiaoye asks Chen what is going on, to which he replies that the slave was a decoy and that Qian's body is now in the possession of the Empress. The boss declares that Chen is good enough to be his next vessel, and he plans to use the healer as a target for practicing his combat skills. The Empress activates Underground Chaos, splitting the ground and dealing fatal damage to Xiaoye. Zhang Chen screams that with the girl's death, his buff for teamwork with the opposite sex has disappeared. The protagonist reproaches himself for forgetting about the peculiarity of superspatial bosses. They are not affected by distraction effects, and they choose their own target. The Empress tells him not to be afraid and to simply extend his hand to him to get rid of his fear forever. An angry Jiang Chen says that he is definitely not afraid of such a monster. He states that he is very angry and activates his new skill, Dedication to Life. The ability deals damage to Chen, but the dark energy manages to leave his body. Chen realizes that the boss can temporarily leave the host's body to avoid damage, and remembers from his past life that such undead are very difficult to kill. The Empress takes over Chen's body again and demands that the player surrender, as she cannot be defeated. Jiang Chen suggests that the boss cannot leave the host body for long periods of time. The Empress orders him to shut up and swings her axe, preparing to attack. The boss uses the Black Moon skill, which deals high penetrating damage. Chen takes the blows on himself, realizing that he won't be able to dodge such fast attacks. He uses the Holy Light ability on himself to restore lost health. The Empress activates the Killing Spear skill, and shouts that the pathetic humans must die. Jiang Chen uses the Blink ability to instantly teleport. The priest appears a few meters behind the boss and prepares to counterattack. It activates the Angel's Song spell, which deals high damage to a single target. He then uses the skill Lesser Light Apocalypse, asking if the boss can dodge the area damage. The Empress leaves Chen's body, but still loses a lot of health due to the priest's magical attack. In his disembodied form, the boss walks towards Jiang Chen and screams that he must die. Dark energy engulfs the protagonist, realizing that the Empress is sucking out his energy, and that damage cannot be avoided. Chen thinks that he doesn't have time to wait for the enemy to die, and decides to activate the Phantom Eye effect. Using the eye allows attacks to bypass him for a few seconds, which is enough to protect him from the boss. The Empress screams in surprise, not understanding how he managed to escape the attack. She soon dies, and for killing the gold-level boss, Chen receives a special item, Danny's Talisman. The talisman contains Danny's soul, which can become the player's slave. Chen approaches the coffin with the girl and hopes that this time he will be able to wake her up for sure. He places his hand on Danny's head, beginning to transfer his life force to her. To restore lost health, the protagonist uses the Holy Light skill. Soon the girl wakes up and becomes a silver-level pet with low health and energy. Danny shyly greets her new master, and the system displays her immortal body skill, which allows her to control her body after death, and her death current combat ability. The girl can also become stronger and unlock new abilities as she levels up, which seems quite satisfactory to Jiang Chen. The priest opens the door to his pet space and orders Danny to enter. The girl tells Chen that her energy will be restored in this space, and he can use the talisman to transmit orders to her. The protagonist asks what items she needs to level up. Danny replies that the Dark Stone, Monster Flesh and Blood, and Soul Crystallization will be required. Jiang Chen wants to ask the girl where the talisman she spoke of is. Danny replies that it remained in her coffin, but the Holy Sea's men broke it. In the coffin, Chen actually finds a damaged talisman, which was the vessel of the slave's soul. The priest takes it in his hand and asks if the item can be restored. Danny replies that it is a high-ranking talisman, and that repairing it will increase her level. Chen says that he will then find a way to fix the talisman, but first she needs to recover. The action then moves to the city gates, where Jiang Chen went after clearing the dungeon. A mysterious man with unknown intentions awaits him near the gate. A man with a sword and red hair asks if the person in front of him is really immortal. Chen immediately recognizes the stranger as Wu Ming Lian, an NPC who shouldn't be here. Lian was pleased that he was recognized so quickly, and that they were looking at the priest with predatory eyes. Jiang Chen claims to have heard of him and asks why he came here. Wu Ming Lian reaches for his sword, and explains that everyone around him is talking about a very powerful priest. So the man decided to kill him to test the abilities of the vaunted player. Chen is shocked by this turn of events, not prepared for a fight with such a strong opponent. Jiang Chen is outraged that Lian just came to kill him, an ordinary small-time player. Wu Ming smiles predatorily and advises his opponent to talk less during the fight. The man suddenly rushes towards Chen, pointing his sword at him. The protagonist still can't believe what's happening, not wanting to fight a strong enemy now. In a belated attempt to avoid the attack, he activates the flicker skill to instantly teleport away. Chen moves 36 meters behind Wu Ming Lian and begins running towards the city. Lian notes his good retreat skills, but is not ready to let his prey go so easily. He quickly moves to the mortal and chides him for his slowness. Chen is amazed at Lian's speed, who caught up to him so quickly, even taking into account the teleportation. Wu Ming Lian swings his sword, sending shockwaves of energy towards Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen knows that he won't be able to dodge such a fast attack. It activates the Eye of Illusions, creating a space that is protected from enemy damage. Chen notes that the cooldown of the Eye of Illusions has been reduced due to its level being increased. Wu Ming Lian is pleased to note that the enemy has the ability to attack and retreat. Suddenly, Lian's sword energy strikes rupture Chen's protective space, leaving him in shock. Lian asks if Chen is really in such a hurry to enter the city. The man uses the longsword skill, creating several more energy strikes. The priest activates his white wings, trying to fly another 10 meters to the main gate. A second later, Leon's energy attack catches up with him, hitting him in the back. Chen has a premonition of imminent death and thinks that he does not want to die in such a place. Suddenly realizing that the enemy's attacks were doing too little damage, he turns to Wu Ming Lian and asks him what this all means. Lian explains that someone posted a quest to kill Chen on the Adventurers Association, causing Lian to decide to personally test the difficulty of the quest. Zhang Chen realizes that his enemies are now using adventurers to kill him, and asks the chief what his assessment is. Lian replies that he would kill Chen in 10 seconds in a real fight and gives him an S rank. The priest asks why such a famous adventurer came to personally check on a little-known player. Lian said that the city lord and teacher mentioned a traveler with great potential, so he decided to see for himself. Chen notes that the test was still rough, and Lian offers compensation in the form of an S-level badge. Wu Ming Lian offers the mortal to take the badge from the association and bids him farewell. Zhang Chen is surprised that he can get the S-tier badge so quickly, although players usually spend 6 months to do so. The satisfied priest looks forward to the opportunity to buy good props from the association and watch secret information. He decides to postpone the restoration of the talisman and first go to the association for a badge. Soon, Chen arrives at the Adventurers Association's main building. The main character thinks that he hasn't been here for a long time and now it's very lively. Suddenly he meets Chen Xin and Xiaoye, who ask if he also died in that dungeon. Chen wonders how he was able to recover so quickly after dying in the danger zone. But Chen says he had several items to compensate for dying early on. Zhang Chen recalls that rich players can purchase such items to protect themselves from the consequences of death in dangerous areas. The priest contacts Danny mentally and asks if she can return to her body. The girl replies that she is able to return to her owner, but she cannot be resurrected without the talisman. Chen says that he will fix the talisman and soon she will be able to return to her body. Danny is delighted by the prospect, keeping in touch with Chen through the ring on his finger. Qian's voice brings the protagonist out of his trance, returning him to the game world. Zhang Chen answers the previously asked question that after the death of his comrades, he cleared the dungeon himself and killed the boss. Qian Xin is pleased with his hard work and offers another 5,000 gold for his hard work. Chen politely declines the offer, not wanting to take more money from Chen. The priest gives him the empty ring that once held Danny's soul, and Qian sadly notices that Danny has disappeared. Despite this, the rich player is still willing to pay for the work, to which Chen agrees. Zhang Chen asks what Qian is doing here, and he replies that he was carrying out an order from a deceiver, whom he now wants to kill. Qian says he wants to put out a reward for killing Fei, and Chen again mentions his wealth. Suddenly, players with the nicknames Love from One Arrow and Responsible for Life and Death approach them, expressing their admiration for Chen. The priest remembers the Responsible as one of the best players in his past life, and asks what they want. The girl calls herself a fan of Chen and wants to take a photo with him. Zhang Chen thanks her for her support, but politely declines a photo with her. The person in charge asks with displeasure why he does not want to fulfill his sister's request. The girl with the nickname Love asks her brother not to talk like that, not wanting to create problems. The person in charge does not understand why the impudent priest cannot speak to them more politely. Suddenly, the responsible one demands that the girl no longer call him brother, because they are not related by blood, and since childhood he took care of her for another reason. The girl blushes and cannot find the right words to answer. Not wanting to continue the conversation, an embarrassed Love runs away from the association. The responsible one blames the mortal for what is happening and demands that he not pretend to be innocent. Chen considers him an idiot who is unable to get a girl's attention and calls the guy a bastard. Suddenly Chen steps forward and demands that the mortal not be blamed for his own mistake. The person in charge advises the rich player not to meddle in other people's affairs and challenges Chen to a fight. Xian is unhappy with this attitude towards him, but Zhang Chen advises him to finish the empty conversation in the safe zone. The priest notes that the responsible one has great strength and is on the list of the best fighters on the server. The impudent player is sure that they are afraid of him and threatens Chen that he will definitely kill him when he sees him outside the city. He is about to leave, continuing to grumble about the impudent priest and the stupid rich man. The next second, Chen approaches the reception desk and announces that he is posting a task with a reward. Zhang Chen and his opponent turn to Chen, not understanding what he was planning. The girl at the reception desk announces a new task from Chen: to kill Mr. Fei for 5,000 gold. Next, Chen wants to create another quest to kill a player with the nickname Responsible for Life and Death. The girl notes that this is a B difficulty task and few players will be able to complete it. Xian agrees with this assessment of the quest and offers a reward of 10,000 gold if the player is killed 5 times in a row. The person in charge sarcastically asks who would dare to take on such a task, and Chen immediately volunteers for this quest. The person in charge mocks the newcomer, who has just joined the association and definitely won't be able to take on such a high-level task. The girl at the reception states that the mortal has accepted the task and hands him an S-level badge. The person in charge is shocked that the newbie was immediately given such a badge. which usually takes 6 months to obtain. Chen advises him to be less surprised and take a closer look at his new badge. The one in charge accuses him of cheating, states that an unfairly obtained badge is not an indicator of strength, and challenges the mortal to a fight outside the city. Chen advises Chen to refuse, and shows him another S-rank quest to kill a mortal with a video recording, for which the one who completes it will receive 10,000 gold. The priest is intrigued by the new unknown enemy, and declares that life is becoming more interesting. Xin reminds that the game is now connected to reality, and one should be more careful in one's actions. Zhongchen replies that one cannot achieve success by constantly running away, and that one must teach a lesson to the one who provoked him. The person in charge smiles contentedly, and tells me to meet him at the northern gate. Qianxin and Shoya decide to go with Mortal, to which he agrees. The action moves to the northern gate, where the responsible one is already waiting for Chen with his childhood friend. The girl is not impressed by her friend's determination, and advises him to abandon the fight, remembering all the videos she has watched of the priest's battles. The person in charge says that he will definitely cope, and thinks that many people want to kill this impudent fellow. Soon, Zhang Chen and his comrades arrive at the northern gate, leaving the safe zone of the city. The person in charge takes out his sword and announces the start of the battle, immediately rushing forward. He jumps up and wants to deliver a vertical sword strike to Chen's head. The protagonist activates Shimmer, not wanting to compete in speed with an experienced fighter. Zhang Chen moves a few meters to the side and says that it is his turn now. He activates Angel's Song, declaring that he will now show his abilities to the enemy. The person in charge is surprised by the amount of damage he is taking and suddenly shouts for someone to attack Chen. An unknown killer appears behind the priest, preparing to strike with a sword. Chen stops him with his magic, shocking the enemy who was caught off guard. The priest advises him not to learn useless skills before the killing blow. The responsible one gets up after receiving damage and prepares to continue the fight. He shouts that the mortal must die and activates his strongest skill, sword strikes. Suddenly, the player receives a magical blow directly to the chest, interrupting the preparation of his skill. The person in charge cannot believe what is happening as his health quickly drops to 0. Zhang Chen advises him not to be so impudent next time, even if he has a high ranking on the leaderboard and a lot of health. After the enemy's death, Chen turns to his childhood friend, who was watching the battle. The girl looks at the mortal with loving eyes, admires his beauty, and once again asks to take a photo with her. The protagonist is embarrassed by such attention and again refuses to take a joint photo. The girl offers to pay him 1,000 gold pieces and promises to bring a friend for a group photo. Chen stops smiling and advises her not to bring too many friends over. As the contented girl leaves, Chen approaches the mortal and admires his magical skills. Suddenly, a man in the robes of the Holy See approaches them and asks which of them is mortal. Zhang Chen identifies himself as mortal and asks what the stranger wants from him. The member of the Holy See replies that the Bright Blessing competition will begin tomorrow at 8 in the morning, and the priest has little time left to register. Chen remembers the upcoming competition and heads to church after saying goodbye to his comrades. Qianxin and Xiaoye also bid farewell to their friend, remaining near the northern gate. Soon, the protagonist arrives at the registration hall and tells the master that he wants to take part in the competition. Other members of the Holy See are unhappy with his behavior and are outraged that such a player has joined their organization. The master demands that they stop grumbling and remain silent as they approach Jiang Chen. He explains the rules of the competition to the priest. There are 15 teams that compete against each other to the point of elimination, and as a reward, you can get 4 points of the Blessing of Light. Chen happily asks if he can really get 4 points if he wins the competition. The master replies that each person can receive the blessing once, and distribute the rest as he wishes. After finishing the registration, Chen wants to leave, and suddenly notices his maid Lily mopping the floor. To his question, the girl replies that she is cleaning the hall, as befits a newcomer. Zhang Chen tells her to follow him to Bishop Bai to test her magical talent, which could help her with her promotion. Lily says that only geniuses have magical talent, and ordinary people like her need to work for a year to receive God's blessing. Chen advises her not to worry about it and asks her to study theory and magic diligently. He promises the girl that when she advances in her career and becomes strong enough, light will be closer to her. Lily listens to her master's instructions and repeats after him that the light will be closer to her. They soon arrive at Bishop Bai's luxurious residence in an elite area of the city. The mortal says he came here without an invitation and asks the bishop if this will be a problem. Bishop Bai advises him not to think about such nonsense, because he is always glad to see a priest as his guest. The bishop asks about the reasons for his sudden arrival, and suggests that the guy wants to replace his maid. Chen gently rejects his proposal, and wants his maid to study and be educated. The bishop agrees with his words, not wanting to contradict his young genius. Bai brings a magic ball to measure strength and orders Lily to place her hands on it. The girl places her hand on the magic ball, which begins to glow with blue energy. The bishop notes the good result and says that she will soon be able to begin serving in the church. Zhang Chen thanks Bishop Bai and says he has one more important question. The boy asks the saddened bishop if he can learn the secret spells of the Holy See, but Bai replies that he cannot pass them on without Bishop Gindelof's permission. The protagonist observes Bai's behavior and notes that he is afraid of him. Bai says that Bishop Gindelof wants to monitor Chen's progress in the Holy See and is not ready to immediately hand over the spells to him. Jiang Chen asks if he needs the bishop's permission to obtain a prophecy. Bai exclaims in fear that only the Pope and the chief priests can receive the prophecy, and in general it is better not to even talk about such things. Chen says he just asked and says goodbye to Bai, but he thinks about the strict hierarchy of the Holy See. The action moves to the Holy See mansion, where a blacksmith is cleaning a sword in the armory. Jiang Chen comes to him, but the man says that he can only buy weapons here and not receive a mission. The priest claims he has an artifact to fix and shows him Danny's talisman. The blacksmith examines the talisman and says that he will need a soul tree and 1,000 gold pieces to repair it. The protagonist gives him the gold without arguing, pleased with such a low price. The blacksmith takes the talisman and tells Chen to pick it up in the morning, beginning the repair process. As Jiang Chen leaves the mansion, he thinks that the masters in this city are taciturn, which has already been written on the forum. He soon exits the game and returns to reality, to Xia Ruyer's luxurious home. The guy asks Ruyer why she left the game so early today, and whether she managed to complete her task. The girl replies that she sold 6 items of gold equipment, and there is no more goods left in the store. Jiang Chen is delighted with the high sales and asks her friend how much she got for the goods. Xia Ruyer said that she earned 112,000 gold in one day and considered it a good result. Chen is shocked by such earnings in just one day, and says that he will transfer the girl's share at the end of the month. Ruyer says he still can't believe that in-game gold can be exchanged for real currency. The guy replies that it's not exactly easy money, since getting gold equipment is very difficult. Xia Ruyer agreed with him, recalling that even some guild presidents didn't have any gold items. Chen says that he will send her a drawing of a new outfit, and wants her to make it quickly, and give it to him along with gold coins. Ruyer agrees and asks excitedly if he is entitled to decent pay for overtime work. She approaches Chen in a lewd manner, offering to pay him right now. The protagonist screams not to touch him in such places, but the girl continues to demand compensation for the hard work. The next day, Jiang Chen returns to the game and takes back the restored Danny talisman from the master blacksmith. Once the damage is repaired, the artifact can store souls, but Chen decides to deal with Danny later. He receives a shirt and 100,000 gold coins in a letter from Xia Ruyer, and decides to go to the competition. The action moves to the arena of the Holy See, where the participants of the competition have already gathered. The master stands next to Bishop Bai and announces that the captain of each of the 15 teams must enter the arena to determine their turn. Jiang Chen walks to the arena and thinks that he has arrived on time, and it is not his turn to go out yet. The other participants are unhappy with his appearance and want to punish the newcomer for his overconfidence. Chen enters the arena and takes a red ball from the box, which indicates his turn number in the battles. He draws the ball number 15, which puts him in last place in terms of performance time. Bishop Bai congratulates Chen on his number and orders him to prepare for battle. Bai announces to the teams that they need to gather together and get ready for the competition to begin. Suddenly, a glowing portal symbol appears behind the bishop and the master. The Pope of the Holy See himself and Cardinal Gindelof, who arrived in time for the start of the competition, emerge from it. The master and the bishop greet the Pope, considering it a great honor for the leader of the Holy See to appear here. Jiang Chen is nervous and wonders why the Pope of the Holy See came here. Suddenly, the Pope declares that he has come here for a personal meeting with the mortal, about whom he has heard a lot from his subordinates. The priest, who was about to leave, was caught off guard by this statement. The protagonist turns to the new arrivals and says with a nervous smile that it is a great honor for him, while wondering about the Pope's intentions. The head of the Holy See orders the master not to be distracted by him and to continue the competition. Jiang Chen places his hand on his chest in respect and says that he witnessed his coronation. The Pope recalls Bishop Gindelof's words about the unusual messenger and asks if Chen will be able to follow the light. The protagonist bows and declares that his heart always follows the light. Dad says that these words calmed him down and blesses Chen before leaving. The protagonist asks Gindelof if he will leave the Holy See arena with the Pope. The Cardinal replies that he is personally responsible for this place and wonders if it is possible that Chen does not want him here. The priest says he simply asked, trying to defuse the situation and not cause another conflict. Chen leaves to prepare for the arena battle, and Gindelof finally states that he has a good chance of winning. Soon, the master announces the next match of the 15th team against the 13th, and Chen's opponents are very confident of their victory over the lone newcomer. A mortal enters the arena with a staff in his hands, smiling and offering to begin the fight. One of the opponents shouts at his comrades not to let the enemy use his skills. The 4 opponents use the Divine Light Judgment skill together, attempting to attack Chen. The priest takes flight using his black wings, dodging the attack and preparing to seize the initiative in the battle. He also uses the spell Judgment of Divine Light against the enemy team. The opponents do not understand why a priest, who should only have healing skills, even entered the battlefield. Enemies take damage and leave the battle according to the rule that after a participant sheds a drop of blood, he is immediately teleported out of the arena. A confident Zhang Chen declares that he has understood all the rules and is ready to continue the battle. Bishop Bai and Master are shocked by the power of the Messenger of Light, who easily defeated one of the best teams in the competition. Gindalof is surprised that a man from another world could quickly achieve such power and wonders if Chen really has no connection to the winged race after seeing his black wings. The Cardinal declares that there is no need for Chen to participate in the next battle, shocking the Bishop and the Master. Zhang Chen wants to know what's going on and assumes that the Cardinal is doubting his wings. The priest asks Gindalof why he is being disqualified. The Cardinal replies that Chen is stronger than the other teams. There is no point in him participating further, and he has already applied for one blessing for him. The protagonist states that one blessing is not enough, and he intends to participate further. Gindalof says that each person can only receive one blessing of light. Chen advises him not to worry, and claims that he can take first place on his own. Bishop Gindalof suggests adding another blessing and a skill book from the pavilion. A pleased Zhang Chen agrees to the offer, receiving a skill book and 2 blessings. Gindalof suddenly demands that he wait and explain how he dares to show everyone his black wings, but Chen innocently states that he has nothing to hide. The bishop quickly backs down, saying that he was hasty and that God's gifts certainly should not be hidden from others. Chen thinks that the bishop decided to test him, and Gindalof understands that this priest is not so easily deceived. Soon, Zhang Chen returns to the maid Lily, interrupting her prayer. He gives her a letter from Gindalof, which will allow her to receive a blessing at the temple. Lily says that this is impossible because she just came here and cannot receive a blessing so quickly. Chen replies that he arranged everything so that she would be blessed, and he himself wants to quickly make her a spy in the temple. Lily gratefully takes the letter and declares that she will live up to the expectations of the Messenger of Light. Zhang Chen then goes to the academy where he left his girlfriends. According to the rules of the academy, only the top 100 players on the server will be able to officially become students. At the entrance to the academy, Qingying sends the protagonist a message that she will be waiting for him at the tests in the tower. He then receives a message from Tao Xiaotian, who advises him to keep an eye on the leaderboard. Near the testing tower, students watch the leaderboard change. Chen sees that the archer Da Yi is now in first place, and the other students notice the appearance of the Messenger of Light. Among the crowd was also the healer Xiao Ye, who had temporarily left Qian Xin to participate in the trials. There also turns out to be a recent fan who asked for photos and wanted to see the mortal's adventures in person. Among the students, there is an unknown blonde warrior, noting Chen's appearance. Soon, Archer Da Yi, who took first place and stayed on the 4th floor for 5 seconds, comes out of the trial tower. Zhang Chen recalls that in his previous life, Da Yi was one of the strongest players and could even compete with the gods. The archer notices Chen and asks if he is the holy messenger. Onlookers from the crowd watch with interest as 2 of the strongest players clash. Da Yi advises the priest not to go up to the 3rd floor because of the high difficulty. An unknown blonde warrior suddenly intervenes in the conversation and tells Da Yi that he cannot give advice to the holy messenger. Chen remembers him as the warrior Xiaosaleng Xiao, whom he once saved in the forest, for which the guy thanks him. Da Yi ignores him and tells Chen that only players from the top 100 of the server can get into the academy, and there is no point in risking their lives for the sake of first place in the tower. Zhang Chen replies that he has taken his advice into consideration, but Xiaosa continues to be indignant. Chen then silently walks towards the entrance of the testing tower, and Xiaosa tries to stop him to talk. Inside the testing tower, the priest regrets saving that noisy idiot and thinks there is no need to fight Da Yi. He decides to simply take first place and show the archer the reality of this game. There are 9 floors in the tower, and to move to the next floor, you need to kill all the monsters or hold out for 10 minutes on the previous one. Chen begins the trial phase and is transported to the 1st floor, where he is confronted by several level 10 armored warriors. The protagonist decides to use a group attack and finish off all the enemies with one blow. It activates Lesser Light Apocalypse, dealing massive damage to all mobs hit. After the enemies are killed, he moves to the 2nd floor, which is noticed by Xiaosa outside the tower. Zhang Chen's name appears on the leaderboard after moving to the 2nd floor, causing excitement among the onlookers. Xiaosa tells Da Yi that the mortal is much stronger than him, and the archer does not understand how the priest could kill all the monsters so quickly. Da Yi sarcastically advises Xiaosa not to relax, because a mortal definitely won't be able to survive on the 3rd floor. Meanwhile, Chen on the 3rd floor encounters a large group of level 30 lava monsters that attack with fire from a distance. The protagonist flies using black wings and notices that the enemies on this level prefer ranged combat. Zhang Chen tries to dodge the fire to no avail and realizes that all attacks are impossible to dodge. He decides to quickly deal with the monsters before they burn him. The priest activates Lesser Light Apocalypse, destroying enemies with massive damage. One of the lava monsters shoots a powerful stream of flame at Chen, The protagonist uses Shimmer to teleport a few meters to the side and avoid attacks. He then casts Angel's Song, continuing to kill the remaining monsters. Zhang Chen reasons that there aren't as many monsters on the 3rd floor as on the 2nd, and that you just need to act according to the situation. He soon takes 2nd place on the leaderboard for clearing the 3rd floor, and Da Yi wonders why Chen hasn't come out yet. Xiao Sa says that the power of the Holy Messenger cannot be underestimated, irritating the archer. Suddenly, a beautiful girl with pink hair appears and tells Xiao Sa that he has no right to talk to Da Yi like that. She says that she was on the 3rd floor, and there are few monsters there, and the mortal can just hide instead of fighting. Da Yi agrees with her version, and states that Zhang Chen definitely does not have the strength to advance to the next level. Xiao Sa advises him to look at the table, where the name in 1st place has already changed. Now it is Chen, who has started to pass the 4th floor. An angry Da Yi states that this is impossible, and there must be some mistake. The archer furiously shouts that there are 130 monsters on the 3rd floor, and the priest is clearly not capable of dealing with such a number of enemies. Xiao Sa continues to tease him, calling the Holy Messenger the most powerful player. Da Yi insists that it is a mistake, and decides to check the table again when Zhang Chen comes out of the portal. The archer angrily tells him that he doesn't know how he managed to win, but next time Da Yi will definitely surpass him. Chen thinks that it was not for nothing that in his past life he was called the most harmful archer on Earth. The priest notices Xiao Sa, who states that he was waiting for him and wanted to witness Chen perform another miracle. The blushing warrior asks Zhang Chen to accept him into the team as a servant in gratitude for saving his life in the forest. The protagonist refuses and leaves, but Xiao Sa asks him to wait to tell him an important secret. Chen replies that he is not interested and notes that the guy talks a lot. Xiao Sa says that he has a unique profession, Sword Soul, which will allow him to quickly become a master and help the priest's team. Intrigued, Zhang Chen recalls that it is very difficult to obtain 2 professions, usually repeated from a past life. He sees potential in Xiao Sa, who smiles modestly and waits for Chen's verdict. The warrior once again asks the Holy Messenger to allow him to join him. The protagonist tells him to follow him if he wants it so badly. A delighted Xiao Sa sends a friend request through the system functions. Having officially become Chen's friend, he runs off to do his own thing, shouting at the end that he has taken the first step towards becoming the God of Sword. The protagonist sends him a message via chat that the guy has half a day to get into the rankings, and then writes to Qing Ying to meet him at the south gate. The intimacy scales with Qing Ying and Xiao Tian are almost at their maximum, and Chen wants to improve his skills in getting close to people. Soon the knight and the summoner meet Chen, and Tao immediately asks about a new task. Zhang Chen says he wants to see the girls' results in the tests. He leads them to a group of green forest vipers on level 20. Qing Ying immediately rushes into battle, holding out his shield and activating his defensive skill. Tao Xiaotian summons the baby red dragon, and she thinks that Chen hasn't given them any tasks for several days, and now he suddenly wants to see their results in battle. The girls destroy the green vipers with a combination of attacks and the dragon's fire. A pleased Zhang Chen notes that they are doing just fine against the monsters without him, and are now ready to engage in a serious battle. Affinity with Qing Ying and Xiao Tian reaches maximum values, which gives Chen new buffs, increased magic resistance, and an increase in the number of artifacts he can wear. After the fight ends, he tells the upset girls that it's time for them to break up, to which they ask why he wants to leave them. Chen says that all good things must come to an end, and he will have to go to more dangerous places where he will not be able to protect them. The upset girls say that they will try and catch up with him one day, and Qing Ying asks him to stay for another minute. As a farewell, the knight kisses the embarrassed Jiang Chen on the cheek, and sincerely thanks him for everything he has done for them. The action moves to the academy, where Qing Ying continues to feel embarrassed, and Tao teases her with reminders of the kiss. Tired of being mocked, the knight runs away, and Xiaotian hopes that Chen will miss her. Zhang Chen promises that he will definitely miss her and will soon meet Yuina, whom he intends to take with him as his main assistant. Yuina is ready for adventure and says that the teacher has a lot to do at the academy anyway. Chen replies that he will wait for the moment when she can protect him. Suddenly, he receives a message from Xiao Sa that he has entered the top 70 players and is now asking to go with them. Chen writes to him to meet in Zhenglai City, where he teleports with Yuina. There, the priest meets a joyful Xiao Sa and immediately puts on a mask to hide his identity. Thanks to the mask, his identity is now hidden, but his face remains uncovered. Xiao Sa is amazed by his disguise technique and says that his new appearance looks almost real. Chen demands that he no longer be called messenger, causing Xiao Sa to start calling him boss. Yuina also decides to hide her identity and uses the illusion spell. Xiao Sa admires the beauty of the city, and Chen talks about the harsh climate of the area. The priest also demands that the warrior behave more quietly so as not to attract the attention of the guards. Xiao Sa agrees to make less noise and decides to start a conversation with Yuina, whom he had not seen before. Chen gets tired of his chatter and runs away with the girl, saying that he will send the warrior the coordinates of the dark castle where they need to meet. Soon, Zhang Chen and Yuina arrive at the ruins of the Dark Castle, and the girl asks the guy why he communicates with Xiaosa if he doesn't like him. The priest replies that this warrior is talented, but one has to put up with his chatter, to which Yuina remarks that adults are difficult to understand. Zhang Chen says that soon she will also become an adult, and will figure everything out on her own. 20 minutes later, the protagonist hears someone's voices and wonders who it is that has come. 3 female players, the Red Warrior, the Archer Wisteria, and the Warrior Ginko, enter the ruins and mistake Chen and Yuina for NPCs with a hidden mission. Ginko suggests moving closer to the boy and girl to start a conversation. Zhang Chen identifies them as a special league of girls called Iron Grove, who had been on the leaderboard for many years in his past life. Intrigued, the protagonist decides to play along and pretend to be a non-player character. Red approaches Chen and starts a conversation with him, offering to help with any problems. The priest tells the adventurers in an expressive manner about a fallen witch from the dark ruins, who must be brought to an abandoned altar. Red remarks that she hasn't heard of monster-catching quests before, and Ginko wants details on the mission. Wisteria notes that they need to hurry and suggests that this quest is a hidden mission. The girls leave quickly to complete the task, and Xiaosa approaches Chen and asks about what happened. The priest tells him not to think about girls, and orders him to gather 10 monsters and send them to the abandoned altar. The warrior, smiling, promises to do his best and sets off to carry out the assignment. Zhang Chen thinks that the fallen witch is a level 25 monster with low attack power and is perfect for training beginners. The protagonist and Yuina head towards the abandoned altar. Soon the girl notices several people ahead, which she immediately tells the mortal about. The priest notices 3 fallen witches of the 25th level there, hidden by dark magic. Chen asks Yuina how she can see through the shadows, recalling that monsters with dark attributes are good at hiding their presence. The girl points to her left eye and says that with it, she can see everything, including the elf near the wall. Zhang Chen recalls that elves are a legendary race that avoids contact with the outside world, and are divided into dark and light. The guy wonders what the elf is doing here and asks Yuina to show him where he is hiding. The girl uses the explosion spell, which destroys the hidden elf's disguise. A dark elf named Ten Loss is surprised by the sudden loss of his disguise and turns his attention to the humans. He says he has no intention of getting into a conflict, and asks why Yuina revealed his location. Chen smiles and replies that they are simply studying the enemies, and cannot be sure of the hidden individual's intentions. Ten Loss notices that no one has come here for a long time, and asks if they are here because of the god's prophecy. Zhang Chen decides to play along with his expectations, and states that they really did come here because of the gods. The elf says he needs the body of the fallen witch, and asks for help from the mortal and his keen-sighted companion. Chen agrees, officially launching a new mission to help the dark elf. Meanwhile, in another part of the dark ruins, Xiaosa searches for the fallen witches to no avail. Suddenly, he sees 3 girls running away from fallen witches, and offering him to join forces to carry out a hidden mission together. Xiaosa doesn't know anything about the hidden mission, and says that the boss ordered him to come here. Red remembers the suspicious guy and realizes that he deceived her by pretending to be an NPC. Ginko and Wisteria also realize this as they continue to run away from the flying monsters. Xiaosa also runs and shouts to talk less, otherwise the fallen witches will definitely catch up with them. An angry Red states that it is all his boss's fault for sending them to find these monsters. Xiaosa can't believe that his boss set them up to be attacked by the fallen witches. Ginko demands that her friends capture him together, and then either kill him or use him as a hostage in negotiations with the deceiver. Zhang Chen hears Xiaosa's distant screams as he and Yuina fight the witches. The girl asks the boy to take the fight against monsters more seriously, and focus his efforts on destroying the last fallen witch. Chen agrees with her words, and uses the inverted skill to kill the last monster. The priest undertakes a quest to help the dark elf, and becomes convinced that Ten Loss needs the crystal cores that witches turn into after death. The elf explains that after the queen's death in battle with the demons, their injured princess needs a constant supply of dark energy to survive. Ten Loss bows his head to Chen and asks him to save the princess. Zhang Chen agrees, launching a special covert mission to rescue the dark elf princess who has been infused with the energy of a demon god. Ten Loss thanks the traveler and gives him a moonstone that will help him find their clan's hideout. The moonstone turns out to be a special item that allows its owner to see the location of the dark elves on the map. Chen speculates that the dark elves' hideout is located in the west of the continent of the gods, and even after crossing the portal, it will take 3 hours to get there. Ten Loss bids them farewell and takes the fallen witches' cores with him, saying that they will be safe here for a while. Zhang Chen belatedly realizes that the fallen witches will not appear here anytime soon, and he will have to go to the altar. Soon the priest and Yuina come to the abandoned altar, and notice that it is too empty and quiet inside. Suddenly Red appears with the captive Xiaosa and demands to know why Chen lied to them. The protagonist continues to lie to them that a hidden mission has indeed opened, even though there was no system invitation. Red demands that he stop talking nonsense and admit that he just wanted to make fun of them. From the side, Ginko jumps on Jiang Chen using the attack skill Hammer of Justice. On the other side, Wisteria appears, shooting at him with her bow and arrow using the Rainarch Holy Sword skill. The mortal flies up on black wings, dodging both blows. He casts a spell with his staff to hold back the attackers, not wanting to make enemies for himself. Red demands that he die quickly, and is surprised that he has the nerve to attack back. Red is surprised by the high damage from Jiang Chen's attack as she watches her health drop. The angry girl asks him who he is and why he is doing this. Flying Chen offers her to admit defeat or die in battle, to which Red surrenders, and the guy orders Xiao Sa to tie up the girls. The blonde warrior frees himself from the ropes, ready to carry out the boss's new assignment. A pleased Xiao Sa looks forward to the opportunity to take revenge for his capture, and also laugh at the girls. Soon he ties all three of them up with ropes, and leaves them in the middle of the dark ruins. Jiang Chen orders him to come closer, and the warrior is already ready to carry out his next task. The priest tells the boy to find the fallen witch and provoke her into a duel for training. Xiao Sa readily goes to carry out the boss's order, drawing his sword for a quick fight. Chen then calls upon Danny and asks her if she is used to using the life box. Danny replies that she has learned to use it much better than before, thanks to her master's help. Jiang Chen hands her dark attribute cores that Danny can use to level up, and then orders her to take Yuina with her and go hunt fallen witches. Danny thanks the master by using the crystal cores to level up. Chen thinks that as long as Danny continues to develop, Xiao Sa will be able to command her. Deciding to test the warrior's work, the priest finds him in an awkward battle with a fallen witch. Chen yells at him to stop making a mess and use his sword spirit job instead of dancing in front of the monster. Xiao Sa replies that he is trying and is serious about fighting monsters, but he is not succeeding right now. Jiang Chen explains that the advantage of virtual reality games is that even when faced with a stronger enemy, the player will be able to defeat him thanks to his personal skills. The warrior asks the boss to quickly move on to important information while the witch continues to attack him. Chen warns him of an attack from the right behind him, and Xiao Sa manages to dodge at the last moment. The priest explains that the frequency of attacks by fallen witches is low, and before each attack they accumulate energy in their palms, which can be used for a counterattack. Chen says that in order to master the sword soul profession, one must undergo many grueling exercises, otherwise nothing will come of it. He goes on to explain that vision and mental power are the foundations for observing and predicting the opponent's next moves. Xiao Sa listens to the boss's reasoning and begins to closely observe the fallen witch. The monster charges a clot of dark energy between its palms after each attack. The warrior decides to use this time gap and rushes towards the witch. He uses the attack skill Silver Sword, preparing to strike the monster in one hit. Xiao Sa successfully deals high damage to the fallen witch, killing her on the spot. He joyfully exclaims that killing this monster was indeed very easy. Chen praises him for his excellent work, and says that thanks to the sword soul profession, the damage from explosions increases many times over. The satisfied warrior gratefully accepts the boss's praise and salutes him. Jiang Chen says that he will go to the Dark Elf residence with Yuina and leave the coordinates of the hideout for Xiao Sa. The priest warns the warrior to speak less among the Dark Elves and to behave decently there. The boss promises to answer questions about the hidden mission at the residence, after which the guys say goodbye and go their separate ways. Chen goes to Yuina, who happily tells her that she has leveled up and received the Mystic Sorcerer profession. The suddenly grown girl explains that after the Dark Seal is removed, she quickly develops and, upon increasing 10 levels, slowly returns her body to its original adult state. Confused, Jiang Chen realizes that the lowly will soon turn into an adult beauty and wants to see it as soon as possible. Danny says that her strength has also increased and shows that she has risen to level 35. Chen states that her development will not be as fast due to the difficulty of obtaining the necessary materials and tells the girls that it is time to return and rest. Danny goes into a pocket dimension, and the priest and Yuina go to a desert city. The action takes place in a desert town, consisting of many wooden houses in the middle of the desert. Chen and Yuina pass through the western gate, covering their faces with blessed veils to protect them from the sandstorms. The protagonist says that the Dark Elves live to the west of the desert city, and the environment here is indeed sinister. Suddenly he sees Feng Ying's killer and his girlfriend killing a desert monster ahead. Feng Ying deals with the monster and looks at the new arrivals with distrust. Chen recalls that in his previous life, Feng Ying was a famous player, who helped him learn many useful skills. His girlfriend Baicha Qinghuan asks the guy who is coming towards them. Qinghuan comes closer to Chen and exclaims that she didn't expect to meet such a handsome man in the desert. She offers to add her as a friend, and the protagonist thinks that Feng Ying's girlfriend is as open in her desires as in her past life. Chen remembers that in her past life, she betrayed Feng Ying for a stronger player, and asks Qinghuan why she is flirting with another guy when she has her own. The girl states that Feng Ying is very good, but she does not consider herself obligated to communicate only with him. Qinghuan says that their meeting was destined by fate and again demands to be added as a friend. and she herself thinks that this guy is definitely rich, and she must get him. Feng Ying comes closer and asks Bai when she became so friendly, to which she replies that she has a sense of proportion. Feng Ying apologizes to Mortal for his girlfriend's behavior, and claims that she is not evil at all. Chen says that he has nothing to apologize for and is ready to be friends with them. But he himself thinks that in this life, he must open the killer's eyes to the true nature of his friend. Baicha is pleased with the outcome of the conversation, and is willing to enter into a divine contract to keep Chen's identity a secret. Qinghuan makes a divine contract, and vows not to tell anyone about her new friend's true identity, and Feng Ying joins her after quiet protests. Zhang Chen notices that they are serious and sees no point in hiding from them anymore. Immortal submits an application to their friends, and the pair quickly identify him as the best priest on the server. Chen removes his mask of concealment and confirms to them that it is indeed him. Baicha says admiringly that she has watched his videos for a long time and considers it a great honor to meet him in person. She offers to team up with him, but Chen declines and returns to Yuina to complete unfinished business, leaving him with the final suggestion that his new friends call him when needed. As they leave, Jiang Chen thinks that the girl will not dare to act more brazenly in front of Feng Ying, and Qinghuan tells him to also ask them for help as a parting gift. Baicha wonders why Chen doesn't see her as a potential lover, ignoring Feng Ying's questions. The killer apologizes to her for not being able to buy her an expensive bag recently, and promises to earn more money, to which the girl responds with a sarcastic snort. Qinghuan says that he is not angry with him, and suggests that they continue to work hard together. In her mind, Baicha considers him a temporary option, and hopes to soon find herself a richer and smarter boyfriend who can satisfy all her desires. She sends a message to Jiang Chen asking if he has a girlfriend, and he thinks the girl took the bait. He answers negatively to the question about the girl, causing Qinghen to say that she fell in love with him at first sight and wants to unite with him. Chen asks about her boyfriend Feng Ying, to which Baicha calls him just a friend with whom she travels together and has no feelings for him. A pleased Zhang Chen thinks that this is exactly the kind of revelation he expected from her. The priest contacts Feng Ying via chat and sends him a history of the latest messages between him and Qinghuan. Yuina notices Chen's satisfied face and asks him about the reasons for his joy, to which he replies that things are going well. Feng Ying reads the chat history received from Jiang Chen with disbelief. The killer sees Baicha's message calling him an impudent lecher and realizes his girlfriend's true intentions. Qinghuan demands that he not stand still and quickly kill monsters in order to earn money for her new bag. Feng Ying asks if she has any feelings for him in her heart, and if she can really easily find another guy who can cover her expenses. Baicha doesn't understand what he's talking about, and calls his words complete nonsense. Feng Ying leaves the team and walks away, while a shocked Qinghuan calls him sick and tries to stop him. Feng Ying contacts Zhang Chen and thanks him for revealing the truth. Qinghuan also writes to the priest and complains that Feng Ying abandoned her alone in the desert, but Chen simply blacklists the girl. Feng Ying writes another message and invites Chen to have a drink together in real life, but he gently rejects the offer and asks about the killer's future plans. The player replies that he intends to log out of the game and wash up for now, and also remembers that this morning someone received an order to create a guild in the wilderness of Kundi City. Zhang Chen is shocked that news has already started to appear about the establishment of a guild in this region. Chen speculates that the god guilds have only existed autonomously so far, and in their past lives, the guilds never revealed the exact orders for how they were created. Feng Ying writes to him that he will try to join a new guild and earn an honest living, which Chen also shows keen interest in. The killer promises to contact him when he receives new information, and the priest writes that he will try to buy the order to create a guild at any price if he sees one. After completing the covert mission, Zhang Chen intends to go to Kundi City and restore order to the gang. Soon, the protagonist and Yuina arrive at the location of the Dark Elf's residence on the map, but find only a lake there. Suddenly, a dark elf with a spear notices them and demands that they get out of here. Chen says that he came to Tenlos and shows the guards the badge he received from him. The guard is surprised that the strange travelers have a lord's badge with them. The guard asks them to wait at the entrance and goes off to find Tenlos. Chen notes the strange behavior of the Dark Elves and the lack of news about Xiao Sa, who should have arrived here before him. Tenlos emerges from the forest and greets the priest and Yuina, not expecting to see them again so soon. The Dark Elf asks them to follow him across the lake and asks about the guy who arrived here earlier. Soon they come to a luxurious castle on Moon Lake Island. Tenlos says that this building is the princess's residence, leading them inside. Zhang Chen asks Xiaoxia via chat where he is chilling at this time of day, and the hapless warrior replies that he is in a dark elf prison cell. Chen tries to digest the information and asks his comrade how he ended up there. Xiaosa writes that he pestered the dark elf, but it was all harmless, and just once, which causes another attack of embarrassment in Zhang Chen for the idiocy of his comrade. Tenlos notices the priest's strange behavior and asks if he can help. Chen says that he is fine and is ready to meet the princess as soon as possible. The trio soon make their way inside Moonlight Castle and meet the Dark Elf Princess sitting on a throne in the main hall. Princess Ilias is pleased to welcome the mortal, whose abilities her uncle Tenlos told her about. Zhang Chen doubts that he can free her from the demon god's curse himself, and suggests that Yuina will do it. The grown-up girl from the city smiles again and asks the princess how she can help. Tenlos explains that after the demon god was sealed after his fall, but the seal released a powerful energy that invaded the princess's body. The Dark Elf says that this power is invisible. They cannot find its source and hope that Yuina can find and extract this seal. Tenlos wants to end the princess's suffering, which is forced to absorb dark energy in order to survive. Zhang Chen asks again about the cursed seal, wanting to be absolutely sure that he is dealing with exactly this kind of magic. Tenlos says that the most powerful magician tried to cleanse the curse, but after each cleansing, the dark energy returned to the princess, and it was not possible to find its source. Yuina says she can see traces of the curse, but if there is no source in front of her, she will not be able to remove it. Tenlos begs Mortal and Yuina to find a way to help the suffering princess. Elias calls out to his uncle in disapproval, telling him not to pressure the guests and expressing gratitude that they came to help her at all. Chen says it's too early to give up and is willing to try to find the source of the curse, commanding Yuina to get to work. The girl activates her left eye and uses magic to show everyone the invisible. Dense clots of black energy hover around Princess Ilias, becoming visible to those around her. Zhang Chen notes that this is the very power of the curse received from the demon god. The priest asks Tenlos to invite the magician again so that he can perform the ritual of cleansing from dark energy once again. Yuina explains to the elf that after the cleansing, the curse will return to the princess again, and then they will be able to track the source of its appearance. Tenlos understands her logic and immediately sets out to find Grandmaster Hog. Chen asks Yuina if this Hog could be her brother, and she replies that according to Teacher Baiming, she has many brothers. Yuina shows a signal crystal from Baiming, which must be broken in case of danger, and then the closest brother will come to the rescue. Zhang Chen thinks that most of Baiming's disciples have legendary strength, and if Hog is one of them, then the curse will really cause them trouble. Princess Ilias asks the priest if she can speak with Yuina alone. Chen decides to leave the girls alone, wanting Yuina to find friends after being trapped in the City of Dreams for so many years. Ilias thanks Yuina for her help, and asks her to tell him what the world outside looks like, which she has not seen for many years due to the ban on leaving the castle. Yuina agrees to tell her about what is happening in the world at the moment. Chen notes that the girls are quick to become friends, and is confident that they won't be bored until Hog arrives. Soon a portal opens in the castle, from which Master Hog emerges and greets his younger sister Yuina. He is excited by the opportunity to see his little sister for the first time in many centuries. Princess Ilias greets Hog and says that Yuina is next to her. Master Hog claims that Master Baiming spoke highly of Yuina, and was glad to finally meet her. The girl greets her brother, and he remarks that she is much better than some losers Wuming and Qianye. Tenlos interrupts their conversation and tells Hog that the mortal is awaiting a ritual to lift the curse. Hog identifies Chen as the same messenger of light who signed an equal contract with Yuina, and the priest is surprised that the master knows him. Hog conveys to him the praises of Master Baiming, but demands that he not involve his younger sister in the dangerous affairs of the Holy See. Zhang Chen assures him that he never wanted this, and Baiming already warned him about it. With the small talk over, Hog began the process of cleansing himself of the cursed energy. He uses the Remove Curse spell, instantly expelling the dark energy from Princess Ilias. The Magister notes that he has banished the power of the curse, but without eliminating its source, the princess will be infected again. Chen states that they are just waiting for the curse's power to return, so that Yuina can track it down. The girl from the City of Dreams activates her left eye and uses the skill Secret Revealed. Hog identifies her glowing eye as the treasure of the ancient City of Dreams and notes that his sister can use secret spells. Yuina loudly exclaims that she was able to track the flow of energy returning to the princess. The girl claims that the source is located somewhere outside the castle. Zhang Chen quickly runs towards the exit, indicating for Yuina to keep up with him. Tenlos decides to follow them while Master Hog uses some kind of spell on him from behind. The mage leaves a magical mark on the Dark Elf's cloak to track his location. A frightened Princess Ilias asks Hog if they can break the curse. The Magister replies that it should work, and assures her that he will free her from the curse once they track down its source. The princess sincerely thanks Master Hog for his help and efforts. Hog says his support is nothing special, and recalls that her mother once saved him as a child. The action shifts to the river outside the castle, where Chen, Yuina, and Tenlos have arrived. The girl says that the power of the curse comes from here, and the priest asks where exactly. A darkened Tenlos suggests that the source of the dark energy lies in the river. He explains to the guests that this is a funeral river where dead dark elves are buried, and asks them not to destroy the remains in the river. Zhang Chen is willing to do his best and orders Yuina to begin the search. The girl uses the Reveal Secret spell again to reveal the invisible to everyone. They see clots of dark energy coming from a certain place in the middle of the river. There they find the body of the Dark Elf Queen and mother of Ilias, who turned out to be the source of the curse. Master Hog comes through the portal and says that he left a tracking mark on Tenloss and guessed that they found something near the river. But Hog certainly didn't expect to find anything like this here. Chen asks him if he wants to tell the princess about this, and Yuina remarks that Ilias would definitely be upset by such revelations. Hog says the queen's underwater tomb is a spiritual anchor for the princess, and is angry at the demon god for placing the source of the curse right into her dead body. The master notes that he, as an ordinary magician, will not be able to remove such a seal. Hog states that in order to destroy the source of the curse, they will have to destroy the queen's body. And if the princess finds out about this, she will probably prefer to die from the curse than to allow her mother's body to be disposed of. Yuina asks Jiang Chen to think of something, calling him smart and able to handle any problem, and the guy states that he has one idea. Hog asks him to tell him, and Chen says that they need to eliminate the source of the curse, but not let the dark energy take over Princess Ilias. The priest suggests resealing the source of the curse, so that it will no longer affect Ilias. Hog asks again if Chen intends to seal the queen's body to isolate the curse's power, and notes that it will not work due to the queen's body not rotting due to the properties of the funeral river. Jiang Chen then suggests sealing the burial river without removing the queen's body from it, although he doubts that the master can handle such a task. Hog is not pleased with the playful accusation of weakness, and is ready to try to implement Chen's idea. The Magister creates a new seal, activating a powerful spell that glows a bright purple color. The seal covers the area of the river containing the queen's body, isolating the demon god's curse energy. The system announces the successful completion of the quest to rescue the Dark Elf Princess, and Chen admires Hog's magical power. Tenloss thanks Mortal and Hog for their help, and promises that the Dark Elves will always be grateful to them. Hog opens a portal and invites everyone to follow him to visit Princess Ilias. After a short conversation with the princess, the moment of farewell comes when the master is about to return to his city through a new portal. Hog asks Chen to take care of his little sister, and invites her to visit him when they get to the Imperial City. The Magister states that he still has much to do, and bids farewell to Ilias and Yuina before leaving through the portal. The princess thanks the mortal for helping to lift the curse, and, as a token of gratitude, wants to give him the treasure of the Dark Elf clan. Tenloss hands the priest a green vessel, calling it the famous treasure of the Dark Elves that everyone dreams of. The artifact turns out to be an elven sacred bottle, which can be used to collect spring water from a holy elven source. Jiang Chen recalls that the elven holy source is able to increase the player's lifespan in reality, being pleased with such a generous gift. Tenloss says that this bottle can also be used in trade with the elves and states that the doors of the Dark Elves' residence are always open to Chen and Yuina. Jiang Chen says that since the curse has been lifted, it's time for them to leave. But before that, he asks for one more request to be fulfilled.